Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, no matter where you are, no matter what time it is. I hope you are safe, healthy, and in cheerful mood. It's great that we can come together over a common interest and create an environment where we can learn from each other, where we can seize opportunities in the ever-evolving world of language teaching. I'm Elena Bazanova, President of the Association of Academic Writing Experts National Writing Sentence Consortium, and I am delighted to welcome all of you and express my sincere gratitude to all speakers who agreed to contribute to our 5th International Conference, TESOL Context Global Practices of Teaching Academic Writing. At this Jubilee Conference, we will explore and critically examine the challenges and potential of artificial intelligence, how it may impact the way English language teachers innovate and manage their teaching process, and how their role is transforming in the digital context. As the impact of generative artificial intelligence grows more widespread, it is more important than ever that we share ideas, modern strategies, and tools to harness the power of artificial intelligence for unparalleled success in the teaching English language writing. The Jubilee Conference is the culmination of what the association is all about, establishing professional networking with writing experts, English language practitioners, policymakers, academics, and other educators in order to respond to the most significant AI technology trends unfolding today, to perform in-depth research on academic writing, theory and practice, to share our lived experience and best practices in teaching English language writing, to develop our educational resources, to reach out a large number of students, junior researchers, and other interested groups so that they could acquire advanced academic literacy skills. The conference hosts 55 high-quality speakers from various backgrounds and disciplines from 9 countries near and far abroad: Russia, Belarus, Serbia, USA, China, Brazil, Israel, Kazakhstan, and India. The conference is intended to extend to a diverse range of topics, teaching methods, and approaches. So far, more than 200 participants have registered either to attend the conference offline or watch its live streaming online. Presentations will be clustered alongside several topics: merging disciplinary and writing methodology, international scientific collaboration and language barriers of scientists, academic integrity, standards and ethics of artificial intelligence, effective strategies for assessing, evaluating, scaffolding writing, educational resources developed with and without artificial intelligence. The roundtable discussion, which is scheduled for tomorrow, the role of writing centers in developing academic literacy, aims to provide a space for sharing best practices of assisting non-native speakers of English in their academic writing endeavors. We have invited writing center directors and staff to discuss common challenges and possible solutions for the issues arising at educational, institutional, regional, and global levels. During the conference, there will be several workshops led by brilliant speakers. I thank you all for your efforts to strengthen national and international collaboration for the sake of peace and human development. I wish you a very successful conference. I don't think that Irina Korotkina needs much of an introduction to anyone teaching academic writing in various TESOL contexts. Professor, Doctor of Science and Education, Dean of Interdisciplinary Department of English at the Moscow School of Social and Economic Sciences, Head of Academic Writing and Communication Center at the Russian Presidential Academy of National Economy Public Administration, Professor at the Institute for Education Development Strategy. In her plenary talk, Irina will speak about merging disciplinary and writing methodology in teaching public policy analysis. Irina, you're welcome. Let's welcome Irina.
Thank you, Elena. I'm really honored to be the first speaker at this conference just after our beloved president, so the mood must go morning to everybody. And despite November, it's a day full of light because we are all together here and conducting this international conference despite all the weather and whatever circumstances around us. In today's presentation, I'm going to discuss things vice versa somehow. Because on the one hand, we first teach writing across the curriculum, right? Which is the stage of academic writing. Then we get to rhetoric and composition more at the university level, teaching writing in disciplines, and it mostly the field for professors in the disciplines, right? Rather than teachers of English. And in Soninka, we teach English for general academic purposes and English for specific academic purposes. That's where we merge disciplines with English, because there is English for management, as everybody teaches, right? English for law and whatever. But my course is English for public policy and mostly for public policy analysis. I've been teaching it for 20 years now, even more. And first it was tears because it's mathematics. But being a mathematician, because I graduated from structural linguistics at the Moscow State University with mathematics, I got into when I got really into the discipline, right, approach the methods used, and it is all based on modals, I discovered that scientists in different disciplines think similarly and come up with similar modals, and how they meet between public policy analysis and teaching writing is amazing. So to make the long story short, I will move on to what I'm going to say. I will introduce such modals, just a couple of examples, and how it goes from writing, because WAC remains within WID, however far we move, right? And you will need terminology, not only vocabulary, but terminology works the same way. So, I'm sorry, right? Backwards. So, the course that I'm teaching in Soninka and at the academy is for the third-year students. As you guess, it's specific academic purposes for the discipline, or with the master degree students. It takes from 28 as just for the master degree students, and to 42 academic hours for bachelor degree students. And what you see on the screen now is how the book is arranged, because I published this book. We call it wider English for Public Policy, Administration and Management. In fact, it's public policy analysis, which wouldn't have been understood otherwise, right, to cover the audience. There are 10 units. So again, academic writing in action, right? 10 units, 5 parts in each. But what is important? This is the methodology developed in our university. The tasks are never repeated. They're all different. So, as you know, typically manuals consist of the same things, right? Read the text, or do this, do that, and whatever beautiful that, whatever beautiful this, they are repeated similarly throughout the book. In my book, they are all different. And in the last chapter, policy performance, and when you perform in it all, so the tasks are not even introduced with instructions. So students are to think about what they have to do on their own. We develop logical thinking, yeah? I elicited 2 of the chapters because the models I'm going to demonstrate come from there. So the first one introduces the main model, which will come together with the IMRAD format, by the way, strangely, and the other one within the policy argument, which is built perfectly as in rhetoric and composition. So William Dunn, the founder of the public policy analysis, introduces the terminology marvelously. So what you see now is his key model used all around the world today, right? It is problem-centered policy analysis. So when I give this model to the students, I immediately introduce the question of what is it? Without giving them the text or any textual information, any terminology. So you can see that on the one hand, right, as students think, the boxes should refer to something what, yeah, it's the information we obtain, and the ovals tend on arrows, so it's how, it's the method. They come out with the idea that probably these types of information, and it is the term, are transformed into another piece of information, right? And so on and so forth. Certainly. So we put the problem into the center. By the way, it's a universal model, be that psychoanalysis or mathematical any analysis, even in your personal life. Then we do something with the problem to start working on it, because policy is solving problems, right? Problem solving, problem unsolving, resolving, dissolving comes further. So we do something to get policy futures, policy actions, then we get some policy outcomes, take away the word policy and you see whatever problem solving, and to policy performance. If we performed well, we proceed, therefore we have the cycle. The wiser you become, William Dunn introduces wisdom as a term. So knowledge and then wisdom. Look, so these ovals take us to some procedures, therefore methods. So I ask students whether, what kind of a word should they be. They are either ing or shen, right? Because they are actions. So that's what we get. We have to structure the problem, you see, it's problem structuring, right? Then we can forecast policy futures, recommend actions, monitor policy outcomes because an analyst doesn't implement the policy, and evaluate policy performance. Right. Look, the first stage refers directly to the introduction and thesis statement. When we speak publicly, and policy analysis is mainly about public speaking, but writing is the same way. You formulate what you are aiming at immediately in the very beginning. That's important. So you forecast the futures, then you can, people will listen to you. You recommend policy actions, right? And it wouldn't work. Things don't appear. Okay, here we are. They were late a bit. Let it be like this. When we recommend anything in whichever discipline, so methods appear, right? Based on such and such methods, like in the IMRAD format, like in any argument, you will move with methods that will take you to particular actions or introducing particular things, right, that in your discipline. Then you present the results, the outcomes, right? And discussion comes with implications when you get to the evaluation phase. And you know there are three things that can be done afterwards. Either the policy worked well and it can be maintained, or it should be modified and we can still proceed on the cycle, or terminated if it didn't work, right? And the IMRAD format is clearly seen through this model, although I believe Dunn himself never thought about it, right? Continuing with those disciplinary models, this is a marvelous structure from Unit 5. William Dunn presents the structure of an argument. He introduces 8 modes of argument. You know, when I started thinking of it, I realized that there is nothing more than he offers. And there are 3 types of claim, policy claims, as he says. You see this modal. Policy claim is your final therefore. The starting information can be the same for many participants of the discussion, because any scientific action is a discussion, any text. And you move from the information to your claim, which can be different. He gives a marvelous example from the American history, based on Coleman report of 1966, when you have 3 different claims from the same information about black students and their achievement in white schools and black schools. It was the very beginning of that problem, right? In the middle you see the qualifier, which should be based with, he connects it with vocabulary, probably. Probably we should do this and that, and then you claim, and then you prove that we should do it, right? This is one type of claim. He calls it advocative, that is, what should be done. There can be the evaluative claim, right? You say, probably it's no good. Probably the tests are not valid, right? And you get another claim. That is a racist document, for example, and should not be taken into account. Or it can be the 3rd type of claim, designative, as he says, which corresponds to what the situation is like, how things are, and therefore you can forecast how they will develop. And when working with master degree dissertations with my students, I realized that the designative claim is one of the most popular because it really, if we can say what the situation is, we will know precisely how it will develop. Like Wallerstein, right? About the global development of politics, right? We can do nothing about the 3rd world because the things developed despite our influence, right, on it. Your argument is supported by a warrant which begins with the word since. It's not my word, it's how Dunn formulates it. Since it is so, probably we should, or probably it is, and therefore, unless, right? There is the backing which gives more precise information. Since it is so, because, right? And you give particular theorems, figures, data, whatever, unless and you foresee the counter arguments which is necessary. See how it meets the argument we teach in academic writing. What you see here is a task, in fact, because above in the title you need the mode of argument to be defined. And as you can see, if you can see, you don't need to read it, but it's definitely a statistical argument. It's based on the central limit theorem, whatever it is, right? Daily intake of calcium, and whether or not it works, it's a statistical argument, and it claims that it's not enough, right? So, because there is the warrant, there is the backing, and everything is all right. Then, what do I do with all that? Yeah? Hello? I give those 5 points to students in other contexts in which they have to draw the structural model and see where rebuttal goes, because it can go to no movement. Yeah, so because they should define what is the information, what is the claim, what is the warrant, and what is the backing. The words help them, and we have a piece of writing on within such arguments, using mainly the modal and the words recommended, but it can deviate from it. Now, moving on to how texts in public policy analysis can be used as models for paragraphing and topic sentences, you know. It's not that I believe they do it automatically, Anglophone writers in analysis, right? They just write this way, and they cannot do it another way. Elena will certainly support me in that once we start writing with topic sentences, it is done automatically. That's the skill we keep teaching our professors and students. I just take any text. Either I mingle the paragraphs, and there's only one way, the students see that there's only one way to put them back. Whatever the number of, whatever the text, it's not from an academic writing book, it's from public policy analysis. And here you see one of the stages when I pick out only the topic sentences, mix them up, and say in which order they should go. And they see, again, no word. So, strangely, by the keywords, right, you see factual assertions and hypotheticals. Therefore, the bottom one is the beginning, because it takes both. Then, factual assertions are described, right? Then, it remains true, however, that there are also assertions of value, right? All policy debates, and you describe those value assertions, and then give an example with the Special Committee on Pornography and Prostitution, and by equality, the committee meant, right, and the conclusion. So, that easy. Actually, moving on to vocabulary, going even further, vocabulary, not terminology. The modals used in public policy help immensely to introduce terminology. Because if there are 15 terms surrounding the same, so 5 boxes, it's only 5, right? And they're clearly seen. 5 procedures, and there are 5. What do you do with those boxes? Then 5 phases of the policymaking process, which correspond to those stages in analysis. By the way, the very word phases of the policymaking process, like phases of the moon or phases of growth, shows that the policymaking process goes on, and it cannot be divided into stages like as it is done in analysis, right? It's not mathematical stages. Here you see a definition. The whole of it is a definition of plausibility assessment. There are 2 sentences. What did I do to help students? I deleted the adjectives from the bottom part. But the author defines plausibility through the argument, right? That plausibility assessment is the procedure which goes with the argument. And the argument should be what? So, you see, evaluating the completeness, consonance, cohesiveness, function, regularity, and functional simplicity, economy, and efficacy of the entire argument. And then he specifies once again for everybody who's reading, not for students just, right? That this means that a knowledge claim can be considered plausible if the entire argument again is, and students come out with the adjectives, right? Functional, regular, and the same. What do we see here immediately? 2 prefixes, which takes us to academic vocabulary. They are not terms, but they should be, familiar to students. So with their assimilation, right? Complete, right? The prefix con, which can be cohesive, right? Without n. And the prefix, backwards. And the prefix x, like in exit, which assimilates with the letter f in the root. But we have 3 different words: effective, efficient, and efficacious. I very much admire the last word because students of the 3rd year and master degree students are familiar with words like complete, consonant, and effective. But you know, con takes it all together, so your argument should be all together in 3 different visions. And it should come out with the prefix x, again in 3 different things. They know what is effective, but what is the difference with efficient? You know? Yeah, once I wear a dress to a party, I expect to be effective. If I wear it twice and thrice, I will not be as effective, but the effect can be different. So I appear in this dress and I expect everybody to admire me and, you know, but everybody's laughing. What's the matter? It's exclusive. It was bought in a specialized shop, in a boutique. And I see 3 women in a similar dress. The next woman entering the audience with wearing the same dress meets my laughter along with the audience, right? So your speech can be effective if everybody says boo, or if everybody applauds, right? That's it. Efficient is like working all the time, but efficacious is the word that I'm going to finish with that, because this is an example of how disciplines meet each other. This word comes into public policy from medical studies. If a medicine, if a treatment is efficacious, it's not simply effective. It produces not an effect, like in the examples I've given, but the desired effect. So you come to the doctor gives you some pills, asks you if it was effective against your high blood tension, and you say, oh doctor, the blood tension didn't go, but I sleep well tonight. So it's not the sleep that I was given the treatment for, but so headache is one thing, stomachache is another thing, right? Therefore, efficacious is that if you buy those pills, they should act precisely as it is prescribed. Certainly there are side effects, but they are all mentioned, right? You cannot produce perfect things like in social sciences again, because plausibility is the key word for social sciences epistemology. Nothing can be proven 100%, but to make it 90% through your argument is important. And again, we come to writing in disciplines and writing across the curriculum, which is within it, and English for specific academic purposes remains English for academic purposes, first of all, right? Despite all the terminological fields. And you see, we support each other. Medical sciences, and by the way, information technologies. The last thing I would refer to, without a picture because I was afraid that everything cannot be pressed together, is how information technologies meet public policy. So they even write that public policy draws from a variety of disciplines, such as, and there is a long list, even medicine and even information technology. There is a text which is titled Croissant Connection. You need to insert only 4 words into it. William Dunn gives it as a whole text from information technology as metaphor. It's a metaphor. How to cook a delicious croissant. So, data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. I mix them up, take it from 4 words, 3 paragraphs. Students start writing like I do. There's information, wisdom, nope. Data, information, knowledge, wisdom. In that order, these words are repeated in the text. And then there is the metaphor of how your granny cooks and how you cook, right? How to cook. So you follow the instructions, you have the knowledge. But to get to the next stage, to get the wisdom, you need more experience, you need insight. And one of the modes of argument, by the way, is from insight, intuitive argument, with a marvelous example from history. That is the 14th century. In the 14th century, Margareta of a German princess, besieged the castle. And the castle was besieged for a rather long time. They ran out of food, out of water. So mainly out of food, because supplies of water are typically there in the castle. And the soldiers outside the castle, the steep rock on which it was situated was impregnable. The soldiers got unruly. They grabbed everything they could from the surroundings. They started beating each other. You know, they had also nothing to eat. Started drinking, fighting, whatever. Margareta was nervous. And the commandant had, had an idea. They had the last ox left and the last barley. So he said, we'll cut the abdominal part of the ox, kill the ox, right? Fill it with barley and throw upon the field from the rock. Yes, we will starve to death, but the alternative is to surrender. But if they surrender after such a long siege, nobody will be left, safe. Nobody will be spared his or her life. They did it. Seeing, by receiving this scornful message, Margareta took her army and moved yet further, where she had, as the text says, some other military business, other castles to besiege, right? A perfect example of how an intuitive argument, comes from inside, from your wisdom. So that's how history, information technology, medicine, sociology, public policy, mathematics, and academic writing meet together. That's what I wanted to say. I believe I'm on time. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Irina, very much.
And if you have any questions, again, no reaction from the screen. Yeah.
Yeah, we do have time for questions.
Yeah.
Not many, but at least one question you can ask. I do have one question from the audience. You or me? Okay. So there was a question. While our participants were registering, they had a chance to ask questions. That's a question. What is the role of native language in teaching academic writing to non-native speakers of English?
Sorry,
Again, what is the role of native language in teaching academic writing to non-native speakers of English? So that's a question from Larisa Tararina, Associate Professor, Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. So that's a question. You don't have much time to answer the question, but still.
I would rather refer to that Tyrannosaurus Rex, of whom I have spoken several times. By Swales, right? And the linguistic imperialism. It all ended in the 90s. After Christine Tardy published her anti-Tyrannosaurus paper, that there is no other way but English for global communication. But in my view, all the technologies of academic and research writing can and should be taught in the native tongue. Thus, we, do it directly and, very quickly, moving to the desired outcomes. It's efficacious, therefore. And by writing properly in Russian, you easily transfer your text into English, because as you might know, I was taken aback, the reversal program now translates texts into perfect English, perfect. I made a translation on my own for medical scientists, by the way, and then suddenly I decided to put the same text into reversal. It was perfect. In some places I would agree rather with reversal. So when we teach it in the native tongue, we economize. We do not only economize on time, we can teach more students and more teachers and more Russians, more Belarusians. Yesterday I spoke to the Belarusian public, and so many countries speak Russian better than English, and then you simply don't have as many students with such good English as we can teach in the native tongue. So we teach it in English to those who can obtain it in English, and in Russian to those who can obtain it in Russian. But we publish in English, definitely.
We have another question, but be brief. Mhm.
Discussion and presentation. So, do you think that argumentation is a culture-specific way and phenomenon, or it is universal? And do you use Stephen Talman model of argumentation, or more than that? I'm very much curious.
Thank you, Tatiana. I got the question. Argumentation is, it's like mathematics. It's meta. It's a meta skill. Meta skill is writing academically in whichever language. And a meta skill is when you translate it into whichever language, it will remain in the same logic. The very logic is developed by the Anglophones, because their logic, those models, is straightforward. So the way you argue should be straightforward. You economize the time of other researchers who are reading your work. You economize the time of those who are listening to you without deviating and saying, I very much enjoyed the writing by blah, 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 because, how marvelous it is. This is the Russian tradition, deviating this way and that way. So the mastering argumentation is universal in whichever discipline, whichever science. When at the basic level, when you teach the IELTS test or whatever, they sometimes divide that into argumentative essays or some descriptive, whatever. I never care about it. Argument is argument. Whatever you're going to prove, whether a model works, what should be done, what is good, what is bad, and what things are like, is absolutely universal. So you mind your claim and produce the good warrant, backing, and qualify in the very beginning as a thesis statement. That's it.
Thank you very much for the question and for your marvelous presentation as always. And now we have Monica Concolin. Do we have Monica? Monica. Yes, Monica. Yes, I can see you. Monica Conlin, adjunct professor of psychology at Taki Meadows College, Community College. And Monica is going to talk about the role of an ethical use of artificial intelligence in academic writing. Monica, we welcome you, and we're happy that you managed to join us. I hope it is not too early or too late in the country where you are. So what is the time? We cannot hear you, Monica. Monica, we cannot hear you. Monica. There should be some sound. No. Моника. Вы можете что-то сделать? Нет звука.
Она, наверное, видит со стороны.
Ну, звук можно включить?
Может, она не включила. Она видит с той стороны.
Can she see me?
Она не видит тебя. Она камера в ту сторону. Maybe like this.
Не видно. Ну, Моника! Так я же только по почте, она же вряд ли сейчас выйдет в почту. У нее нет, у нас нет общего чата. А чат конференции, вот же. Нет у нас чата конференции.
Did my best.
Можете в чат? Чат нет. В зуме.
Кстати, у меня была та же проблема с Zoom, что я все слышу, а меня не слышат.
Сейчас,
Мы
секунду.
так и не смогли ее решить.
Секунду. Вы написали в чат ей?
Но мы эту проблему не решили.
Ир, ничего не забыл, все. Ну?
Are you able to hear me now? I tried to switch my audio.
Yeah, Monica, we can hear you now.
You
Just
can
a
hear me
sec.
now. Okay, great, wonderful.
Just a sec,
All right,
just-
so sorry about that.
Yeah, we are sorry about that, okay?
It
Monica,
wouldn't be-
that would be
wouldn't
great
be
if you could start from the beginning, okay?
Okay, I will start from the beginning here. Sorry about that.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to be talking today about applying academic integrity standards to academic writing, and particularly looking at AI. As AI is developing rapidly, there are some ethical standards that we need to consider. So as we go through today's presentation, I want you to be thinking about what are the academic integrity standards at the institution that you work for or you attend. And we're going to go through what the 6 values of academic integrity are. So I want you to be thinking about, as we talk about those values, how you can apply those to your own academic writing and how they may apply to using AI in academic writing, which we will get into as well. So let's jump right in. We've got about 15 more minutes here. So we will get right into the 6 fundamental values. So the International Center for Academic Integrity is an international organization that works globally with institutions and universities around the world to develop academic integrity standards. So they have these 6 values that we're going to look at very closely before we apply them to academic writing. So first we have honesty. So honesty boils down to being truthful and free from fraud, deception, so that people know that when you are providing information or you are telling them something, that it is truthful and honest. Trust is really based in honesty. It is being able to trust others, but also being able to promote trust in yourself. So it's a collaborative process, a two-way process that involves transparency and mutual understanding. Fairness, again, builds on our 2 previous values of honesty and trust. And fairness is really important when you're able to set clear and reasonable expectations, apply those expectations impartially, making sure that you're treating everybody equitably, being objective and impartial, and really showing transparency and treating people equally. Respect in the higher education setting, collaboration is really important, and we need to be able to respect our peers, respect our other colleagues, respect our other scholars in the learning environment. And part of that comes down to really valuing diverse perspectives. So making sure that we are open to different backgrounds, different perspectives, different voices, and accepting that other opinions and ideas have validity, even if they might be different than our own opinions. And a big part of respect is really acknowledging and appreciating the ideas and intellectual contributions of others. Next, we have courage, which means being able to act and behave in accordance with your values, acting with integrity, even in challenging situations, uncomfortable situations, and even in situations where the outcome may be negative, still making sure that you are acting with courage and acting with integrity. And then finally, we have responsibility, which really incorporate the 5 previous values. So responsibility comes down to holding yourself accountable and holding others accountable. So we are going to look at these specifically in the context of academic integrity in academic writing. So why is this important? Why are these 6 values important? Well, as scholars, we work really hard to create research, to develop research, to write academically, to learn, to teach. A lot of work goes into all of this. And so it's important that we're able to receive recognition and credit for the work that we do. We talked about the importance of being open to different ideas. So academic integrity really encourages a diversity of ideas and viewpoints and perspectives. We know from psychological research that collectively, if you bring people together with different backgrounds, different skills, different viewpoints, you're able to produce a really higher quality of work. As a group, as a diverse group, we are smarter than any one individual on their own. And so academic integrity allows us to create a higher quality of work and really be able to enhance the level of knowledge that we are producing and learning at the higher education level. It also produces credibility and reliability in our work. If we are conducting research and we are applying these academic integrity standards, these 6 values, we are going to be able to create a higher level of work that we know that we can trust, we know it's reliable, we know it's credible. And then finally, it fosters an environment of collaboration. Sometimes in higher education, it can be competitive setting, but collaboration is really where we thrive as scholars. And so these academic integrity standards, these values allow us to be able to collaborate, trust one another, and be able to produce a higher level of work. So I want you to think briefly about, do you feel that academic integrity is valued at your institution? Is it valued by your colleagues? Is it valued by your faculty? And how would you know? What does it look like when you see academic integrity being valued? Or what does it look like when you see that others at your institution are not upholding these values? I'm gonna skip past this video here. All right, so how do we apply these 6 values to academic writing? So number 1, we really want to make sure we're giving credit to others for their work. Something that we touched on our 6 values is being able to acknowledge and appreciate other people's ideas. So we want to make sure that we're acknowledging other people's work. When we're collaborating with others, we are acknowledging their contributions. We are citing work done by other people. We are obtaining permission to use copyrighted work. And really, when we're collaborating or we're using the work or ideas of other people, that we're acknowledging that and citing that and giving credit for that. So we don't want to be misleading in the information that we're providing. And of course, part of that is doing our own original work and analyzing and being creative and presenting our own ideas in our academic writing. So one of the things that we need to be very careful of when we're looking at upholding academic integrity in our academic writing is avoiding plagiarism. So there's a different level of tolerance for plagiarism in different cultures and different countries. These international standards really show us how important it is that we work hard to avoid plagiarism and acknowledge the intellectual ideas and work of other people. So anytime that we are using words, ideas, artwork, visual work, audio work that is created by someone else, we want to make sure that we cite it. So if we are, for example, paraphrasing, taking information and putting it into our own words, we are summarizing by taking a lot of information and condensing it into a briefer form. We are directly quoting using the exact words of someone else, using visual materials of someone else. We want to make sure that we are citing that work and giving credit for it. That's a very, very important part of these 6 values of academic integrity. And we're going to touch on AI in a little bit more detail, but also if we're using AI-generated writing, we want to make sure that we're acknowledging that as well and not claiming that as our own original work. So a lot of you are probably familiar with Purdue OWL. I'm going to show you this website real quick, just in case you're not familiar with it. So Purdue OWL is a very extensive resource. It's from Purdue University. It is their online writing lab, and it provides a plethora of information on integrity and applying that to research. There are different resources for improving your academic writing, and as well resources for how to quote, how to paraphrase, how to summarize, how to cite accurately using a variety of different style guides. So I really recommend, I'm gonna throw this website link in the chat, just in case you are not familiar with this resource. I highly recommend as scholars that you utilize it. All right, let's jump back to our presentation here. So just another note on plagiarism. Things you do not have to cite. So if you're writing about your own experiences, observations, insights, thoughts, or conclusions, writing your own results from research or experiments that you conducted yourself, using your own artwork, video, audio, and common knowledge that everybody is aware of, such as folklore, myths, urban legends, and historical events. So that's information that is generally known by the public. And Purdue OWL provides us with this handy chart to help us know when we need to cite information. Of course, in academic writing, I think whenever in doubt, if you're not sure if you should cite something, just play it safe and go ahead and cite it. And this chart is available on that website that I shared with you as well. So the second thing that we want to apply to academic writing when we're looking at academic integrity in these 6 values, in addition to acknowledging the work of others and giving credit for others' work, we want to make sure that as scholars, we're presenting accurate information. So we want to provide factual information, evidence. We want to make sure that the data that we are providing, the research that we are engaging in, that it's accurate, it's true, it's valid. We're not falsifying any outcomes. We're not falsifying any sources. We're not manipulating our data. We want to make sure that we're really transparent with the research that we are conducting and how we are writing about that research, how we are sharing that research. Sometimes when we are doing research, the hypothesis doesn't work out. The experiment proves our hypothesis wrong. And we want to make sure that we are not skewing our data to match what we wanted to happen or what we expected to happen. Because by providing true and honest information and data and evidence, we are building that body of knowledge. And that's what our goal is as scholars in academia, is to be able to produce knowledge, provide knowledge, share knowledge. So we want to make sure that we're presenting accurate information and not falsifying or manipulating any information that we're providing in our research or academic writing. And then finally, when it comes to academic writing, we want to make sure that we are consistent. As professors, if we have professors and faculty out there, a way we can do this is by developing rubrics for academic writing so our students know what to expect and that our students are judged fairly and objectively. So we are grading writing assignments the same for every student based on these objective rubrics. And then we also want to make sure that we understand our institution's academic integrity policies and make sure that we are following them and modeling them and enforcing them with others. Even if we are at an institution that maybe doesn't enforce those policies, as scholars, if we are really trying to apply academic integrity to our academic writing and promote it at the institutions that we work for, we want to make sure that we are following and understanding and enforcing those policies. So this can get a little bit complicated when we dive into AI. So we've been using AI in academic writing for years. Microsoft Word has had spell check. We've used citation generators for many years. But academic writing or academic integrity is becoming an ethical question when it comes to the use of AI because AI is developing at such a rapid pace. But I think there are ways that we can use AI to really aid and help us with our academic writing. So for example, we have writing analysis tools that will give us feedback and suggestions on grammar, writing style, readability. And especially if you are not a native English speaker and you are writing in English, these can be really helpful tools to give you feedback and to help you improve your writing. We have plagiarism detection that we can use as both professors and faculty to check for plagiarism in students, but also as we are producing our own academic work, we can use these plagiarism detectors to make sure that we are not accidentally plagiarizing in the work that we're producing. And then finally, we have AI writing assistants like ChatGPT that actually will generate ideas and draft content. And this is where we get into some gray areas with when we're looking at ethics in academic writing. So we're going to look a little bit closely at how to use things like ChatGPT and writing assistants a little bit more ethically. So a couple of ethical considerations we want to take into account when using AI is that AI is taking work from thousands and thousands of different publicly available content, and it's not citing the resources or the sources that that information is coming from. So there are some real major issues with the potential for plagiarism with using AI generated work. And we also don't know how reliable that information is. We are not being provided with the sources of that information in AI generated work. So we don't know if it's reliable information. We don't know if it's misinformation, false information. We don't know if it's objective and unbiased. We talked earlier about making sure we're open to diverse backgrounds and ideas, and it's hard to really evaluate if we are being open and unbiased when we're using AI generated work. So, and then finally, we have to worry about skill development. If AI is being relied on for academic writing and research, it's going to impact our ability as scholars to develop our research skills, our critical thinking skills, our communication skills, and our creative skills. So there's a fine line that we are really riding with using AI. So some best practices, some suggestions for best practices for AI in academic writing is to view AI as an assistant, not a replacement for your own writing, your own creativity, your own critical thinking. So yes, it can help you with a task such as use that AI to help you with brainstorming and creating outlines to kind of give you a nudge and get you started with your research or academic writing. Use it to help you generate citations. Use it to help you improve your writing by getting feedback. I mean, it's almost like having your own private writing lab to be able to give you feedback on your writing. But you need to make sure you're really critically evaluating any suggestions or work generated by AI. You need to review it. You need to review it critically, evaluate it, and make sure that you're not just blindly using AI because it's going to generate mistakes, it's going to generate errors. So let it assist you, but don't let it replace your own writing, your own creativity. Make sure that you are generating your own content, not relying on AI to do that for you. But if you do use AI to generate any work, you want to make sure you cite it. And that Purdue OWL that I referred to earlier, with all of the different style guides available in Purdue OWL do have guides for citing AI-generated work. So you want to make sure that you become familiar with those if you are using AI. So, all right, that was a lot of information really quick. I don't know if we have any time for questions. I think we might be out of time. I'll let the moderator let us know if we have time for a question or two.
Thank you, Monica, very much for a very informative and really, really useful presentation, and sorry for the inconvenience that we caused. Does anyone have any questions? So the presentation is so impressive that they're, cannot share their ideas and thoughts, but I do have a question that I received from one of our colleagues from China. Is there an official document at the US colleges or universities that students need to sign promising to follow the academic integrity rules, anti-plagiarism rules, and so on, and other similar documents for the faculty as well?
Yeah, it is very common at U.S. universities to have what they call an honor code a lot of times, and students are required to read and understand and sign this honor code saying that they are going to uphold certain standards for academic integrity. So, to my knowledge, every university and every accredited university in the United States is going to have very clear policies on academic integrity and what the consequences are for not following those academic integrity policies. So if you are engaging in academic dishonesty or misconduct, there are clear policies for that. So yes, I think some institutions do a much better job of communicating those policies and making sure students understand them, and faculty as well. But yes, universities will have policies, and generally it is standard practice for students to have to sign that they understand them and for faculty to have to go through some type of training to make sure they understand them. That's a great question.
Yeah, okay, I understand that there are policies, but the question was, do they have a document that they have to sign or not, an official document that?
Yeah, it depends on the university,
Yeah,
but often
okay.
yes, often there is a document. There, it's a lot of times it's called an honor code, and
Okay.
yes,
They do.
when students register at the university, they'll have to sign that honor code.
So that's a great idea that we do have such documents here in Russia, and probably not only in Russia, in all other countries. So there should be universal agreement, okay? Universal agreement that we are honest and we follow all the rules. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Monica. I wish you a wonderful day or night.
Thank you so much for allowing me to participate, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Okay, thank you, Monica. Thank you. And now we have another speaker, Tatiana Alenkina. Tatiana Alenkina is a doctor of philosophy, associate professor at Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology, and Tatiana has had a distinguished career in TESOL, focusing on genre pedagogy. In her talk, Tatiana will speak about radical changes of practices and genres that open science digitality has brought about. Tatiana, you're welcome.
Yeah, good
No, press
morning.
the button to speak. No. The mic.
Yeah, so thank you very much for a great opportunity for me to participate in this conference. Today's talk is devoted to quite a fascinating topic of digitality and scientific genres in their interconnection and interrelation with research practices. Sorry.
Can you do? Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
While the first English language book was printed in Oxford in 1478, the humanity has faced 5 centuries of printed books, and in the 1970s, and we know that in 1972 the first email was sent officially, and that marked the beginning of the era of digitality. In the 1970s, there was a paradigm shift to internet-related technologies. In the 1990s, there was a big debate among different proponents of the radical camp who claimed that there was the digital revolution. Their motto was, "Print is dead." Their opponents viewed digitalization as less radical, although logical change towards new practices, genres, and forms of writing. Whether we are in the first claim with our radical motto that print is dead, or we are less radical and more conservative, we still consider digitality or being digital, using Nicholas Negroponcha's word. We still claim that digitality has become a lifestyle and a condition of living in a digital culture with its interactivity and asynchronous way of teaching. The liberation of the text, of the power of print, resulted in the emergence of new digital genres and the evolution of traditional print genres. So, in fact, both camps and both proponents were right. One thing that there is in common between all proponents of the radical camp and the conservative camp is the trend towards popularization. What is popularization? Popularization is catering the needs of diversified audiences of experts and non-experts, which really triggered the change in the concept science with a variety of practices and genres. Practices in the new environment, which is internet-related environment, did change the rhetorical situation and its key components: the writer, the message, the audience, the purpose, and the context. The evolution of genres, the changing of genres, has led to the evolution and change of the genre theory, which is logical enough. The genre theory nowadays is witnessing the so-called discursive turn. Genre is defined as any type of communication in any mode, written, spoken, digital, or artistic, with socially agreed upon conventions developed over time. This is a classic style definition, quite a conventional one, of one of the key follows of the new rhetoric movement. So we will consider the dynamic, professionally oriented system of genres formed in the digitality constraints. Digitality constraints provide digital affordances as well, and the new concept of genre formed the functional genre theory with the focus on diversity and hybridity. The genre theory considers multimodality, interdiscursivity in the context of the participatory culture to be of great significance. Can you help me to move to the next slide? The aim of my presentation is to classify the most influential genres in the modern context of science, with the emphasis on digital affordances, multimodality, and interdiscursivity. We are looking and trying to understand the way towards the multi-perspective classification of scientific genres. And we propose research genres, promotional genres, trans-scientific genres, and presentational genres. Our research questions: first, what evolutionary transformations has a traditional research article undergone in the open science age? And second, how does the participatory culture in the open science age contribute to the emergence of new genres? No, sorry. First, we will talk about the context of Open Science 2.0 and its main characteristics. The 1990s saw the emergence of the first e-journals that formed a new publication model with its key characteristics of openness, fast data dissemination, low cost, and transparent practices of peer review. The year 2004 is the official year when the Web 2.0 era started. The participatory culture and social interaction that is characterized by the content accommodation for diverse audiences of experts and non-experts. If you ask your students about open science age, they would normally say that it's a recent phenomenon, though it is not. The very idea of the open science emerged back in the 16th, 17th century with the Royal Society of London follows. So they still wanted science to be accessible for everyone. And the first journal, the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society, was a great benefit in the process of vernacularization of science. Still, the open science idea developed largely in the 20th and in the 21st century. Open science became closely interrelated with Science 2.0 movement that emerged to incorporate new practices of scientists who post raw experimental results, nascent theories, claims of discovery, and draft papers on the web for others to see and comment on. Nowadays, open science features open data, data sharing, and the transformative practices of the so-called citizen science that serves as public engagement. I'm using the classification suggested by Elzap and Gardner, and I have found it to be quite beneficial and useful for me. So genres that are born digital, blogs, emails, YouTube, Facebook, genres that achieve digitality, technical instructions or university lectures, and finally research articles that have their own digitality thrust upon them. So first, research genres, and I will focus inevitably on research genres and promotional genres in the context of cyber science, using Michael Nentwich's term. Research genres are those that are either born digital, such as registered and pre-registered reports, or have their own digitality thrust upon them, such as a research article with its add-on genres. Promotional genres, as soon as students and we all do care about our careers in the open science age, promotional genres are really important for each of us. Trans-scientific and presentational genres cater the general public. Those are TED Talks and press releases, science news reports, and their presentational counterparts, 3-minute thesis, and public video lectures. All these genres share text external and text internal parameters of digital genres. So the thing is that text genres are remediated. What is remediation? So they just have a different medium. So it is the process of transformation from print to internet or from print to screen. So they change the text external parameters along with digital affordances and text internal parameters such as multimodality and interdiscursivity. Open science is not only the product in the genres. So open science and research is the process as well. I will briefly describe, even describe, but talk about 3 stages. The first one is the choice of topic, which is related to the search for funding. For students, it is quite important to have and to know, to learn what is there in their field, what is there in their discipline, which topic is fundable, which is not. The genre is the crowdfunding grant proposal with the use of multimedia technologies. The resources are diverse. I really like experiment.com, Kickstarter or SciStarter. All these are platforms which do provide some opportunity to see topics and fundable research. The second stage is data gathering, which is largely collaborative, not individual. We have the genre a collaborative lab report and a lab notebook. The resources are diverse, but I recommend labguru.com. It's quite a convenient resource. Data analysis is the third stage. We do not imagine our research, and we cannot imagine it without artificial intelligence. The genre is registered and pre-registered reports. Resources are diverse. Peer review has undergone great changes nowadays. Unfortunately, peer review can be a subject for prejudice, and we witness it in our life due to political and social and maybe ethnic reasons. So open peer review prevents questionable modern practices of publishing research. There are different types of peer review, from peer review, pre-peer review commenting, pre-publication peer review, post-publication peer review, post-publication commenting, portable review, and so on. What is the purpose of this open peer review? Actually, we do need some objective feedback on our work. And there are some external companies such as Rubric and Peerage of Science that provide that independent peer review, sometimes, I think always for a fee. Open peer review does give rise to the genre of preprints. Preprints is not only archive, which we know quite well. Archive used to be and is the oldest repository. But open peer review does have different preprints and different repositories, different opportunities for us to publish and to publicize our research. Remediation of traditional print genre gave a wonderful opportunity for the language of visuals. Actually, it did alter all the languages of science. I really like Gross and Harman's quote that from their seminal book, that the internet has reinvented the scientific article and related communication, and thus affording new possibilities to integrate written and visual communications. An abstract is quite a dramatic, I would say, genre which has undergone great transformations in the open science age. It has different types such as graphical, visual, and video. It caters the needs of general audience in the formats of lay summaries and highlights. The reproducibility of results can be seen in the Journal of Video Experiments and in the video article, quite a new format of article, which is not print-based but video-based, I would say. The dissemination of knowledge should be fast, undoubtedly, and we are living in the fast world. Research letters and reports, communications, perspectives, comments, and replies. All these genres do have the fast turnaround period of publication. The promotional genres of science communication, such as conference abstract, conference paper, and conference presentation, as well as the research grant proposal, do have much in common with research genres. So these genres are also peer-reviewed. However, we have included it in a separate type or class of genres, or even family of genres. Usually, these genres are hybrid, so they have subgenres just as some short, more concise parts, constituent parts of them, such as, for example, a business card and a CV, an extended synopsis, an abstract, or a research proposal. Promotional written genres are great for experts and people getting to be experts with different scientific background. In contrast, presentational and trans-scientific genres cater the interests of wider audiences. Trans-scientific genres are the forms that exist somewhere between professional and popular discourses about science. Those are the genres that form the conversational model of science communication, which is also typical for the open science age. So we can give quite a lot of genres, trans-scientific genres, such as crowdfunding proposals, blogs, databases, and digital news reports. Hybrid interdiscursivity and intertextuality of trans-scientific genres is the key feature of them. So electronic journals and an online news article followed by posting of readers' comments has been called a participatory news article by Jan Bruce. In the convergence culture, the culture where old and new media collide, I'm trying to finish. So there is a hybridity typical for all these genres. And a perfect example is a combination of a blog and a forum in the new Reddit Journal of Science, or a more science-related product of the participatory culture, such as the conversation.com. We can talk about science news reports on web pages and websites, Science Daily, Phys.org, Eureka Alert, or TED Talk videos, which are getting more and more popularity nowadays. Presentational genres of science communication is our last group. 3-minute thesis presentation, which is a popular academic genre. which captures a competitive and high-pressure atmosphere of the modern academy. Although these genres are called popular infotainment or sci-fotainment by our Spanish colleagues. So they are getting increased popularity nowadays among both scholars and teachers and students. One of the resources and opportunities, I would say, is the FAME Lab, 3-minute thesis on STEM subjects, which is the contest that implies the participation of the early career researchers administered by the British Council. To sum up, to wrap up my presentation, we would like to say that first, the digital revolution managed to rethink the concept writing, which is nowadays both alphabetic and image-based. Then, number 2, multimodality and interdiscursivity represent the features of all genres, all group of genres. Research genres, promotional genres, trans-scientific and presentational genres. And finally, last but not least, we would like to emphasize that science is not a monolithic entity, always understood in the same way, but science is a social construct created by different groups with different interests. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Tatiana, for your in-depth analysis of emerging genres. Probably there is a question from the audience.
Thank you very much. So I have such a question. When will Russian scientific community and editorial boards adopt new genres? As far as I know, no Russian journals, they have these visual abstracts or video abstracts and so on and so forth. Though some American, British ones, they have, especially from Scopus and Web of Science. Thank you very much.
It is
prognosis, kind of predictions.
It is hard to make some predictions about the Russian journals, but I think in a way, in some way, maybe we are lagging behind. Although we do need to adopt the international conventions and rules. Maybe it will be in the nearest future. Who knows? I'm not an editor, and I'm not a policymaker, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, fortunately. So it is hard to make to give any predictions nowadays, especially nowadays. No one knows what will be in the nearest future.
I know the best is yet to come. I'm absolutely positive about this. And we all know that there are lots of great Russian journals indexed in Scopus and Web of Science, and it doesn't mean that we are lagging behind. We're not lagging behind. We are developing probably in a different way, and to be understood globally, probably we need to learn more about international conventions and rules. And those who get published, they know those rules, but our role as language teachers is just to provide as much information as necessary for our students so that they could make informed decisions about their publications.
Maybe I meant to say that it's like we're lagging behind in digital-related technologies, probably. Although our students are a little bit conservative about video articles, yeah. So they said they wouldn't like to.
They are modest. They are modest. They are not the celebrities. They are not superstars. That is why.
So, but they tend to be conservative in the good sense of the word.
Yeah.
So they do rely on the text-based just practices.
Classical approach.
Yeah.
Classical
yeah.
approach.
So, and nothing is wrong about that. I'm not saying
Yes.
that. So.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. As always, it was very, very interesting, and thank you for your analysis. And now I would like to invite our next speaker, Artem Segaev, from ITMOR University, where he teaches general English ESP courses for information security and biochemistry, academic writing and presentation skills for both undergraduate and graduate students. And in his talk, Artyom will present a case study exploring the integration of artificial intelligence in English language classes. Artyom, can you hear us? Can you see us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can
Yes,
see you.
great.
What is
Thank
about
you.
from my side? Okay. So, hello everyone. ChatGPT is something that we probably cannot avoid. And by creating AI detecting tools, which are certainly necessary and needed, I think we should embrace all of those technologies and teach our students how to use it ethically. I totally agree with one of our previous speakers, Monica, for pointing out the fact that we should maintain the academic integrity on every level and use all these tools in a proper way. So today I want to share with you some findings of my case study on incorporating AI tools into my English classes. So my presentation is going to be divided into several parts, 4 parts to be exact. First of all, I'll present AI tools that I worked with. Then I'm going to be describing some cases to be precise for bachelor students and master students that I'm working this term. And also, I'm going to be pointing out some problems of using AI, and I'll give my recommendations, and also give you a chance to ask me any questions. So let's start with AI tools, and of course, first and foremost, it's going to be ChatGPT. ChatGPT probably is a well-known source for generating, editing, and using for any occasions and so on. But for example, I'm using ChatGPT OpenAI website, but there is a problem, a little bit of a problem, that free version is actually GPT 3.5, whereas the paid version, more advanced, and also with the recent introduction of ChatGPT 4 Turbo, it's more advanced. And as for some probably limitation that ChatGPT 4 accepts images and as an input generates captions, classifications, more in-depth analysis, and so on. But I probably would not see any difference if we are talking about specifically how to use this tool in particular for teaching writing. So at this point, whether you're using a website, which is probably difficult to access in Russia and so on, but there are still some ways and so on. And at this point, we should probably take a look at some bots that come to rescue. So on Telegram, which is the messaging platform, quite popular one and so on, and I'm using it particularly as my LMS platform, but it's probably a talk for kind of other conference or meeting and so on. But this platform allows you to get access to millions of bots, actually. So you may search for some ChatGPT bots and so on, and after my talk, I'll share them in the comments, which I'm currently using and find quite reliable and credible. So they are not interrupting so they are not sending you so much notifications and so on. So to be precise, we're talking about ChatGPT Telegram bot, and I also used Kandinsky 2.2 bot for creating images. It's actually done by Sber, and I also should mention at this point that Sber nowadays, they also have like a platform looking like ChatGPT, which is GigaChat, but at this point, it's probably not really for pictures because sometimes pictures are not really accurate. But bot is totally fine because and also like everyone can have an easy access to it. And in my curriculum, as I said, I'm using Telegram quite often. So if we talk particularly about my classes, so all students by default, they have their smartphones or tablets or laptops where they, of course, have Telegram and so on. And if they have like access to VPN and ChatGPT, OpenAI, and so on, so that's what we are using at some point. What else? It's Elicit, which is a powerful research assistant that allows you to find articles, it provides summary, and so on. I would say, and maybe it's a little bit soon and so on, but when we're going to be diving into the case of my master's students writing a literature review, probably I'll say that Elicit is quite more reliable in terms of ChatGPT providing some references. And last but not least, there is a wonderful tool which is mostly promoted for English teachers. It's called TWE. When I started using it and applying to my curriculum and so on, it was actually some, not demo version, but it was like open for limited access and so on. So it was like completely free. But at this point, they have started the subscription. So if you register and if you joining the platform now, so you get 5-minute input on all media. So it means you may input a link to YouTube video and so on, and it's going to be generating some tasks, but only for 5 minutes, unfortunately. Whereas if we're talking about paid version, it's like doubled, so it's 10 minutes. And as for some tasks for like fill in the gaps, creating some statements and so on, so you have 50 runs a month for those text tools. And like it was mentioned, videos and so on, only 10 runs a month for free version and so on. So at this point, let's dive into cases. There are 2 of them. First one is my bachelor students, to be precise, B11 level. And the task was writing a profile essay. It was the beginning of a term. So at this point, we just like started, like it was like the first class and so on. As for the case number 2, it's my master students, and the course is academic writing, and levels are vary because in my curriculum I'm teaching master classes for the whole term, and there are 4 of them. So in terms of our syllabus, they are like 8-day classes. So we have 32 academic hours. And basically, like I said, I have like 5-6 groups every term and so on. And to be precise, fall semester is all about academic writing, and spring semester is about presentation skills. So one of the assessment tasks for academic writing course is literature review. And I would say I successfully incorporated ChatGPT or ChatGPT bots into our courses, and I have pretty much good results with that. But let's start with the first case. So like I told you, it was like the beginning of a term. So I didn't have any idea what who my students were going to be and so on. And at this point, I I go to ChatGPT and I have generated some questions for like small talk and so on. So students have had the prompts, and the task was like super simple. It's like a class survey, but at this point it's like class interview. So everyone gets a question. So I had 20 students in my class, and at this point it was like 20 questions. So everyone with a time limit, of course, had to ask this one specific question to everyone in the class, and of course, the person should take notes and so on. And then it was like the second stage of an interview where I divided my class into pairs, and I asked specifically students to find an information on their partner. So basically, they had to continue asking other people questions, like what did they know about this or that person, and so on. So in that case, they remember the names of their group mates, and basically, they are not bombarded with grammar, with some structures, and so on. So it's quite mechanical at this point, but at the same time, it gives them an opportunity to practice speaking and so on. And then, when they collected all of those facts, again, with the time given and so on, they used precisely ChatGPT or ChatGPT Telegram bot with the prompt that you can see on the screen. So if you use this particular prompt, and depending on how many facts you input there, you probably get a quite extensive, quite longest writing and so on. But the point here that students kind of start from backwards. So they have had their text produced, but at this point, they need to edit it by adding some target vocabulary, grammar, and so on and so forth. And of course, we practice such thing as noticing. So I'm specifically ask my students to analyze it, like every time, every structure that they approach, and so on. I mean, especially if it's like comes from the syllabus and so on. It's like because we do have a module test at the end of each semester. So at this point, I have to ensure that my students know the content of the student book and precisely grammar that is supposed to be taught and so on. As for the second case, like my master students here. So let's say the point was because the course is like super intensive, because it's like 8 days and so on. And at this point, I had to ensure that they, first of all, they do understand what is literature review, what are some peculiarities of this particular writing, and basically what the place of this writing in terms of on a bigger picture when you're writing an article and so on. So some step, like all the steps are provided on the slide. And basically, they using ChatGPT or Telegram bot with initial prompt, like write an outline for the following topic. So as for the topic, in terms of our curriculum and so on, we actually don't have a requirement for them to write a whole article and so on. So at this point, we're mostly teaching them how to write an article and so on, because that's how we ensure that they, if they want to proceed their academic researching position and so on. So at this, in this case, they just need basically to understand how the process is going at some point. So they started with like an outline. Then, as you can see, they, of course, they need to analyze it and so on. Then they use, again, they continue talking to AI at this point, like by asking 3-5 references. But here comes a little bit of a problem because they actually may not have the accurate references because ChatGPT is kind of well known for not providing like exact articles. Even if you go to this or that link, you may actually not get an original article. So it's like it doesn't exist at some point. So here Elicit comes to rescue and so on. They may use actually Elicit because they have like topic and so on. So they may put all of those articles. And to be precise, they may take into account because Elicit actually sums up all the articles and so on. So at this point, they know everything in terms of the topic that they are working on. So at that point, ChatGPT is helpful for actually providing a summary on the latest research trends. Of course, they may Google all of that information and so on, but ChatGPT is actually, at this point, is a powerful search kit at some point. Then, of course, they need to work on the definition, which is crucial for understanding their topic. And basically, they may ask to provide the definition, and then they working on like how it evolved and so on and so forth. As for last part of interacting with AI here, they provide it provides them an example and the main criticism. So then they utilize all of that and write a paragraph, basically based on what they have from ChatGPT or Telegram bot. And precisely here, they work on cohesion and coherence, which is, by the way, one of the topics in our course. So at this point, when we have first and a second case, I should point out the problems, like potential problems that could be, especially if you're dealing with AI at some point. So first of all, it's like I've noticed that students become probably more dependent on technology. So they use, and they will probably use AI for everything and so on. But at this point, I would say it's good to remind them that probably not every process it should be automated. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you need to write an email for like 20 or 50 colleagues of yours and so on, and basically some kind of information that you want to spread. So probably yes, you may ask ChatGPT to do the favor at this point. But if it's something that is like supposed to be personalized, it's supposed to be contained with details, it's like academically driven and so on. So probably, and I agree with, again, Monica, our previous speaker, that we should use this technology as an assistance to what we do. One more potential problem, and it could actually happen because every writer has their own voice. And at this point, if we talk precisely about like my B11 group, so they are at the stage when, of course, they need to learn and they need to know how to write different things according to the book and just like according to the level of proficiency and so on. But at the same time, we want to encourage creativity, and everyone should find his or her style in this case. And if we use AI constantly, so probably students, they are losing this part. And last but not least, if we're talking about developing proficiency, fluency, and so on and so forth, they actually do not level up. And they stay at the same level. At this point, a little bit of insight, because our students, bachelor students, they came from different backgrounds and so on. So in some cases, we may have more advanced students, even they like B1 or B2 or C1 or C2. In some cases, it's like they are not quite really a B1 and so on. So at this point, we need to ensure that everyone is developing the skill, the language skill. So, and if we use AI for noticing, for analyzing, for assistance and providing clear instructions, so that's how we actually may ensure that they actually learn. So that was probably quick, but thank you very much for listening. So if we have some time for questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Artyom. Thank you very much for your presentation. Yes, there's a question from the audience, 2 questions, but be quick because we have our next speaker. So you have 2 questions from the audience. Just wait for a sec.
First of all, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned that ChatGPT provides 3 or 5 references approximately, right? I didn't quite catch how exactly this Elicit platform works, since we all know that ChatGPT, well, we have to deal with all these hallucinations, and it doesn't definitely make you sound more credible, and the information is not accurate, so how exactly do you have to check it, and the students in particular, in the first place?
Okay, so as for the first part of the question, so at this point, we probably, without diving into technology here, so ChatGPT is basically summing up all the information that could be found on the internet, whereas Elicit is more precise in terms of finding articles, because it has connections with ResearchGate and some other platforms like that. So at this point, Elicit is more accurate just because it works specifically with those platforms that we may use for finding articles, like for preparing review and so on and so forth. And as for definition part and so on, so at this point, because again, students, they have to analyze, they have to think critically at this point. So, and I actually allow them just like to work on the definition that they got from the ChatGPT or ChatGPT bot, because they also quite different at this point, whereas ChatGPT gives you like an instant answer, whereas in ChatGPT bot you sometimes have to wait. And as I mentioned, the differences in versions and so on. So some ChatGPT bots on Telegram, they claim to be ChatGPT 4. So at this point, they provide a little bit more accurate results.
Okay.
But the prompt...
I didn't do... I didn't do anything. I have no keyboard.
So,
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes and no.
Recap the second part of the speech. Just in a nutshell, because we didn't hear the last part.
Just the very last sentence, Artyom.
Oh, the very last sentence. So, prompting is the key, and basically depending on what tool you're using, like it's either ChatGPT or ChatGPT bot, because bots are claimed to be ChatGPT 4, whereas the website is 3.5 if it's not like paid version and so on.
Okay.
So at this point, bots could be
Artyom, just okay, sorry. I know that you have so much to say, and we would be happy to invite you, okay, to speak more and more and more. But we do have one brief question from my PhD student, international student. Can you introduce yourself and then ask a question? But Artyom, be brief, please. Okay.
Okay.
My question is,
How much can we rely on ChatGPT? Yeah. To
We
maintain
may,
the quality, Artem, to maintain the quality of teaching, okay?
yeah, of
And
course.
learning.
We probably may take all pieces of advice from ChatGPT into account, but at the same at the same case, at the same side, we probably cannot rely fully. I would say 25-50% sometimes, because still it's like you the teaching the class, not AI.
Okay. Thank you, Artyom. Thank you again. That was amazing. And now let me introduce our next speaker, Sonshu Zhuang, an English language teacher and associate professor in the School of Foreign Language Studies at Harbin Engineering University, that is in China. Professor Sonshu Zhuang is mainly teaching the courses of academic writing, IELTS training, English for academic communication. She also focuses her research on translation and American studies and literature. In her talk, Sonshu Zhuang will discuss how ChatGPT can be applied purposefully and systematically in writing instruction to improve writing accuracy and discourse awareness. Professor Sonshu Zhuang, are you with us?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Can you hear us? Can you? Can you hear us? Can you see us?
Yeah.
Okay, then you're welcome. Okay, the floor is
Okay.
yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your very kind introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's afternoon in my city, okay? And I'm honored to have this opportunity to address such distinguished professors and colleagues. My topic today I want to share with you is about impact of ChatGPT on academic paper writing. I will divide my presentation into 4 parts. To begin with, I want to introduce some background information. Then I will try to introduce some of the challenges and the potentials of ChatGPT on academic paper writing. Because now I'm just a EAP teacher to teach academic paper for the postgraduates. So mostly they just talk something about with me concerned with the use of ChatGPT in their paper writing. I just find, okay, more and more challenges to deal with for the English academic paper writing teachers. So today I want to share something with you, and also I want to learn something from you, get some advice. How do you think I can identify it clearly for the sources of the students in their paper writing? You know, it's so hard to find out if they have used ChatGPT text or not. Okay, let's begin. Okay, first I want to show some background information. Actually, we all know the AI development is so rapid, you know, its rapid developments really aroused increasing attention in academia. And when we write academic papers, I think AI just helps us so much, especially we can learn writing methods, we can improve our writing skills, and even ease anxieties for the novice speakers, especially the launch of ChatGPT, the 4.1. I think stand the whole world, and also to change the academic practices, not only for the paper writing, but also for the classroom teaching practices. Okay, just like we can see here, ChatGPT, just short for Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer, was developed by the US-based startup OpenAI in November 2022. Only 1 year later, just powered by a large language model, it nearly changed the whole academia. So it can produce natural and human-like responses across different topics. Just easily enough, We just type in our questions or prompts in the search box, then we can just get answers. Okay, it really, get warm welcomed in academic circle. I think it also changed my way to write my paper and to deal with the academic problems in the classroom. Okay, then we try to see these two pictures on this slide, We can compare with these two pictures. In 2022 and 2023, we can easily find that, the introduction of the website of the into the ChatGPT just changed a lot from the dialogue format transformed into a conversation AI that can chat with a human being. So from this change, we can see that ChatGPT has become a very, very powerful writing tool. And its strong capabilities and change our way to write our paper, I think. And it can generate academic text. But these academic texts, I think, just easily involved in academic plagiarism, I think. And it will cause more controversies also in academia. So even the developers ever admitted in public, ChatGPT may produce inaccurate and unintelligible feedback. So therefore, some academic journals, just like Nature and Science, they try to limit it. They try to limit even the ban. The AI generated text, including the text itself, the figures, sometimes including, the charts part. They think that this kind of information will be connected with plagiarism. So from one article in Science entitled, here we can see that, it's not just the author, it's just the ChatGPT. ChatGPT is fun, but it's not the real author. So from this, we can see that, limited by the AI generated text, we find that a lot of academic integrity problems, So in this context, I think we may try to consider these questions. What are the strengths and weaknesses of ChatGPT on academic paper writing and classroom teaching practices? And as an EAP teacher, how do you think we can deal with these challenges successfully? I want to move on to the second part. So I want to show you some of the challenges of ChatGPT. And the one challenge I think must concern with academic integrity. You know that seriously enough in academia, first is authorship. For the authorship, just now we just mentioned, this article from the Science entitled "ChatGPT is fun, but not an author." So just published in 2023, this is January. And it just explained that, they don't need the ChatGPT or just AI generated text. They think all of these just concern with ethical consideration. Then the second I want to mention, it is serious enough in academia concern with the ChatGPT's materials. It is plagiarism. I think it's serious enough because a powerful writing tool, so ChatGPT really expand conventional definition of plagiarism. And to deal with it, the pioneer should be Edward Tian, from Princeton University. Just this year, he just established GPT-0 to deal with ethical consideration at a course. And on the website, it is mentioned. So GPT-0, it's not just AI detector, but it can preserve we are human being. I think so sometimes, just like, they said, do you think, okay, the use of ChatGPT can make our paper writing transparent. So we think that we try to bring transparency to the human world. So we don't think we need a world just filled with AI content. It's more than AI, I think. Second challenge, I think we must try to mention imprecise AI-generated content. Actually, when we mention this, we must try to come back to see ChatGPT is trained on a very wide range of textual data. Mostly, it will fail to meet expectation of logical reasoning, I think. I just use it more, especially recently. I just want to find some of the differences. So between ChatGPT's writing mode and real humans' writing mode. And sometimes I just find very ambiguous information. Why we say it's ambiguous? Because it just brings us some of the misunderstanding. You know, just OpenAI ever explained on its own website, ChatGPT sometimes just writes plausible sounding and incorrect information. They are sometimes even give us nonsensical answers. Its feedback sometimes I don't think is credible. And even from this, we can find some of the fake and misleading responses. And if we just use these responses for our paper writing, I think our academic study will be in vain in the end. So how to deal with the challenges of this kind of fake and misleading responses from the ChatGPT should be one of the future topics for the researchers in this field, I think. And next one, I want to say something about the content. ChatGPT, we don't think the content it offered just fair enough, because even the OpenAI cannot filter all the false information from the ChatGPT. So sometimes it just see some biased content, especially related with violence, racism, and prejudice. So especially for the students, if they just find these contents and also use them in their paper writing, I think it should be the serious problem. So if it exists, both academics and students should be cautious about it. And next is about unstable content, sometimes I just insert the same prompts, but I have different content. So we should take consideration of the instability of the ChatGPT text, academic text especially, we have the different responses from the ChatGPT. So mostly we should try to chat with the AI several times. Then we try to form the best version for our paper writing, The next one, just the previous speaker ever mentioned. So mostly, especially for the students, we don't think they are lazy, but they just have the easy way to use. Why do you think they make effort, to review the literature or just make more data collection? So they just have the over-reliance on ChatGPT content. In this way, they just have the learning loss in critical thinking and creativity, we think. And this can undermine the important goals of their writing pedagogy, I think. Then it also concerned with the digital gap. I ever also tried, we have different prompts, then we have different content, just now we mentioned. But it's good enough for us to have the potentials and the opportunities to use AI-generated text, maybe to help us to do something or as assistance. But sometimes, for some of these stubborn researchers, so they don't want to use the content of ChatGPT, then it will cause the very big digital gap. Even among the students, that is the same.
Something,
potentials in
something,
academic.
okay, there is a technical issue. Hours?
Potentials in academic paper writing. Just you can see from this picture, okay, the figure is shown on the right. You see ChatGPT's influence, especially for us research conception, for us academic writing itself, even for us proofreading, editing, and academic publishing. So ChatGPT can nearly do everything for us. But actually, how to pick up, the force. We can pick an idea, so it can extract ideas for us. It can generate typed keywords for us. It can make us a new research design, and as assistants, it can give us a new literature review, just save our efforts. And also, they make a very good summary to help us to go more. And even they can correct our grammar and spelling mistakes. Really, it helps us a lot to do this. And I just take this work as an example and to show how ChatGPT can help us in academic paper writing. And firstly, it can just provide us research trend. You know that, just see, I just, okay, tap the title of this, the trend in the research idea of ChatGPT's impact on academic paper writing. Then ChatGPT just provide me the answer. They just give me the 8 items of research trend. It is really, okay, more enough, to decide one I should use. And also, if I give the more information to ask more trends in this field, and it will give me another 6 items to do. Then, in this way, we think that, maybe items itself is not enough. Then I just type the new question, ask ChatGPT to show the examples of each trend. Then it just gives me the list of examples of each trend. You can see from this picture. Now, it's really very convenient for the academic paper writing. We just have a new trend, but we have a lot of choices. And second, it also provides feedback on afterlines. We use this title, I just type the prompts, outline of research paper on impact of ChatGPT on academic paper writing challenges and the potentials. Then the ChatGPT just provides details and clear outline, just shown here, very clear outline. Even according to the outlines, you try to, make it revise, then you can use it as the outline of your paper writing. It really save our time and energy to do so. And the next one, ChatGPT also can provide feedback on each part of outline. Just now we mentioned, you have the trend, some literature, you have the idea. And if you just ask one part from your outline to get details, then ChatGPT will give you the details of every part. In this way, you nearly try to finish the whole paper writing. For example, I just write, I just use write a literature review with a citation. Then it just provide me a 474 word literature review. I think this review just too long. Then I just limit the number of the words with 100 literature review. Then they just provide me within 100 word literature review. And maybe we cannot see very clearly, this review just like a real review with the citation, with the authors, even showed me the references at the end of the review. Conveniently enough, ChatGPT also can provide error corrections for our paper writing. I think especially useful enough for our classroom practices. So here is an example, it's the first review of ChatGPT for the students writing results part, And we just have the prompts, then ChatGPT just gave me the revision part. And see that, the revision part just maybe not totally correct, but actually they just change the way of the structure, the grammar, the word choice, and even the coherence. It just make this part of the writing and clear and logical enough. And I think it's more coherent than before. Back on students' writing. So here, I can show you one example. That is ChatGPT's feedback on grammar and logic of an abstract from student. We can have a comparison with them. For one thing, ChatGPT just gave me the revision one, okay, abstract. And also, he just gave us sentence-to-sentence correction, including consistency, usage of article, sentence structure, and coherence. All of these combined together and just make this abstract just logical and consistent enough. And based on this, the students can make his abstract writing, I think, more effective than before, especially sometimes they will give me just a bland abstract. Just have the keywords, but with not enough contents. It's useless sometimes. The writing practice in classroom, for the classroom practices, we think that ChatGPT also can generate classroom teaching materials. In this way, they help both students and teachers. They help students evaluate the quality of feedback. It saves the efforts of the teachers, lessen the burden of the lectures in the classroom. And also by comparing AI-generated text with the real authors, they find the differences between them. Then it's easy to help them and to use both of the literature and to do their academic research. In this way, the students can improve their academic paper writing skills. I think it's good enough. In the end, I will make a conclusion. We can see that ChatGPT is not threatening, but academic support. I think so. And for one thing, I want to make some recommendation in the future. So we try to explore the way to integrate ChatGPT into the EAP writing and teaching practices. I think it is possible. But actually, we need to train the academics in university to recognize AI-generated content while assessing students' homework, especially writing part. And for this part, I think we try to have the training, We investigate the linguistic features of ChatGPT generated text, and we compare them with the writing by the real human writers. By comparison, we know the difference of the linguistic features between them. And in the end, maybe the teacher will have the good comparison with the students' writing and ChatGPT's. And they try to avoid the problems of plagiarism. And also, for teaching practice classroom, they will have the higher requirement for the teachers. The teachers try to design more critical and higher level questions for students. And also, they try to hire their assessment standards. You know that only the good assessment standards get improved, and the students can improve their writing abilities in the end. In the world, we try to keep alert to its potential pitfalls, and we try to integrate it into academic paper writing and classroom teaching practices. I think we cannot avoid AI's development. It's new technology to change the world. And then we can just use our changes, and we can use our use of knowledge and to make a more sensible decision and go further in academic investigation. Okay, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your very, very interesting presentation. I'm not sure if we have questions. Do we have questions from the audience? Because I do have a question. Yes, we have a question. Just a sec, okay? Your question, I mean. Could you hear the question? Is it possible to detect plagiarism? Okay, plagiarized text, text generated by ChatGPT. Okay,
Plagiarism.
sure. Sonshu Zhuang,
Yeah?
did you hear the question?
No, I didn't hear it.
Okay, so I will try to rephrase the question. Can ChatGPT can we detect text generated by ChatGPT, not written by a human, by ChatGPT? Yeah, plagiarized text.
Yeah, so it's now I think it's a little harder for us to do so.
It is impossible, right?
Yeah, we have the GPT-0 now, and we have this website, and if you want to find out if the ChatGPT's materials concerned with the plagiarism, maybe you can check from this website, GPT-0. And also, I think in the future, we think we can have these kind of changes to detect if the ChatGPT's materials just a plagiarism or falsification. One of my suggestions is for the academic practices, we try to have waterproof for the generation of the ChatGPT text. But now some of the journals, editors just use it, They just waterproof the material. Then we know that it is just generated by ChatGPT. And also, it is concerned with that is the false authorship. You know that, ChatGPT can generate a new academic paper for us without checking problems. So it's really threatening enough for the real human writers, I think. So we try to have some of the, we think, technology to deal with the technology. We have the new technology in the future, or just new website, just like OpenAI or ChatGPT to deal with these kind of problems. Also, for the teacher ourselves, we try to learn not only technology, but we try to compare ourselves. Just for this nearly 1 month comparison, ChatGPT's materials and also the real authors, academic paper, literature, by comparison, but I didn't list the data now. I haven't formed the data at the present. I try to do it. And I just find differences, for the ChatGPT's linguistic features nearly the same.
Okay.
So if we read more of them, it's very easy for us to detect
Yeah.
it is the ChatGPT's, but not the real human writers.
Thank you.
We try to learn these features. Then by the comparison, we have the more changes and differences. Then it's not very hard for us to do so. And also with the help of technology, we don't think in the future, it will concern so much, challenges. It should be one of the systems to help us to go further in our study, I think.
Thank you very much, Professor Sonshu Zhuang, for the presentation, for the answers. And now I have to present our next speaker from Belarus, an outstanding researcher, senior researcher from National Research University of Electronic Technology, which is in Russia. And Dmitry Karpinsky is also a researcher of the State Scientific and Production Association, Scientific Practical Materials Research Center of the National Academy of Sciences of Belarus.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, just a second. Okay, let's welcome Dmitry Karpinsky, a researcher from Belarus. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you and we can see your presentation.
Okay, nice. So, firstly, I'd like to thank to the organizer who gave me the opportunity to present my talk. It's quite spontaneous because I've been asked to substitute the speaker who couldn't attend this conference. So, my talk is quite short, just to present myself and the area of my scientific interest and video. Sorry. Yeah, I'm
Good. Thank you.
Can you see me?
Yeah.
Nice, sorry. So, what I'd like to say, again, thanks for the presentation. My name is Dmitry Karpinsky. I work in material science area, have a PhD in physics, and my scientific interests are quite far from the topic of the conference, but we will try to find something joint. So I mainly deal with functional oxides, with electric, magnetic, piezoelectric, and some other quite useful properties. And I use different methods to study structure on local microscopic level and the properties of these materials. I mean, myself and my team are quite active in publications. You can see some parameters, and just to emphasize that my primary affiliation, the organization where I work at, it's Scientific Practical Materials Research Center, which belongs to the National Academy of Science of Belarus. Belarus is quite a small country located in Europe. You can see the map. Who didn't know this? And the photo of the Academy of Science main building at our institute. So, National Academy of Science, it's a chief organization, and a lot of institutes belong to the scientific institute belong to the, or inside the structure of National Academy of Science as our institute. And the Academy of Science is quite active unit in terms of international cooperation. They have a close cooperation, scientific and technical, with a number of organizations around the world. So according to the official information I put on the slide, we have a close technical and scientific cooperation with more than 85 countries. And this cooperation is implemented in different forms. We have more than 200 cooperation agreements signed between our institutes and the Academy of Science and the different scientific and production centers. We are a member of international organizations, the abbreviations are written here. We have a number of joint centers which are located in the institutes inside the Academy of Science. It's written more than 40 international research centers organized and do some science. We have quite active foreign economic activity and provide some not only scientific but technological products, goods, equipment, and so on. And of course, we organize some scientific events in forms of conferences, meetings, summer schools, and so on. So this is about our Academy of Science and about our institute. We also quite active in our international cooperation. We organize quite historical conference, which is called Actual Problems of Scientific State Physics. This story is longer than 40 years, and the last times we organize it every 2 years. The previous one was in 2021. It was a bit hampered and limited because of COVID pandemic limitations, but we still organize it in hybrid format, online, offline, who were able to visit us, who couldn't give the lecture via different online platforms, and the last one was organized in this May. And also it was in hybrid format, and you see some photos and a screenshot of the preceding books. So it was really a nice experience, and I would say because of these communications, my talk today is because of the cooperation initiated during this conference. So we involved in different projects and programs organized by scientific sponsors. We have local funding agencies like the Russian Republican Foundation for Fundamental Research, its official name. Also some projects, scientific projects supported by National Academy of Science and State Committee on Science and Technology. And inside, or according to the rules of these sponsors, we can cooperate either inside, so there are some national project and international bilateral or multiple project. So there are some opportunities to set up new cooperation or to support the existing communications. So we also have quite close cooperation with our Russian colleagues via local scientific agencies like Russian Science Foundation and Russian Foundation for Basic Research. And of course we were because our cooperation is stopped from the last year. We were quite active in European Union funding activities via program Horizon and some other. So I personally was involved in the so-called RISE project, was a scientific coordinator of the project. I'd like to say a few words about this project because it was quite important for us, for cooperation and for communication we are talking about. So it was a scientific project. Some parameters are mentioned on the slide. It was a consortium, scientific consortium, consisting of seven units and located in 6 countries. According to the rules of this program, there should be academic and non-academic organization, and EU inside EU and outside EU. So it was quite interesting cooperation project. The organizations involved in the project are mentioned here. So mainly when I wrote it, I used my personal contacts because of my certain experience dealing with European units. I just asked my colleagues about possible participation in this project, and some colleagues agreed. So thanks for them for this nice experience. So, and inside this project, we mainly did some scientific, solved some scientific problems, but one of the part of the project, and it was directly declared in the information, that it's not only scientific, but also for cooperation. And then I wrote the proposal. It was quite difficult for me because this management and preparation part of the proposal was quite important and heavy. So thanks to my colleagues who assist me to write this part. And it's really important, as I understand now, especially. This is a photo of our last meeting, ended in the August this year. So I think this kind of project is really important to activate the existing cooperation between the research unit and people mainly, and to establish new cooperation. And now I really realize that it was very important for myself personally, for my team, especially young people. There is a special term, early stage researcher. And according to the rules of this program, the number of the researchers experienced and early stage research should be balanced, and in favor, of course, young people. So this is important, I mean, to cooperate. And I've been asked about my opinion, how I feel, what is more important issue in the cooperation. I don't know, probably this personal opinion and background which is formed during this cooperation. Because once I met some guys 10, 15 years ago, only recently, not only, but especially recently, I used these contacts and we applied for this program and we succeed. It's my personal opinion. So mainly, that's all I'd like to say you. If you have some questions, you're welcome.
Dmitry, certainly we have lots of questions. Do we? We do. Okay. There's
Okay.
just Alena, just a sec. Okay. So that you could see Alena. Okay. We have lots of questions, but we don't have much time, but we do have questions.
Yeah, at least
Okay,
say
okay.
from
You're
your
welcome.
personal experience and from your perspective, what are the best way to foster and facilitate this international cooperation? Yet taking into account political agenda and some restrictions which were imposed. So what are the best ways for you?
I'm not sure I
To
got
foster,
the
what is the best
not
way
very
to
good
foster international collaboration?
to foster.
To
That's a
foster.
problem, especially now. To be active, I would say. To know the rules, to know the official information, and to be active and to probably sometimes to insist. Because personally, I got a lot of information from different people with some proposals and so on. And sometimes it's not easy to answer, and sometimes I think, oh, it's not important and so on. But if person is quite active and send me reminder and so on, so and to highlight her interest, I mainly react. So I think it's probably not very polite advice, but to be active.
Always,
to be active.
okay?
Yeah, yeah.
To be active, yeah, to be
Yeah.
active. Be active, okay? That,
Be active and informed about the rules.
yes, be active and informed. To be informed, we need to be active, okay? We need to
Also,
learn.
yes, yes.
All right. There's, okay, any other questions? I will. Can I ask my question?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So, in fact, it is not my question. That's a question from one of their, from a colleague of mine from university in South Ural State University. So, what arguments can you use to motivate and inspire researchers to write and publish in English? So should we? So that's
How to motivate?
That's a hot topic, and it is not. This topic is not discussed only in Russia. It is discussed globally, because in other countries where English is not a native language, researchers they also have this dilemma: to be or not to be, whether to write in English or in a national language. So the question
I would
is,
say it's not a good idea to motivate. I would consider this activity as obligatory. So to be a scientist means you have to write, to think in English, to have some cooperation, colleagues. So it's a must. I would say it's a necessary part of your scientific life. Another, it's not possible to be a local scientist. It's you're not a scientist if you're local.
science is global, right?
Yep.
Science is global.
Yeah, science, it's a global, stuff.
Yeah, it's never done in an isolated lab.
Yeah. In each paper, I would say, nearly in each, we have a cooperation between at least probably 5 research units located in different countries. It's not possible to make some real interest in science by probably for some theoretician guys, but we do some experiments, so it's not easy.
And my final question, last question, okay? I cannot help asking it. Do you ever, tell us honestly, do you ever use ChatGPT when you write your
Frankly
papers?
speaking, never.
Never?
Not only for science, but sorry
Never.
for this.
Okay,
my
yes.
old school
Yes, this technology
style,
is a buzzword.
but I didn't use it at all.
Yes, that's what I wanted to hear. Yeah, ChatGPT is a buzzword.
Yeah, it's not fair play.
It's a game changer. And the question is, if it hurts sometimes to use ChatGPT, probably we should ban it. I don't know.
I guess each high-ranked journal should check the the text.
They do,
And,
they do, they do, they do, and that's great. I like.
so
I
don't
like
try
this.
to cheat.
Yes, yeah. Thank you very much. Your contribution was very, very important and interesting because you spoke on behalf of researchers about the use of language for international collaboration and communication.
I hope
Thank
it
you
was
very
useful.
much.
You're
So
welcome.
do we do have another speaker? We do?
Bye.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Bye.
And our next speaker is Jiang Xinxin, another speaker from Harbin Engineering University, which is in China, Deputy Director of the Graduate Public English Teaching and Research Department. And, okay. Do we have, yes, thank you. Jiang Xinxin, thank you for, no, we cannot see your presentation.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but I guess this slide is from the previous presentation. Yeah, Dmitry needs to quit the session. Just, will you just bear with us just a sec? Dmitry needs to stop his presentation, yes, and only then. So we welcome you here in Moscow, and that's a great pity that we just communicate online but not face-to-face. But I do hope that next time we meet somewhere in person, either in China or in Russia or elsewhere, to discuss these very, very important issues of the usage of ChatGPT, which is, as I said, a buzzword these days. Yeah, okay, now the presentation is yours. Can you see your presentation?
Okay, so distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very great pleasure for me to be here to deliver a speech at this conference. Today, I would like to provide a brief overview on the transformation of university English teachers' roles in the digital context. And I have divided my presentation into 4 parts. Part 1, the changing roles. Part 2, key factors. Part 3, assessment methods. And last part is main challenges. So let's begin with part 1, the changing roles of university English teachers as they adapt to digital context, where technology and online resources have become integral to language learning. So the first thing I want to share is that university English teachers are now integrating various digital tools and online resources into their teaching, such as interactive language learning apps, online grammar and vocabulary exercises, and multimedia content to engage students in language learning. And with the rise of online learning platforms, university English teachers are now facilitating virtual communication and collaboration among students through discussion forums, video conferencing, and collaborative writing tools. They are also guiding students in using digital communication tools effectively for language practice and literation and interaction. And also, our English teachers are modifying their teaching method to suit the online delivery format, such as creating learning materials, recording video lectures, and designing interactive online activities that promote independent learning and self-paced progress. And the next thing is, with the help of digital tools, university teachers are now able to provide personalized feedback on students' language skills and assignment more efficiently using features like track changes in word processing software, audio feedback tools, and online grading platform. And our teachers now emphasizing the development of digital literacy skills and critical thinking in their language teaching as well, guiding students in evaluating and using online resources effectively, critically analyzing digital text, understanding the nuances of digital communication. And in the digital context, university English teachers are adopting flexible and blended learning approaches, combining traditional face-to-face instruction with online components to cater to diverse learning styles and accommodate students' individual needs and preferences. And our teachers are continuously updating their knowledge and skills in using new technologies and digital tools for language teaching, staying abreast of the latest trends and developments in the field of digital language learning. And the second part, I'd like to share some specific examples for the key factors driving the transformation of university English teachers' roles in digital context. And first, let's look at some specific examples for proliferation of digital platforms and tools. The availability of language learning apps such as this one, the Duolingo, now is very popular. Okay, and by using these tools, teachers are integrating those apps into their curriculum to supplement traditional teaching methods and provide additional practice opportunities for students. And by using this app, students can learn some other foreign language as well. Not just like Chinese, we learn English as our first foreign language. Maybe you can choose some other language as your second or third foreign languages as well. And maybe the foreigners, you can also use this software to learn Chinese. And the second example I'd like to share is about the democratization of information. And nowadays, online resources such as 智慧树 and Ring Classroom, that is very widely used in our HEU, in our Harbin Engineering Universities. And we can, as teachers, we can leverage these resources to create inclusive and equitable learning environments, where students can access a wide range of authentic language materials, regardless of their geographical location and some socioeconomic status. And the third part is about the demands of diverse students' body. So with the increasing diversity of student population in universities, English teachers are adapting their teaching approaches to accommodate students with varying language proficiency levels, learning styles, and even the cultural backgrounds. So those examples just illustrate how the digital platforms and tools and the democratization of information and demands of a diverse student body are driving the changing roles of university teachers as they adapt to the digital context. And the third part I want to share with you is about some assessment methods. Nowadays, the digital assessment methods has significantly transformed the way teachers provide feedback to students. And there are several ways for the digital assessment methods to facilitate this process. And the first one is instant feedback. And the digital assessment tools allow the teachers to provide immediate feedback to students. And the second is multimedia feedback. And some digital assessment methods enable teachers to provide feedback in various formats, such as audio recording, video annotations, and written comments as well. And the third is trackable progress. So some digital assessment platforms often include features that track students' progress over time. Teachers can also monitor individual and class-wide platform trends, identifying patterns of strengths and weakness. And number 4 is peer and self-assessment tools. Digital platforms can facilitate peer and self-assessment tools as well that could allow students to provide feedback to their peers and reflect on their own work. And number 5 is customized rubrics and criteria. Some digital assessment methods often allow for the creation of customized rubrics and assessment criteria. And the teacher can tailor these tools to align with specific learning objectives and provide clear expectations for students as well. And the last one is about continuous dialogue. And some tools just facilitate ongoing communication between teachers and students. Through email, messaging platforms, or discussion forums, teachers can engage in continuous dialogue with students, addressing questions, concerns, and feedback in a timely manner. The open communication fosters a dynamic learning environment characterized by active engagement and collaboration. Overall, the development of digital assessment methods just empowers teachers to provide timely and constructive feedback. And here, I'd like to share with you some useful tools that we can use to give students some instant feedback. And the first one is the Google Docs. So it is just widely used word processing platform that allow real-time collaboration and commenting. Teachers can provide feedback directly within the document, offering suggestions, corrections, and comments as students write. Google Docs also supports voice typing, which can be used to provide verbal feedback. And even the Microsoft Word with track changes. So this feature just enables teachers to make edits and comments directly in the document, which students can review and accept or reject. This allows for the detailed feedback and revision tracking. And the next one is Turnitin. So this is a plagiarism detection and writing feedback tool that provide instructors with the ability to leave comments and feedback directly within the student papers. It also offers features for grading and originality checking. And the next one is Grammarly. Just from its name, we know that it is just a writing assistant tool that provides real-time feedback on grammar, spelling, punctuation, and even the style. And the next one that I want to recommend you to use is called the Feedback Panda. Okay, so it is a management tool designed for language teachers, particularly those teaching English as a foreign language. So it streamlines the process of providing personalized feedback to students, including writing assignments. And nowadays, so many Chinese teachers, they prefer to use this app. In Chinese, it's called 批改网. They also use this kind of app to give instant feedback to the students' writing. And the last part I want to share with you is about the challenges that the university English teachers face in the evolving landscape of education, particularly in the context of the digital transformation and increasing emphasis on continuous professional development. And the first challenge we are facing is about adapting to the new teaching methodologies. So the evolving landscape of education requires English teachers to adapt to new teaching methodologies, including the integration of digital tools and resources. This also involves learning how to effectively incorporate technology into language instruction, such as using digital assessment tools, online collaboration platforms, and even language learning apps. And the second challenge is about continuous professional development. So with the rapid advancement in language learning research, pedagogy, and technology, the English teachers are faced with the ongoing need for continuous professional development. We need to stay updated with the latest teaching strategies, language assessment methods, and educational technologies as well. And the third challenge we are facing is about managing information overload. So the abundance of information, resources, and tools available in the digital age can lead to information overload for English teachers. Sorting through vast amounts of educational content, research articles, teaching resources, and technology applications can be overwhelming. So teachers must navigate this information landscape to identify relevant evidence-based practices and resources that can align with their teaching goals. And the fourth challenge we are facing is about balancing traditional and digital teaching approaches. So now, the benefits of technology in language instruction are significant. Teachers must ensure that digital tools complement and enhance traditional language teaching methods rather than replace them. Finding the right balance between traditional and digital approaches can be a complex task. And the last challenge we are facing is about addressing diverse student needs. So English teachers must be equipped to address these diverse needs effectively, such as the language learning needs, language proficiency levels, and the technological competencies, and also including providing different instruction, personalized feedback, and even support for students with varying levels of digital literacy. And to address these challenges, so the universities can support English teachers by providing professional development opportunities, resources for staying updated with best practices. And here is the professional development opportunities. And the second is the resources for staying updated with the best practices. And the third, the university could provide the teachers with access to technology training. And the last is to provide a culture of collaboration and even the knowledge sharing. So the ongoing support and the mentorship can also assist teachers in navigating the evolving landscape of language instruction. So to conclude my speech, I'd like to share with you with a proverb that is called "Necessity is the mother of invention." So at last, I just want to show you that the necessity for university English teachers is to embrace their evolving role as digital learning facilitators, enriching the educational experience in the digital context. So that is all about my speech. This is my references. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation, very helpful and insightful. Do we have any questions? I'm asking the audience that are offline. I do have questions. Can I?
Yes, of course.
Okay. In fact, I have several questions. How does the impact from artificial intelligence, how does the impact of artificial intelligence in the transformation of teaching English methods in academic writing reveal itself? So this is a question from Larisa Yeshenkova from State University of Education. She is assistant professor, and she wonders how the impact of artificial intelligence in the transformation of teaching English methods in academic writing reveal itself.
Just like the former speakers have said that they focuses on the chat GPT, and nowadays the students also use this to write the English assignment and even the journal articles. So the teacher will give them right guidance for using this software to write their own paper. And I think the role the teacher has transformed is from the instructor to the guidance.
I see, thank you. And then some people were very much interested in your biography. And then they just asked lots of questions, and in particular they were interested in the term curriculum ideology, probably because in Russia we don't have this term, or we don't use this term that often. Could you please explain what this term means, curriculum ideology?
Okay, curriculum ideology. That is a certain kind of maybe the final teaching purpose. We just have some certain kind of ideas, right? So some policies maybe from our country, from the government, could give us some guidance to set our curriculum and to cultivate the students to make great contribution to our own country. I think maybe just like this kind of ideology.
I guess this term embraces lots of different aspects and policies and rules and regulations and the way you design curriculum, just all these things taken together.
Yeah.
They make up. Any other questions? I am a curious person. I love asking questions, you see. So I can ask questions non-stop. Probably then one more last question before we invite our next speaker.
Okay.
Hello. How has the role of academic writer-instructor changed with the appearance of artificial intelligence tool? So this is the question of academic writer-instructor, meaning an instructor working in a writing center. And that's probably another question. Do you have writing centers in China or not?
I think we do have writing centers in China, but in our university, we don't have the writing center. Unfortunately,
you don't need a writing center, or so what might the reason be for not having a writing center in your university? So a writing center is a place where you can provide additional kind of service to your students when they need to get some advice on their essay writing, or probably some other types of assignments, cross-discipline assignments. And this might be because you have a well-structured, well-developed courses related to writing, and that is why there is no need for such a center. Or you're planning to establish a center, but you have not decided yet whether you need it or not.
Well, I think that is a good advice for our university to cite a writing center for the students. And now we just, our teacher individually provide help, assistance to the students. And some of the teachers just cite the office hours so that they can give the students instant feedback for their writings. But maybe I can also suggest our school to cite or
Yeah.
writing center for the students. That's really a good suggestion.
Yeah,
Thank
because
you
for
for
because for
as well.
teachers it's a huge overload, okay, workload,
Yes.
too much work outside their classroom activities. That's why. Okay.
Yeah.
Other questions? Does anyone have any questions? No, thank you very much for your presentation and for your enthusiasm and for your willingness to contribute. And let me now invite another speaker from China, I guess the same university, Harbin Engineering University, School of Foreign Studies, Chen Haixia. And okay, can you? Thank you for. Okay, you need
Okay,
to.
can
You
hear
need
me?
to. Yes. Yeah. Okay. And Jen Haixia will talk about an innovative model of EIP teaching integrated with the content-based instruction theory. And the aim of the model is to, from what I understood, is to refine, improve, and enhance EAP teaching methodology to optimize efficiency of EAP teaching. Okay, Dr. Chen Haixia, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much for your introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor for me to have the opportunity to introduce a teaching practice about EAP teaching in Harbin and University for all of you on this conference. Okay, so my topic today is an innovative model of EAP teaching integrated with the content-based instruction theory. So in my talk, you can say that the EAP teaching is for non-English major graduate students, not for English major graduate students. Okay. And CP, we all know that that is abbreviated form for content-based instruction. Okay. So, and I would like to divide my talk into 4 parts. Okay, firstly, I'd like to introduce the background, okay, about EAP teaching development in universities of China. And the second part is the CBI theory and EAP teaching. I will introduce why we intend to integrate them together and design a teaching model accordingly. Then I will introduce 5 teaching designs. So in the teaching processes, and then we'll turn to the conclusion. Okay, so here is the structure of my speech. Now, I'd like to start from introducing the background. Okay, so at present, we know that the internationalization of higher education in China is in a stage of rapid development. Now, as teachers, whether we can seize the opportunity to improve the qualities of the students in international communication, especially their ability of English academic communication, it is very important for the students, for their development, and for their success in the academic circle in future. So in the new stage of development, and also in our country, new requirements are put forward to this non-English major graduate in English teaching. And the outline of the national program for medium and long-term educational reform and development from 2010 to 2020 years. It's a long title, yes. So this outline proposed to cultivate a large number of internationalized talent with an international outlook and knowledge of international rules, who can participate in international affairs and international competition. So in order to achieve this goal, and the steps of EAP teaching reform for graduate students in colleges and universities has set out an experimental path in the first decades of this century. So colleges and universities have introduced English teaching reform measures for these students Now, in the last decades, the reform of EAP teaching has developed to the stage of opening up reform ideas and refining reform measures and improving the quality of reform. However, due to the differences in students' English proficiency and differences between disciplines, there are still many problems, that need to be solved in the teaching mode, in the teaching processes, in the assessment mode, and other aspects. So in today's presentation, now I will introduce an EAP teaching practice integrating CBI theory, through which we intend to establish a model to improve the teaching efficiency and to achieve a better teaching and learning outcomes. Okay, then I will move on to the second part of my presentation. In this part, I will review the core concept of CBI theory and the conceptual consistency between CBI theory and EAP teaching. CBI is content-based instruction. And this theory provides a theoretical basis for the teaching reform of graduate English teaching. The theory attempts to explore an effective way to bridge the gap between students' linguistic competence and their ability to use language in practice. So the most important feature of this theory is that it integrates specialized knowledge with language knowledge and skills, and is closely related to the need and interest of students in the process of academic learning and scientific research activities, thus realizing the integration of content instruction and language teaching objectives. Okay. While in the research on academic English teaching, scholars from different countries have carried out relevant studies since 1950s and 1960s, with scholars represented by Helen. So emphasizing a genre research that analyzes communicative purpose and linguistic strategies. EAP teaching model is a special English teaching model combining discourse analysis, register analysis, learning ability analysis, and analysis of students' learning motives. So EAP teaching has two main goals. One is to improve students' English language proficiency. Okay, another one is to improve the language skills that students need for academic activities. So we can say that CBI theory and EAP teaching model have very similar goals, and even to integrate CBI theory with EAP teaching model, to combine them together and to integrate them together with the similarities shared by the two one, and we can solve some problems in the application of specialized knowledge. And also we can solve some problems in mastering of academic English skills for these students, for graduate students. Also, we can establish a model that can facilitate EAP teaching and learning. The teaching practice is an EAP teaching reform organized by the Postgraduate English Teaching Office of our school. So the aim is to establish a teaching model that integrates CBI theory and EAP teaching, and to see if we may find a way, we may find a good method to improve the EAP teaching and enhance students' learning. So that is the second part of my presentation now. I would like to introduce EAP instruction model incorporating CBI theory in detail. In the integration process, we focus on incorporating the features of specialized English from CBI theory into EAP teaching, so that we can further refinement and enhancement of the EAP teaching model. We know that if the contents and the needs of the specialties are not taken into account, it would not be possible to go deeper in the teaching content. And students can hardly achieve significant improvement in English academic language proficiency just in these favorite class hours. So incorporating elements from CBI theory into the EAP teaching can conform also to the concept of integrating and developing specialized subject knowledge and language knowledge and skills within the framework of CBI theory. Okay, then I will introduce our teaching designs here. And the first design is establishing comprehensive curriculum in EAP program. A curriculum with academic English as a core has been established. Before that, we took years of teaching reform and practice in EAP teaching and EAP program. For the postgrad English, for postgraduate students, and this one is organized by postgraduate English teaching group in our school, in our university. And in the process of innovating the curriculum design, we design a modularized and diversified curriculum that have been formed. Yeah, we can see from figure 1, that is one from this picture, 3 modules of curriculum have been introduced. And then 3 modules are included in the EAP program. They are English for general purpose module, English for general academic purposes module, and English for specific and academic purposes module. Okay, so then in the first module, in the English for general purpose module, we supply with 2 selective courses, comprehensive English and society and culture of major English speaking countries. Now we turn to the second module, English for general academic purpose module. It includes 3 courses, including EAP Foundation, academic speaking and listening, academic writing. The third module, English for specific and academic purposes module, includes 2 selective courses. They are specialized English and English literature reading. So in the curriculum, most of the pedagogical content for English course are specialized related. So related to their specialty and their specialized knowledge, adopting concept of also CBS theory. Also, the diverse curriculum enables the student to choose the right course or suitable course according to their need. Then, okay, I will turn to the second teaching design here. The second teaching design is setting up course practice session with specialized content. The course practice session is important part of EAP teaching. The course practice setting is arranged with the following 3 measures. The first measure is adopting authentic teaching material to ensure the effectiveness of practical session. A large part of practice session in EAP teaching involves writing practice and oral communication practice in English. If the practice corpus used for practical exercises falls, we all know that the efficiency of practical training will be greatly reduced. Then we adopt authentic reading and writing material not only in the textbook compilation, but also in the practice material selection. All the materials and corpus are provided by the specialized teachers after careful selection. And the authentic corpus are materials concerning the students' specialized disciplines. Now, this one, I think this measure can ensure the learners can learn specialized knowledge and understand professional development in English. And so here is the first measure. And the second measure is detailed planning for academic writing practice. Academic paper writing especially emphasizes the ability of using the language and attaches great importance to training students' ability of stating and expressing their research results in correct way and also in well-formed way. So this section includes the training on such aspects. For example, general knowledge of English writing, academic letter communication, thesis writing. In addition, the training also includes how to use the internet to retrieve information, how to avoid infringement, how to write email, etc. So in writing practice, Students will be divided into groups and preview, writing, and mutual evaluation in the group. The teacher guidance and evaluation will be conducted for the task assignment. That is second measure. And the third measure is organizing mock conference presentation and mock international academic communications. Academic paper presentation and academic daily communication we know are the focus of spoken academic English. So the mock conference presentation and mock international academic communication are very effective way to improve the students' ability of communication in international occasions. So according to CBI theory, the topics of presentations selected by the students should be in the scope of the speaker's specialty. Students are required to write an academic paper first and then give presentation accordingly. Okay, so that is the second design for EAP teaching. Then I will turn to the third teaching design. The third design is interdisciplinary co-teaching framework for EAP programs. Some scholars have pointed out that collaboration between language teachers and specialized teachers is critical in EAP teaching, in EAP instruction. Okay, Helen supports the idea. His idea is that EAP teaching and experts in the specialized areas should work together frequently, and they should sit down face-to-face to discuss the pedagogical schedule, contents, method, etc. So John and Dudek took the problems that students encounter in AP programs were often not simply about language knowledge or English knowledge or specialized knowledge independently, but both. They met with the problems for both sides. So importantly, EAP language teachers, specialized knowledge, professional background are mostly in literature, linguistics, translation, etc. So they may have little knowledge of other disciplines, other specialties, and specialized teachers may have insufficient foreign language competence. They don't know how to teach in English and how to train the language teaching skills. So one way to solve this problem is establishing interdisciplinary co-teaching framework for EAP programs. And we adopt two forms here for the collaboration. Now, the first one, that the collaboration between the language teachers and the specialized teachers, now we choose two forms. The first form is that specialized teachers act as informant, providing teachers or students with background knowledge of the specialty and have them understand the material used in the course. And the second form is that specialized teachers are consultant. Okay, they help language teachers to select material, select authentic texts. Also, they let them know and what are the suitable teaching tasks for the authentic corpus and material. So, and then that is the third teaching design, that is co-teaching framework establishing. And then we'll turn to the fourth one, the fourth teaching design. The fourth teaching design is setting up dynamic evaluation methods. Now, EAP teaching for postgraduate students emphasizes processes and practice. So the dynamic evaluation method of process evaluation is selected by us for EAP courses. Now, these courses will include, for example, the courses like EAP Foundation, academic speaking and listening, academic writing, etc. So take academic writing as an example. The evaluation will cover all the sections of writing processes: introduction, literature review, research methodology, results, conclusions, and also abstract. International academic conference, now for example, we have established the method of mutual evaluation by the groups and joint evaluation by the teachers. Evaluation activities are carried out throughout the whole processes of academic exchange practice. Then built into the fifth one, okay, the fifth design is construction of MOOC online. Now here, the title of our MOOC is English for Academic Communication, and it is online in Trinity and Classroom Online, so this website. And so this class is constructed in 2021 and was online to all the students of our university and any other people who are interested in the course. They can go to the website and to get the materials and course explanations and other materials from the website. Okay, the course online was divided into two sections. Now, one section is academic communication, especially they focus on the academic writing. Another one focuses on academic communication, especially spoken English. So here are two pictures of our MOOC. Okay, two pictures, the teachers from our group. Okay, then I will turn to the last part of my presentation. So the EAP teaching incorporating CBI theory has been revitalized to be relevant, effective, and innovative, and has well been accepted by the students. Okay, they accept this kind of course in enthusiasm. According to the questionnaire survey and assessment analysis, students' cognitive, we do also the students' cognitive ability survey, and their oral expressions, their writing skills, and have been improved. So the three pictures you can see here, the three pictures can show you the example of the students' assessment in the internet to the courses and to the teachers. Average assessment score is above 90 points. So here is one assessment pictures. And the table one shows the important improvement of students in academic, writing, speaking, and reading. So data from the table shows the performance of students in each section, language proficiency has been improved. Then CBI theory and EAP teaching have very similar goals and even share many similarities in the selection teaching mode. The practice on EAP teaching shows that integration of CBI theory and EAP teaching is an effective way to solve the problems in the teaching, in the application of specialized knowledge and mastery of academic English skills for the students, for postgraduate students. And the established model with the integration of the two can facilitate EAP teaching and learning. This integration of CBI theory and EAP teaching can be presented throughout our 5 pedagogical designs, including establishing comprehensive curriculum in EAP program, setting up course practice session with specialized courses, content, interdisciplinary co-teaching framework for EAP program, setting up dynamic evaluation methods, and then construction of MOOC online. Okay, so now, just now in my presentation, I introduced a teaching model with the integration of CBI theory and EAP teaching in the content of the current English teaching reform for non-English major graduate students in colleges and universities. So I hope that it can provide some references for the EAP teaching for non-English major graduate students. Okay, that is all for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, and Haisha. And I have 1, 2, 3, a lot of questions for you, if you don't mind. Ladies first, yes. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your questions.
Hello, my name is Ekaterina, and I'm much interested in the phenomenon.
Are you speaking?
Can you hear
me? You can go just to to the mic.
Okay, so I want to say that I cannot hear
you have mics
clearly from any questioners. Any
your
questioner, I
seats.
cannot hear them clearly, but I can hear you clearly and other speakers. So can you repeat your question to me? Thank you. Maybe they have no microphone, so I cannot hear clearly about their.
Okay. Is
even
the
the-
sound okay now?
Yeah, it's okay now.
Okay. My name is Ekaterina, and I am interested in the phenomenon of linguistic persona or linguistic personality, which is at the intersection of psychology and linguistics. So, as you have probably seen, many non-native students, STEM students, who have developed their language skills and competencies under your guidance. I would like to ask the following question. Do you think that extensive academic writing practices could contribute to changing or developing STEM students' linguistic personas?
Okay, so for the your question is if the practice can improve the students' real skills and proficiency, is that one?
I'm rather talking about the psychological phenomenon of linguistic persona or personality, a persona that is developed in a learner of a foreign language, which is quite different from the original linguistic personality of us as native speakers.
Mm-hmm. Native speakers.
Yeah.
You mean these kind of students and they can be guided by the teachers of their own country, but not native speaker teachers. So if they can improve their abilities and skills, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very
Okay.
much, Ekaterina. And probably one more question. So, by specialized knowledge, do you mean subject matter content?
For specialized knowledge, I mean, all these students are non-English major students, so they have their own specialty, their own major, and their own orientation. And then maybe they want to learn how to write scientific papers and scientific presentation in English. But their goal is to improve to enlarge their special knowledge and to develop themselves in the academic circle, but not language proficiency or if they can English well. And their goal is to improve their knowledge in their specialty. So special knowledge means something not related to the knowledge about language, but the knowledge in their major.
In fact, that was a clarifying question. I wanted to ask you this: how can language professional contribute to teaching STEM students? So, being language professional, I don't have any knowledge or little or some in their subject matter. How can I help my students, STEM students, improve whatever skills they need to develop?
Okay, thank you. So that is concerned the problems of cooperation. And actually, we divided the courses into several parts. And there is a part for general academic knowledge. And in this part, as a language teacher, we can tell them, for example, the general format of writing a scientific paper. And also maybe we can tell them the rules of writing it and the different parts of scientific paper. For example, also some useful expressions, language useful expressions they can use in writing the scientific paper. So that is what we can do. But actually, some specialized knowledge we cannot give them much help. And then this part, and we turn to the specialized knowledge, the specialized teachers, and they will ask us what kind of materials we can choose, and what kind of task we can design. And also, by their help, and sometimes we can divide the teachers into different groups. For example, we form a class with students only in 2 majors. And then in this class, teachers are fixed in this group. So they mostly and gradually, they know more knowledge about this major, about this department, about this orientation. So gradually, and we are familiar with specialized knowledge. Of course, superficial maybe, but we can tell them, okay, what meaning of the sentences, and then what expression you can use, what is correct expression. So that is, as the language teachers can do. But we cannot go deeper into the specialized knowledge, you know. We can just tell them the general knowledge and tell them how to do. So here is my view.
Thank you. And probably one more question from the
Hello.
audience.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what level of student engagement we can achieve through your model and your CBI theory. What level of student engagement we can achieve?
Sorry, can you repeat?
My question is, what level of student engagement we can achieve through your CBI theory or your model?
Okay, actually, this model with CBI theory is for all the graduate students, non-English major graduate students. But actually, some students, they have no requirements for writing a scientific paper, and they have no requirement to give a presentation in an international conference. So for these kind of students, we just give other selective courses. For example, the comprehensive English and also culture and society in English-speaking countries, and then we give them other choices. And so that this model is for students who are interested in the academic speaking or academic writing. If they have no interest, sometimes they can select other courses. Now, of course, and they can go to our group and office to give them personal guidance, because we have some office hour and to show them guidance.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I wish you a wonderful evening, because I know it's getting later. Yeah?
Yes. It's dark.
Have a great evening. Okay, and thank you for your contribution to our conference. And before our lunchtime, we have one more speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to present Dr. Ruwaida Abu Ras, Senior Lecturer at Beit Bird College in Israel. Currently, Dr. Ruwaida Abu Ras is the UNESCO Chairholder for Multiculturalism in Teacher Education and coordinator of program as accessing higher education to Arab students at Beit Bird Academic College in Israel. In her presentation, Dr. Ruwaida Abu Ras will share her experience and speak about the employed effective teaching techniques and activities for teaching a preliminary course of academic writing that focuses on paragraph development, which is critically important in the English language. I know paragraphing is our headache, especially here in Russia. We couldn't care less about paragraphs. And we need to know more and more and more and more about paragraphs. And I am excited about this talk by Dr. Ruwaida Abu Ras. Probably it gives a better understanding to me what I need to do when I teach paragraphing in English. Do we have Dr.?
Okay. First of all,
so thank you for joining us.
Thank you for accepting my proposal and giving me the opportunity to share my extensive experience in teaching writing, specifically writing 1, because I do teach 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this is my baby. I call it my baby because I developed it 27 years ago. And I'm so excited to share my experience in teaching such a successful course with international colleagues in in this international forum. Okay, thanks again. And I would like to start talking about first the context where I teach. First of all, I am Palestinian Arab from Israel. I hold the Israeli citizenship. And my students are first-year students. They are also Palestinian Arab students who are majoring in teaching English as a foreign language. They are pursuing their BEd degree. And most of them, 99% of them, are females. When they attend this course, their age is between 19 and 20. They lack writing experience even in their language, despite the fact that their oral language in English is fairly good. I do use a book called Writers at Work, a short composition, which focuses on paragraph development. And now I use the updated version that was published in 2014. And the most important chapters in this book, besides a narrative and writing about a person, really the most beneficial chapters in this book are providing examples, providing reasons, and the 3 parallel points. And when I'm done with these chapters, I also focus on persuasion, but I prepare the materials by myself, how to include reasons, facts, examples, statistics, and usually also to interview an expert and to include his or her opinion. The first session, when I meet my students and I meet them for the first time, after we introduce each other to each other, I give them the opportunity to write a paragraph. Why do you take this course, for example? And then after that, if they want to read it aloud, or they can share in pairs, and I don't speak a word, immediately I show an example from the book on the board using, for sure, I download it either from the book or I prepare it and upload it in Moodle. And I ask them to compare between their paragraphs and this paragraph. Immediately after 2-3 minutes, reading both and discussing with their classmates, they would tell me, oh, all of my paragraph is 1 sentence. I don't have this. What do you underline? So immediately I talk about paragraph structure in English, and I tell them, okay, we have another structure in English. It doesn't mean that the structure in Arabic is not good, but each language has its own style, characteristics, and structure. So in English, we have the topic sentence, we have the supporting details, and we have the conclusion. And usually, the supporting details support the topic sentence. And the topic sentence is a general statement that has a topic and a comment. And I do that every time. I remind them of the topic sentence and the supporting details and the conclusion. And I do other things I will show you later. So then I usually adopt the writing process, which is based on 3 processes or 3 stages or 3 levels. The pre-writing, plan your writing. After I discuss the samples in the book, usually each chapter has 4 samples, and we discuss them in a class. I divide them in groups, and each group is responsible for underlying the topic sentence, double underline the supporting details, and put a circle on the conclusion. And after we discuss the content, the book also proposes some ideas for writing a paragraph or some topics. Again, I ask them to choose the topic and to write, for example, if they want to write about disadvantages of cell phones or the advantages of cell phones, each group will sit together and they start planning for the ideas, but they have to write individually and to submit that in Moodle. And each draft is checked 3 times. So here, when they submit their first draft, then I read it, I put my comments and ask them to revise. Revise in terms of content and organization. So I would ask, please add an example here. Why? How? Can you add an example here? Can you add a reason here? And sometimes they translate from Arabic into English. So I would write, isn't it Arabic? Doesn't sound Arabic? Just to remind them that they have to think in English. And in the second draft, when I check the second draft, I start looking at grammar, capitalization, punctuation, highlighting the mistakes, mentioning the source, such word choice, spelling, part of speech. And from the first day, also they are given a sheet with the abbreviations and the sources. WC for word choice. At the beginning, I don't emphasize editing. I do emphasize revising to look at the content and organization. And usually I give positive feedback. Thank you for submitting this draft, which shows a great leap in your writing. However, you should clarify the following points. So please add some examples where I mentioned in the paragraph, just to encourage them all the time. In the third draft, I usually give a grade, and usually even excellent minus, very good plus, because I don't want to limit their thinking in scores. Also, in a class, I do a lot of free writing activity. For example, we want to brainstorm a topic to write. I will do it through free writing activities, or sometimes in order to put them in the mood of the lesson, I give them a prompt and I ask them to write for 5 minutes without considering spelling. Sometimes if they don't know the word, you can write it in Arabic and keep writing without looking at the grammar. Just jot down your ideas ongoingly without thinking about anything. And the aim is to give them another chance for writing, and also it gives them the chance to focus and to practice writing. Another chance for practicing writing. Samples of topics. If I win $1 million, I will. What is your favorite TV program? Do you use social media often? Why or why not? And then I ask them to exchange their samples with another student. Then the 2 students exchange with 2 students, and then the 4 students sit together. And I ask each group to choose the best sample that they think that this is the best sample, and to justify that. And again, I said, not because it doesn't include the grammatical mistakes or spelling mistakes. Look at the way the writer expressed her ideas and the information that had been included here. And then we put the 3 samples. Recently, I put them in Padlet, but we used to hang them on the board. But recently, I use Padlet, and the class should choose the best, just to encourage them. And sometimes I ask volunteers, I would tell them, who wants to be the first victim? Who wants to read her sample? And through at the beginning, they are reluctant, but through time, they become more than eager to do that. Okay. Also, I practice journal entries or dialogue journals. It's part of free writing, that they write again freely without worrying about errors and time pressure in order to arouse the interest of writing and to develop their fluency, and also to create another kind of relationship, not personal, but at least here that they would feel that they are closer to me and they can share personal experiences, and also to lower their anxiety and to increase their motivation. It's once a month. They can share a personal experience and focus on content, and I usually don't correct anything and give just the feedback. Thank you for submitting this journal. I did enjoy reading it and learning about your experience in Istanbul, for example. Here, one student I would like to share, here, okay. She shared her experience, no, sorry. About her driving lessons. She had some mistakes I didn't correct, and she said that she wants to have, that she hopes she will pass that. I said, I'm sure you will, just to encourage her. And also, I provide comprehensive input, what the Krashen talked about, I+1. Therefore, I do, despite the fact that it is a writing course, but I make sure also to provide chances of comprehensible input and providing authentic input by integrating reading and writing. By providing short articles, I cut short articles about interesting stories from the world. And sometimes I click also on the CNN or another channel if there is flooding in one country, but not wars and not politics. And during the coronavirus, about how different countries dealt with the issue. I click for about some minutes. For the first time, they listen for the sake of listening. And then I started pausing and we discussed the news. And after that, I asked them to write the news in their own words. And sometimes I focus also on some vocabulary. When we discuss, write them on the board and ask them to use these items of vocabulary. And this is, for example, that I cut from the newspaper. It is about a story about a girl from Afghanistan who was, first of all, that she got married too early and she was forced to prostitution by her in-laws. And this is the story we discuss. I ask the question, I underline the new vocabulary and discuss, and then I ask them after they read once, twice, to rewrite the story on their own. And sometimes I ask them to sit in groups and to do that. I also do a chain activity. Chain activity, I ask them to sit in groups and I give the prompt. The first student writes one sentence and the second adds, the third adds, the fourth adds, and then the circle. After that, I stop them and they read their stories. Okay, in order to help them understand their mistakes, and to be aware of their mistakes and their sources, I involve them by, first, I collect their mistakes. I never mention the name of anyone. Then I categorize the mistakes in a sheet. It's called error analysis sheet. Type, upload in Moodle, and any class they work. Also, they use Padlet. Recently, they use Padlet. And in old days, they sat and they used the pen and the pencil and the worksheet and try to correct, but usually they don't correct many mistakes. And after that, category by category, we work on a class and I correct the mistake, but usually I involve them, try to remind them what is missing here in order not to do the work myself. Okay. For example, here, the following are good topic sentences. Please work with a partner to identify the reason. Immediately they would tell me that here, Layan, is the topic. Very honest. Honest is the comment. My dog, Poika, is very annoying. Okay, here the topic, and here annoying is the comment. The same for the third one. Then, and also to encourage them, I start with that. That here I wanted to encourage them that they write good topic sentences. Topic sentences that should be revised. Here, I remind them that it is too long and there is a need to have a topic and a comment. So some succeed to change when I do that, and some still struggle in that. Okay. The second category, verb tenses. Here I underline the mistake and sometimes I reread it twice in order to give them the chance to sound it. That here they started who talk, but here that it should be in the past. Okay, again, it should be in the past. And in terms of sentence structure also, I highlight the mistakes. So another example, here it couldn't stand by itself, so we need is that. And here another annoying behavior happened. So I put here the comma in red in order to remind them that this is not the place of the comma and we should have a verb here. Happened when I went to the grocery last month. Okay. Just to involve them, not just to correct the mistake. And let them think about the mistake. The same I do here for word choice. Less self-confidence, it should be here on behalf of that. This is not the right word choice, it should be therefore. We never say multiple young teenagers, we say many. Therefore, I highlight the mistakes and then I give the answer. I don't give the answer from the beginning. Also here, the following sentences are incomplete. Please add what is necessary to turn them to complete sentences. And for example here, to quit this habit for many reasons. It's acceptable in Arabic. Therefore, it is a very common mistake, even among third-year students. So, in addition, a big number of families have 2 or 3 more cars, which leads to, okay, where is the verb here? I immediately remind them that it lacks a verb. Here, the use of the comma in the following sentences is incorrect, so you have to, and here I remind them that it is a very long sentence and it's not acceptable in English, and you have to break it up to use simple, compound, and complex sentences. And here I would like to share draft that had been written by a good student at the beginning of the school year. There was no topic sentence. If you remember, if you notice also, the sentence is very long, and what she was able to use, and also in addition, and there is no conclusion here, long sentences, the topic sentence is very long, excessive use of coordinator and there is no conclusion. And at the end of the school year, she was able to use transition words, even introductory phrases, like, in my opinion, it is true that even though here that she is able to use complex sentences, because when I analyze the structure of the sentences in the samples in the book, I do emphasize the sentence structure. For example, according to some research studies, okay, so here she has improved in terms of providing a topic sentence, examples, citing an expert in the field, using transition words, using introductory phrases, providing a conclusion, well-structured sentences, using complex and compound sentences. However, still the A is missing before the singular noun, and still she doesn't realize that general issues should be in the plural, not the singular. Just 1 second, I would like to share a sample of their, okay, here, a sample of their evaluation, because at the end of each semester, they are given the chance to evaluate the courses, and we won't have their evaluation unless we publish the grades. So first, it's 6.88 out of 7. Honestly, I enjoyed the activities, blah, blah, blah. Okay, what happened? Just 1 second. Oh, I don't know what happened. Anyway, they mentioned that it is not only reading, it's not only writing here. However, it's also reading and listening. Okay. So, thank you. I think I exceeded in 2 minutes, but if you have any question, I will be more than happy to answer.
Thank you very much for exciting presentation. It was exciting and very informative. And we have a question, at least one from the two. Okay, are you ready for the questions?
Yes, sure.
Okay, the first question is... You may just use the microphone. Press the button.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for your detailed presentation. Yes, it was very informative. You've mentioned that your students have very little experience in writing at the beginning of the course. How much time does it take them to upgrade to a pretty decent level?
Okay, this course, why I call it my baby, because I wrote the college many letters and also provoked a lot of discussion until they agreed that time to give us a 4-hour course for this course in order to have ample opportunities of practice in order to help the students improve their writing abilities. So I met them twice a week to do that. And throughout the course, they write about 10 paragraphs, and each paragraph was submitted 3 times, besides all of these things that I did. And in some of the evaluations also that they wrote that we worked a lot, but it was beneficial.
Thank you very much. We have another question. Satisfied with the answer? Yeah, fully, absolutely. Okay, we have another question. You can be seated.
Okay. Okay, hello, thank you very much for your presentation. I have a small question. So you've mentioned that you use the technique of free writing. So sometimes students get a bit confused during the writing process, especially when they have to do this first step to start writing something. So are there any techniques that you could share that you use to facilitate the beginning of this writing process for students?
Yeah, we can use mind mapping. So sometimes they do write in a class in order to help them write their drafts, and I tell them that you won't write on the, sometimes I allow them to write on the same topic, and sometimes no, we just practice in a class. So especially at the beginning, I do mind mapping. We put the topic in the middle. For example, they want to write about the advantages of swimming, yeah? And then I started like the sun, brainstorming, what about the advantages? And then let us decide on the topic sentence first. We decide on the topic sentence, we write the topic sentence together on the board, and then let us decide on the supporting details. You should have 3 advantages, for example. For example, another example, the third example is, and here, because the book also has a lot of samples and also exercises to practice signals, for providing examples. So when we write together, I ask them choose the signals from the book. So we do first brainstorming. It could be through mind mapping, through an outline, also to write the topic and then the examples. Every time we do it differently until they have the idea and they know how to write. And usually I remind them that writing is a process rather than an end. Even when you write a message to your mom or to your brother or to your friend or to your husband, sometimes you revise it 2 or 3 times. So how come when you write formally?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? No, thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution, and thank you for being with us today. And I wish you a great day, successful career, whatever. And I do hope to see you again, though in face. Okay?
Yeah, me too.
Let's cross fingers and touch wood.
That.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're
and
welcome.
now,
Thank you.
okay, we've had a long day. Half of the day is covered, and lunch. Yeah, lunch, and we are back. I do hope to have you back at 2:30, 2:30, 2:30. Okay. Hello, dear friends and colleagues. Welcome back. I hope you've had a great lunch. And we can start our second part of the conference. And today we have a very, very, very special guest, Professor Nadezhda Stojkovic from University of Niš in Serbia. Nadezhda teaches contemporary English, English for specific and academic purposes. She is editor-in-chief of the Journal of Teaching English for Specific and Academic Purposes. And this journal is indexed in Web of Science, Scopus, Scimago, and China National Knowledge Infrastructure. Professor Stojkovic is an advisory editor for Cambridge Scholars Publishing and an external project reviewer for Khalifa University, the United Arab Emirates. But what I consider most important is the fact that Nadezhda is a very good friend of mine who has traveled a long distance to come here today. Nadezhda, you're welcome. Let's welcome Nadezhda.
Dear colleagues, thank you for having me here again. Many thanks for the kind invitation. Today I have chosen to speak about methodology of teaching English for specific and academic purposes. The method that I will be advocating is Socratic, and the reason is my belief that all education, meaning education in any subject, should strive towards making a holistic person. So let's begin. Just a second, I'm sorry.
Vladimir, can you help with the clicker?
Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm. So briefly, I will talk about the reasons why holistic education, then explain the Socratic method. The largest part will be on actual examples from my teaching practice, from my own syllabus, how I apply this method in particular units, and the proof that Socratic method helps building complete individuals, helps building our students as complete individuals, is the fact that through this work we are practicing transversal skills. Let's move on. No, I have issues. Yes. All right. The reason why I started doing this is this famous phrase from the theory of English for specific, and I would say academic purposes, and that is the famous saying that it is a form of restricted language. So I was worried about its implications. Could I have the next one, please? Let's read this full sentence by Hutchinson and Waters, of course, that ESP, and I would say ESAP, is an approach to language teaching in which all decisions as to content and methodology are based on learners' reasons for learning. My thesis is, yes, thank you, challenging the previous claim. It is either that the authors did not know, I disagree with the authors, obviously. It's either that they did not know or that the meaning, the true meaning, I dare say, is hidden. It is not our students who have needs and wishes. It is actually the society that imposes wishes upon them. And this is why I am proposing this methodology, which at once can fulfill the societal needs, but will not restrict students to being only specialists in one particular area, and that's all, but allow them to, while at university, while at the crown of their educational process, develop as complete, full individuals. So this is my goal. Thank you. Now, about Socratic method. It is famous, of course, it is widely used. We are mostly, we all know that in law education they use it heavily, in social sciences, but it is possible here as well. So, Socratic method means that the professor, lecturer, uses very little lecturing, if any. And sometimes I really do not lecture, do not tell students, but have the complete class eliciting the content of the lecture from them. This is done so by asking questions, by eliciting questions, by prompting. The benefits of that. Before I go to this, what we are doing in this way is fully in line with the basic premises of ESP and ESAP, and that is that we are invoking students' domain knowledge. So in a way students are again practicing the domain knowledge and at the same time practicing the communicative tools for expressing what they know. I begin my courses by learning, tentatively to say so, how to present a module they are at, so how to present what they are studying, at which university they study, at which faculty, what their main courses are. This does not require any lecturing. So this set of questions can be just asked. It is important to emphasize that throughout my work I encourage their own research. So they look at their phones, at their tablets, whatever they have with them, and they search for the answer. So how is our university called in English? They don't know, but they search and find it. And that is another aim, another goal, another huge benefit of this methodology. That is practicing these transversal skills. But in order for those skills to be really developed, they need to be aware that they are learning something else but English for their profession or for their science. So when I tell them, now you will be using your, you will do research on your own, I tell them, pay attention, you are developing your research skills. What else are you developing? And then we come together to the conclusion that they are developing their ability of autonomous learning. And this is how I make a bridge. In the previous session that was mentioned, how I make the bridge from, I cannot teach content of, in my case, electrical engineering, not much of it. They can. So I teach them how to learn the language they need on their own. Please, let's continue. Another example of my class, technical students of technology need visual representation of data. The only thing that I do is put on slides with various types of diagrams, of data charts, etc. And again, no lecturing, just questions. How is this first chart called? Some know, some search. Then, what does it consist of? How many lines? How are these lines called? Which parameters do they carry? Where is the curve? What does the curve show? How do you interpret the first point of the curve? Where is it? What does it imply? Finally, how do you interpret what do you read? Then, give me the synonym for reading. What does this reading mean? Not just reading as usual, but interpreting the information, which is another level of using that word in your professional context. So none of this needs to be taught by a professor in the traditional form. All this can be done through asking students. So how does this second graph look like? What do these colored parts remind you of? And if we eventually come to a bar, so that's a bar graph. So what do we have in the bar graph? How does this third graph look like to you? Yes, it looks like a pie. So what do we have there, etc., etc.? Only questions. When we come to larger units, text units, I give them a unit from a particular book or from a particular source. I'm giving this example for a reason. So this is from Oxford English for Electronics, Oxford University Press. It's about an electric motor. What we do is first read and translate. And then, since they know this material, they know about electric motor, they all need it, even IT students, because there is a motor in the computer. We start talking. If the title is electric motor, what does it tell you? What do you expect? Which information do you expect? Is there something specific about this in the title? No, there isn't. So it is general. What did you get in the text? And slowly we begin to get answers that point to the fact that maybe this is not the best of the text. And mind it is Oxford University Press. And at first they are in a little bit of a shock, but I encourage them. We hereby learn to respect the authority, but we also learn to trust our own knowledge and to trust our own judgments and to be free to express those in a certain manner. And then they are very happy, feel free. And it is in such moments that you really feel you are moving somewhere towards that personal goal of yours. This is what they need. So, what we do then? And this is my favorite part of the theory of ESP. You know, there is this idea that an ideal text unit should be written by students themselves, because it is the content knowledge. You teach them the language they need, the pathway, language pathway, and then they express the content they actually know, and you don't. So then we rewrite the text, and that becomes our unit that is mandatory for the exam. And just on a different note, from a text like this, I extract various practice assignments. For example, here you have an illustration. You can we do describing a piece of hardware. So lots of practice in terms of shape, geometrical shapes and bodies, dimensions, etc. And also, when they write a new text, how an electric motor actually works, they go into process description, which is mandatory for technical sciences. Yeah, move on. Next one. Next. Still next, please. Yes, so to sum up, this is what we, these are the transversal skills that were applied in just one class. Critical thinking, self-reliance, and they need it. They have it, but are not free to express it. Autonomy, self-learning, research, independence of thought, and responding appropriately to a communicative situation. Before that. And a note on critical reading. So again, this is a unit that we work on. We read it, and I help them to come to a point which I marked here. A number of the occurring ecological and environmental problems are due to the rapid growth of new industrialized countries, such as South Korea and China. So I then give some prompts. Where do we have the issue of ecological positive, negative impacts of technology? What happens here? What happens elsewhere? What happens in China and South Korea? What we practice here is, of course, proper reading, reading with freedom to interpret the given facts not as the only truth, but rather to challenge those. Of course, we pay attention to do it with respect, but again with freedom. It is not that these issues happen only in South Korea and China. We tend to think that we can add something to the authorities who wrote this, maybe add rather than correct, but add definitely. Yes. So doing all this means working on their balancing the respect for what has been done before them and what they have learned, what they know as truth, to value their own opinion, to test their opinion either against authorities or among themselves, learning how to build up their stance and to express it in an appropriate way. And this is ultimately working on their personality. So these are the transversal skills that we have practiced in this way. Independent learning in the form of lifelong learning, active deduction, they have it all. Competency performance, they express their expertise. Now as students, but tomorrow as real professionals, they recognize communicative situations. Either they need to describe a process or to describe how something looks like. They know how to do it. Cognitive skills, critical thinking, mental alertness, self-awareness. And then higher awareness as well. Not looking at the world as good and bad, black and white, so crucial today, but rather as an interplay of various viewpoints and of various agents. And we get there by very little, bare minimum of lecturing, questioning. Questions are always open questions. As experienced professors, lecturers, teachers, we know how to guide them towards what we want, but still the questions are open. And prompting them, so disguising our questions, this is leading them. And that is what I wanted to present to you today, so thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, Nadezhda. Thank you very much. We have a question.
Yes, I have a question. Thank you very much. Your approach is very educational. That's true. But in a way, you challenge the traditional lecturing style.
Absolutely.
And my question is, how do students feel at the beginning of your course? Don't they feel
They do. The issue is a bit different. When I tell them that I am actually lecturing, they feel, oh, they haven't realized. They thought that's only practice, whereas it is not. They don't recognize it as lecturing. Yes, thank you.
Yes, Svetlana, you echoed my question because I put exactly the same question. So according to lots of data that we can find out there on the internet, Generation Z students are pragmatic, financially minded, and very ambitious, and they are outcomes-oriented, result-oriented. What is their attitude to this holistic education?
It works nicely. It gives good results. And when I have classes, when I give the floor to them, I see that they apply it as well. So it works well with them. It sits nicely. Because I would say this is the place and time where they can express themselves, and they need it badly. They are full.
How do you persuade them that they need that?
I rather sense it, not persuade them, yes. Okay. And when I invite them to the floor, you see the proof of it.
Yeah, because there's another question. That is not my question, a question from one of the members of the audience. How do you test acquired knowledge?
Sorry?
How do you test the acquired knowledge? How do you know that they have acquired knowledge?
I tested through very traditional tests. Yes, completely unexpected, yeah. Yes, oh, I'm sorry.
You have a question? Yeah, sure.
It is fantastic and it really works.
Thank you so
I know
much.
that also. I try to do that.
Okay.
I have another question. What about the speed of digesting information? Because when you give them, for example, 1 minute to read, to digest, it is one thing, but absolutely another thing is when you ask them to contemplate, place questions.
It takes a little bit of time. So I would say that process that you have just mentioned would take 2 meetings, to put it that way. Once to read, to digest, to analyze, and next time we come, then they can come up with extracting the ideas, extracting the crucial information, and possibly changing it. They need some time to digest.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nadezhda. Very insightful, yeah, and holistic approach to education is, I guess, the only one that we all appreciate most of all. But I know it takes much longer than traditional one, and it is not that easy to persuade students that it is exactly what they need. Okay, in the long run. Okay, thank you for your contribution. And we have another speaker, Natalia Fedorova, a manager at the Higher School of Economics Academic Writing Center. Natalia holds a degree in English philology, and her professional interests include EAP, ESP, teaching training, and project management and education. In her presentation, Natalia will focus on practices adopted at the Academic Writing Center of the Higher School of Economics University to accommodate both writing instructors and learners in the transition from face-to-face online teaching and learning. Okay, Natalia, welcome.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the conference organizers for having me here. I'm really honored to be here among the best professionals in the sphere. And I represent the Academic Writing Center of High School of Economics. It's a multifunctional faculty-based center, and you can see all the work we do, and if you're interested, you can read more about it on our website. But today I'm going to focus mostly on our educational activities. You can see that we have plenty of educational events, we have courses, workshops, and we run educational projects for HEC staff and researchers. I should say that we provide educational and linguistic support to HEC faculty and researchers who would like to write research papers in English and publish them in high-ranking international journals. We help them on that. And today I'm mostly going to speak about workshops. We run about 20 workshops every academic year. And mostly these are new workshops. We are constantly on the lookout for new speakers. And so today I'm going to speak about our experience of online transition. I'm sure everyone, you as teaching professionals, all were in the same situation in 2020 when we had to make an abrupt transition and we were not prepared for this. I should say that it's still relevant because even after the pandemic was over, we didn't go back completely to the face-to-face format. Many participants still prefer to take part in online events rather than face-to-face events, and in our context it is still relevant. And of course all of you have your own experience, and we would love it if you could share it with us, maybe contact us somehow. And we would like to share our experience because we have a very specific context. And I'm going to speak about this transition from the point of view of problems that we faced and solutions that we came up with on the technical side, from the point of view of methodological support, and from the point of view of materials. And before I start speaking about all this, I should mention our learning profile because it's important for what I'm going to speak about today. We work, as I have already said, with university faculty and researchers, not with students, which means that they are all very well educated, very experienced, and demanding. It's a demanding audience, and that's why it's very important for us to maintain the quality level of our events, despite the circumstances. They are proficient in English. Half of them identify themselves as C1 learners, and another third as B2, so most of them are independent learners. And they're highly autonomous in a way that a vast majority of them believe that they're able to write in English independently, according to our surveys. And the transition that happened in 2020 was, as I have already said, very challenging and abrupt, as for all of you. We had only 9 days to prepare for our first online event, and it was really the first online workshop because before that moment all our events, all our workshops were face-to-face. And our ultimate goal in this transition was to keep the workshops interactive and practice-oriented. And the instrument, the tool we chose is Zoom. We have tried several platforms since then, and we have come to a conclusion that Zoom is the most learner-friendly and suitable for our purposes. So what kind of problems did we face from the technical point of view? Of course, different level of participants' technical expertise. At the beginning, as you all know, not everybody was familiar with online teaching and learning, and not everybody could take part in these events effectively. So what did we do? We issued a focused instruction for participants with explanations about different Zoom functions. And we have guidelines for participants which are part of our moderator script. Initially we had a script for both presenters and moderator. Moderator is a member of Academic Writing Center staff team. Now we have reduced it to just the ground rules because everybody knows how to, for example, raise your hand or do something like this in Zoom. And of course the levels of speakers' technical expertise were also different. So we prepared recommendations, we developed recommendations for speakers on using Zoom functions. We provide full technical assistance for speakers during the workshops. It is our purpose to help them, so for them not to think about the technical side at all. So we do everything. We organize breakout rooms, we organize the polls, and if necessary we present the slides if for some reason it's not convenient for the speaker to do that. Okay. And we even have a rehearsal with speakers to help them feel more confident with everything they need to be able to use during the workshop. From the point of view of methodological support, we have faced such problems that the things you can use online to set up tasks are limited, and they have limited use. You cannot choose whichever tool for any activity you want to set up. And of course, the number of interaction patterns is also limited. We're all used to using, as teachers, we're used to using different interaction patterns during our seminars and classes, but online not everything is possible. And of course, it takes a long time to set up every activity, so we have to take it into account. By the way, the overall duration of workshops decreased when we went online, because it was a request from our participants, because we found that they had some kind of Zoom fatigue after a day of teaching in Zoom. In the evening, they didn't want to spend 3 hours listening to something on Zoom. And we had to reduce the length of the workshops, but it takes more time to set up an activity, so we have to take it into account. So to deal with this, we included in the recommendations we issued for speakers, we included our opinion about preferred tools for various learning objectives and tasks. And as we gained experience, the more experience we gained, the more precise our recommendations became in terms of tools that could be used and timing. And we also have meetings with speakers if they ask us to do this, in which we discuss the preparation process and the different tasks they can organize during the workshop. I would like to focus on the methodological support we provide to our speakers. This is recommendations, as I have already mentioned. We even printed them as a brochure. We also add comments. We give comprehensive feedback on their slides, on their materials, and we try to build a sort of a dialogue with them when we can discuss what they would like to do during the workshop and what we would recommend them to do, and how to combine it all. In 2020, we ran a special workshop about effective online seminars and meetings for our staff to help everybody maybe share their own experience, ask questions, and gain insights into best practices. And we also took part in an internal conference in the university where we discussed different aspects of online teaching, and we shared our experience again. So I would like to briefly go through the different Zoom tools that we can use and what, in our opinion, they're suitable for and what they are not suitable for. Of course, you all have this experience and you could all have your own opinion, and maybe in your context something works differently than in our context. So if we speak about polls, for example, we have discovered that in our context they are really useful for building a kind of a group profile at the beginning of the workshop, because we our groups, our participants are quite varied, and they come from different backgrounds, they come from different research fields, they can have different experience, and it's a good idea for a speaker to set up a poll at the beginning to find out more about them, to adapt the content of the workshop to the group. What it's not good for is doing long or complex exercises. Sometimes speakers wanted to do that, but we persuaded them not to, because the poll window is rather small and they have to scroll down, and it's not convenient at all. Other tools can be used for this purpose. As for the chat, it's good, of course, to give short answers and for putting questions to the presenter. But it might not be such a good idea to use the chat to give long or detailed answers. And if the group is rather big, another tool might be used to, for example, collect information such as how many participants support an idea, agree or disagree with something. And for this, we recommend the yes/no button, which is incorporated in Zoom. And you can immediately collect statistics, and you can see, and the speaker can see how many people support an idea or disagree with it. As for the microphone, it's good to, of course, to discuss issues and exchange opinions. And many of our participants are eager to switch on their microphone and say something. But if you have a large group, again, it might not be such a good idea, because if there are 80 or even 50 people in the workshop and everybody wants to discuss something, so it's it might be a good idea to do it at a certain point, but you need to take the timing into account, that it might take a lot of time, so you can't do it too much during a workshop. As for the breakout rooms, at the beginning we found that a lot of speakers wanted to use them a lot, and we saw that it didn't work quite well, because to set up one breakout room activity you need at least 15 minutes, no matter how long they spend in the breakout room. And it doesn't make sense, for example, to do breakout rooms activities for grammar and vocabulary exercises. Although it goes maybe against the intuition, it might be counterintuitive, because during face-to-face workshops we often ask our participants to work in mini groups, in pairs, to discuss an exercise, but it doesn't make sense to do it online. But breakout rooms are good for discussing something meaningful, where participants can share different opinions and maybe do a creative task, a role-play game. And we also recommend doing them not more often than twice during a 2-hour workshop, again, because it takes up a lot of time. Among other tools, we can mention Google Docs. Of course, there are a lot of other tools as well. I should say that speakers often want to apply something else, but we strongly recommend them to use a tool only in the case if they're really familiar with it, and if they can incorporate it smoothly into the workshop. Because again, it takes time for people to go out of the Zoom window and log into something else, especially if they're using their smartphones. And our participants use different devices to take part in our workshops. Google Docs are also good for group work, for doing creative tasks. And again, you need to think whether it is optimal to use them. If a group is big, maybe it's better to do it as a breakout room activity with different Google Doc for each group. I should say that, again, I would like to say that all this comes from our experience and from extensive observation of workshops throughout a period of time and analysis of participants' feedback. We absolutely always collect feedback after every our event, and we make a point of analyzing it and sharing it with the speakers to help them run the events more effectively next time. I would like to focus on the materials a little bit here. The problems we faced is that unfortunately, it often happens that the layout of slides and handouts is not quite appropriate for online learning and teaching. Why not? For example, there might be too much text on the slide, which is not convenient at all if you're looking at the slide from your smartphone screen. You can't see anything, so we strongly recommend not doing it. No instructions. Of course, when you run a face-to-face workshop or class, you can voice your instruction and you can see whether your students are with you and whether you need to repeat it maybe or rephrase it. But in the situation when we're online and not everybody has their camera on, you can't see whether people have really heard you. Besides, there can be technical obstacles such as breaks in connection, and people may just miss what you have said, and no one wants to be in a situation when people don't really understand what they're supposed to be doing now. So it's necessary to have instructions on the slides. And lack of scaffolding for some tasks. We help our speakers with this too. We try to draw their attention to the fact that more scaffolding might be necessary. So to deal with this, we prepared templates for slides and handouts with our recommendations. And as I have already said, we provide extensive feedback on speakers' tasks and materials. I would like to show you the templates we have developed. You can see the templates for the handout and for the slides. You can see that we have preset fonts and sizes to help speakers with this. We have tips. In our slides template, we have a slide with the icons that we regularly use, that we use in our presentations and slides. And I should say that we have frequenters who come to our workshops quite often, and they are already used to these icons, and they understand what they signal, so we try to use them to show which interaction means we would like to use in which task. And I would like to share some quite frequent issues that we have with presenter slides. For example, if you look at this slide, this is a slide from a presentation. What would you say might be wrong with it?
I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, so it's not quite clear what it is. Of course, the presenter wanted to say it, just voice it over and say what it is. But if you look at the presentation, it's not clear what is it. Is it input or is it a task? So actually, it's a task, and there should be an instruction here. So what we suggested is this, to add an instruction. And as I have already said, we insist on having instructions on all slides for all tasks. And to have an icon to show how participants are supposed to take part in this activity, using the chat in this case. And the next slide is from the same presentation, and actually it's the next slide after the previous one that I showed you. So also you can ask, what is it? Yeah. In fact, it turns out that it's a key, and we also think that it's important to show that it's a key, because slides are not only used during the workshop. We send the slides to our participants after the workshop, and they may want to come back to them several months even after the workshop to remember what was said. And we would want them to remember and to clearly see what every slide means. And we also, as you can see, suggested some visual support of information. So here in this particular case, the speaker shows what exactly is wrong with this abstract in terms of different things he names. What would you say is not okay about this slide? Yeah, it's a little bit overloaded, and as I have already said, we're against putting too much information on a slide, and we stick to a kind of a rule, one topic, one slide. So here it's a multi-purpose actually slide, so at the same time we have criteria and we have what's missing. So we suggested dividing it into two slides, to have the criteria on one slide, and also to involve the participants, because we are strongly for guided discovery. As I have already mentioned, our participants are very experienced and professional, so they have their own opinion, and we would want them to share it and to come up with their ideas. So instead of just telling them what was missing in the thesis statement, we suggested doing a poll to ask them, and then the speaker could come up with his or her version. Okay, so this was a role play, and for the role play it's important to have time for all breakout activities. It's really important to set them up correctly, and it's not, we don't want to be in a situation when participants are in a breakout room and they're asking each other what they're supposed to be doing. And it happens if you don't put the instructions somewhere else, because to have an instruction in this case on the slide is not enough, because they're not going to see the slide once in breakout rooms. So we suggested using a handout, and here we refer them to the handout so that when they are in a breakout room they could look somewhere to see what the task is. And this is another part of the same task. Here we suggested a more focused instruction for number 2. So instead of giving them several points to discuss, it might be a better idea to ask them to choose one of the following points to make sure that all points are covered, because one of the participants of the group will choose one of the points and they discuss them in a focused way. And in the same presentation, this is what the speaker suggested for the feedback after the breakout activity. And they were planning to do it also in breakout rooms. And as you can see here, the questions for the feedback activity are a little bit vague and maybe too complex and really hard to discuss. We suggested more focused instructions and a different interaction pattern. We have come to see that it's really much better to discuss the results of a breakout room activity in the main room. And as you can see here, we suggested several very focused questions with very specific ways to answer them. And one question to discuss, also a very specific question to discuss. I would also like to show you a little bit of the ways of presenting information on a slide, because we often see it, unfortunately. If you look at this slide, you can see that there is a lot of information here mixed together. For example, why the cover letter should be written, what should the author do when writing a cover letter, what shouldn't the author do. And in the third point, you can see that there is second, third, which makes a lot more sense in a bullet list. So this is how we suggested presenting this information in shorter phrases, just infinitive phrases instead of extended sentences, and with some visual support for people to very distinctly see which part of the slide is about which part of the input. So these are the most frequent problems we have faced with materials. Actually, that's all I wanted to share. And to sum up, I would just like to say that, first of all, we will welcome any feedback, any ideas you have, and you can contact us and share your experience with us. I should say that institutional support is paramount in all kinds of transitions to make sure that they're smooth. And I hope I have managed to demonstrate some ways we can support teachers and speakers in running, for example, online activities. And again, as I have already mentioned, each tool has its functionality and should be used wisely. So when you know what learning objective you have in mind, you can set up a task and you can decide what interaction tool to use. And of course, the slides, it's good to make them learner-friendly. And I should say that this is definitely a lesson we learned from online transition, because doesn't it apply to face-to-face events as well? Isn't it good if we have instructions and concise, focused information on slides? And isn't it good when we have visual support to make our materials more learner-friendly? So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you. I have just, no, that's not a comment. That's a request. So I know that you have a great booklet.
Yeah, we do. Unfortunately,
Do you have it?
Fortunately, we haven't brought it today. Yes, it's really.
Why not? Yeah, that would be great. Okay, but you do promise that one day, yeah, we'll have access to this great resource. And just one tiny thing, I'm curious to know. So what's wrong with Times New Roman?
What's wrong with Times New Roman?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's wrong? So Svetlana Suchkova, let's welcome Svetlana Suchkova, director of this academic writing center at High School of Economics. Yeah, High School of.
Just another introduction.
Yeah, no. Just what's wrong with Times New Roman?
Times New Roman is read well when it is printed material.
Uh-huh.
because it has those little things that sans serif doesn't really
Serif.
on the slide, and that's why it's recommended to use Arial, Verdana, or Helvetica.
Okay, for print material, you have serif, and for online presentations, sans serif. Sans serif. Okay, and we have just one brief question from the audience. I mean,
Yes. Hello. How do you cope with laboratory works?
Natalia.
How? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you cope up with laboratory works regard to STEM or non-STEM fields in your online transitions? Lab works.
We don't have lab works because we don't work with students. We work only with faculty.
But don't the faculty also need some lab works for practice?
What we do, we only help them with academic writing and research writing.
Oh, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, this is our field of expertise.
Thank you very much. You keep your promise to bring that great book. It's a very valuable resource. I know that it is valuable. And High School of Economics, and in particular, Academic Writing Center, is famous for collecting different data and analyzing this data, which is great, doing some surveys. And all this information is of great value to all of us because when we have access to this resource, we can make informed decisions in terms of curriculum design and different strategies for teaching and learning and lots of other things. So Natalia, thank you very much. Svetlana, thank you for your contribution as well. And now we have another speaker, Irina Yunatova. Irina Yunatova is a dedicated member of our Association of Academic Writing Experts. Irina has come from St. Petersburg to share her ideas about using Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer. That's how ChatGPT is, what in fact it means for enhancing teaching, reading, and writing skills. Let's welcome Irina. Ready?
Ready, yeah. Dear colleagues, I'm more than happy to be here with you, and I'm very grateful for this fantastic opportunity to share my ideas, my findings, and most of all today, my concerns. Because today we have observed several fantastic presentations.
All of them were fantastic.
Yeah, but I was more interested in those exploring artificial intelligence.
Yes, sure.
Because actually it is a kind of, it was a kind of inspiration which happened when I knew that the deadline was prolonged, and one of my students appeared to have new problems. And these things coincided. So it all started with some of my students having similar problems when they were overloaded with horrible piles of materials they had to digest, and in particular one student whom I was preparing for an international exam, she didn't have time because she had to work through a lot of long papers and prepare for class discussions, and I was desperately thinking how to help her, and suddenly I remembered about artificial intelligence, my outstanding love, and I had a look at ChatGPT, and that was the start of my new road. I began exploring it, but it is only the beginning, of course. And my study focuses on several points. First of all, different ways of the most beneficial application of this tool. in teaching. Second, risks that we will inevitably face, potential threats, pitfalls, and what is very important from my point of view, lessons learned that we must learn, take away, and act accordingly. A couple of words about my background and rationale. On the one hand, my real cases are absolutely real students, mainly having to cope with long, hard texts, to apply them, to participate in discussions, not only to read and to somehow digest. Besides, as usual, I have students preparing for international exams and hence struggling with writing essays. And it was strengthened with my love to artificial intelligence. It is probably a little bit strange to say, but my first real encounter with the most prominent scientists in this sphere comes back to 1977, when it was the conference in Leningrad then, when I had a fantastic opportunity to see the founders, actually, of artificial intelligence. People whose names later I saw on the book covers and so on. So I'm just coming back. Today, a lot has been said about using ChatGPT and similar chatbots. Actually, there are plenty of them. And all this was shown, and I feel inventing another bicycle on wooden square wheels, so I don't want to go into this again. I want just add a couple of details. One is what I found useful, using summaries created by any kind of such bot for annotated bibliographies, because I always insist on my students keeping annotated bibliographies. I explain to them that otherwise they will lose all the information. They will never remember where they took an idea from. They must have such annotated bibliographies, and then it comes handy when you can have these summaries. And one more thing. I had one student who kept struggling with writing essays. It was horrible. It is, I don't know, strange Russian tradition taught at school. They go like that. It is even not Japanese way of writing, but somehow around the topic, never coming to the core. And I think after the 6th draft, I lost my temper and fed this essay to ChatGPT. I got a shortened version. Original essay was about 280 words. I got 220, and I just sent it to the boy and said, read, please. He immediately called me back and said, wow, how did you do that? I said, it was not me. And what was done? The water was squeezed, some words were changed. Is there anything new for you, or only your ideas? Mine. Do you want to add something? I think now I can. And he had the resource to add something of his ideas. So probably it also works. Pitfalls are also mentioned and more or less clear. What is probably important? Actually, letting students use such chatbots, we use scaffolding. We cannot allow this scaffolding transform into the crutches, which will be very difficult to get rid of. Besides, the students should be aware that the language might be boring. It will inevitably contain a lot of cliches. Safe. And one thing more, probably you remember, oh my God, как называется, законы, Parkinson laws, that every program contains at least one mistake, and it is a program. So it also inevitably has mistakes, which will result in mistakes in the text. It is good if there are just unintentional mistakes. They can be fakes, and they can be misleading. Main risks comes from the all said, and demotivation. I heard on the radio recently about new threats to students of all levels. Formerly, they had to ask, in my student years, we went to libraries. Modern students asked Google. At least they had to formulate their requests to think. But now, with coming GPT-4, emerging 5 and so on, they will be able just to mumble something. And it's something will be somehow transformed and somehow answered. Dangerous. But we have to face artificial intelligence and learn to work with it. It is unavoidable because according to forecasts, by 2030, we will live in another world. I'm not even mentioning that Web 3.0 is coming, which will be able to apply artificial intelligence. We will have to somehow learn to communicate with robots, with programs. Cyber psychology is developing. We have to learn to live in this society. Again, I have recently heard that in Japan, the worker was killed by the robot. It was unintentionally, but not enough safety measures. We should never forget about that. It was great Isaac Asimov who formulated 3 laws of robot technique, but they are not implemented, they are not developed for the current generation of artificial intelligence. This is just an example, don't try to read. It is because I want to leave this presentation and you can look it through at home at your leisure. What was interesting, it was a huge book, International Human Rights Law Imagine, yeah? And this poor girl had a whole chapter, about 20 pages, to digest in, I think, 2 days and prepare for the class discussion. So, we got the summary. This is the summary. And then we used another opportunity, questions. ChatGPT can formulate questions for reading comprehension. And not only this, it can provide sample answers. And when a student is in a rush, or when a teacher preparing for such a discussion is in a rush, it can be scaffolding, probably even crutches, but with widely open eyes, sometimes we do that. About risk awareness. A lot of people all over the world are thinking about risks and ways to diminish them. And I want to draw your attention to the following. There is such an institute, Future of Life. There is a link. Their mission is to build a community of artificial intelligence researchers. And actually they are looking for people willing to join. For example, they publish open letters also. There is also a link where, for example, it was stated, we, the undersigned, agree that the decision to take a human life should never be delegated to a machine. 52,000 signatures. But a few days ago, Olga Uskova, a prominent scientist and engineer in the sphere of pilotless vehicles, she said, next battles in the war will not be carried out by nuclear weapons, because it is very dangerous for the whole planet. But there is another danger. There will be battles of artificial intelligence. And it is not forbidden today, you see? On the one hand, no threat of the nuclear winter. And it was developing. Then another institution, Anthropic, they just claim that they are AI safety and research company. And in November, in the beginning of November, there was a Bletchley Declaration by countries signed. I will tell about it a little bit later. And, for example, our scientists have a canal in Telegram. This is somebody, Andrei Kiselnikov, I think he is from Moscow State University. It is called Psychophysiology News. They publish a lot about all that I told you. So about about 30 countries signed this conclusion. It should be deployed in a manner that is safe, in such a way as to be human-centric, trustworthy, and responsible. Protect human rights, fundamental freedoms. And there is a link. You might read it. But who signed this? We never know. It is said that it were representatives of countries, about 30 countries. I don't know why Russia wasn't there, wasn't presented there. Then, nothing was said about the military aspect. Only general words that we should work towards safety, trust, and so on. So, we all should be very, very careful. As we are all educators and quite dedicated ones, we are the front line. We influence the young minds. It was fantastic what Nadezhda said about our strive to form a holistic person, because we really need to develop real people of 21st and 22nd century. Let's have a look. And it is one of our duties to make sure that the world they will be living in is safe. So, and all these, most of these organizations are open. And probably it's high time for us to think about setting up a sub-body, thinking in that direction. What can and should we do? Because our students should be taught how to communicate, how to establish mutual understanding, because one of the simplest disasters is when the same concept is understood differently by the human and by the artificial intelligence. And it is only one tiny problem of a huge, huge amount of them. A very nice picture, which is called stochastic parrot. Because all current chatbots are based on LLMs, large language models. And there is a hypothesis that they are really stochastic parrots. That means that they can answer in seemingly logical and reasonable answer, but they understand nothing beyond that. And there is a very interesting article where a specialist and expert tested this hypothesis, and he worked with fourth generation, and he said that chatbot 4 managed, for example, it managed to answer the question how many parrots would be needed to produce a sound that can be heard from 500 miles. And the chatbot showed its way of reasoning, which was quite okay. And another, and probably the last for today, it was mentioned in one of the articles that actually what we get is shadows on the wall. So I dare remind you what it stands for. It is from the plateaus, as usual, as practically all we have today. It was his concept of the cave, where people are chained in the cave, and only images are projected on the blank wall in front of their eyes, and they see only shadows. They don't know what they stand for. And it is very dangerous. We should check, double check, and make sure that our artificial intelligence tools don't transform that way. It is our duty as humans. It is our human right. It is our world. It is our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Irina, very much. Okay, we have to be very cautious with this ChatGPT and all these technologies. And we have a question from the audience, Svetlana Suchkova.
Thank you very much. Now, well, everybody, not only lazy people do not speak about ChatGPT and artificial intelligence, really popular topic. You talked about the call for a kind of institutional policy of how to use ChatGPT, in your case, in teaching context. And my question to you is, if you were tasked to prepare a document about institutional policy of using artificial intelligence at the university, what one point would you include? Sorry about this.
I'm thinking because my first temptation is remember Asimov.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? There is another question. We have a very active.
So this is a
participant.
this is a hypothetical question. You can just answer according to your opinion.
Yeah.
So the question is: do you think in the AI can take over teaching jobs in future? Like nowadays, you see in library jobs, Google has taken over. Barely people go to libraries nowadays. They just Google it and they get the answers. So do you think in the future AI can take over teaching jobs of teachers, or maybe it has some effect of teaching jobs on teachers, like they will have reduced some teaching jobs in the schools or in teaching centers in future?
Thank you for your question. Again, first I will remember Asimov and his story, the fun they had about children who found a real paper book, and then they went back to their then mechanical teacher, where you had to submit your assignment in the form of punched cards. I think that nobody in the school has ever seen punched cards. I have, and I use them. But I don't see grammatical obstacles on the way of using artificial intelligence tools or embodied probably in robots in the classroom. Why not? But the main thing we must be aware. Yeah. Svetlana doesn't want them.
Yeah.
Do you think AI is a good thing in the future for teachers or bad?
No. That's why we're introduced. Okay, going back to holistic education. So this is a panacea. Okay.
It might be the teacher's assistant, helping assistant. You know, again, probably it was my first scientific work in artificial intelligence, because my first idea was, I will be modeling the decision-making process of air traffic control officers. Wow! And I started.
No.
Yeah. In a couple of months, I realized that the only thing I can hope for is the decision-making support system.
Yes. And we know how to teach this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know. Okay, thank you, Irina. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have another speaker, Dr. Zhou Wei, Associate Professor of the School of Foreign Studies, Harbin Engineering University. Dr. Zhou Wei received his master's degree from King's College, London, United Kingdom. Research interests of Dr. Zhou Wei include English language teaching, computer-aided translation, and translation technology. In his talk, Dr. Zhou Wei will explore the challenges for academic writers in the context of artificial intelligence and propose strategies for effective academic writing that leverages AI tools. Professor Zhou Wei.
Thanks, Ms. Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yes, welcome. You're most welcome. We can see
Good
your
afternoon.
presentation.
Yes.
Can we see
Yes.
Professor Zhou Wei?
So, hello, dear colleagues. My topic for today is academic writing in the context of AI technology, challenges and solutions. I'm from Harbin Engineering University, China. I did this study with my MTI student, and I divided the talk into 6 parts: introduction, literature review, research methodology, findings, discussion, and conclusion. The first introduction, we all know that the development of AI technology has changed our world a lot, include the academic, bringing about transformative changes in research methods, data analysis, knowledge dissemination. It brings us tremendous benefits, right? Such as increased efficiency, accuracy in various academic purposes. But also, it takes us challenges. The 2 things I like to mention are: one is the need to ensure the language created by the AI technology is clear, concise, and easily understood by the broad audience. And another challenge may be the constant need to stay updated with the latest research and development in the field, because the quick development of AI technology may take a lot of time and energy for us. And the purpose of this essay is to study the influence of artificial intelligence on academic writing, examine its impact, the challenge it presents, and potential solutions to overcome the obstacles. So the current status of application of AI technology in the field of academic writing may include 4 parts. 1, constant generation and summarization. 2, language translation. 3, plagiarism detection, and for the grammar and style checking. In order to do this study, we combined the qualitative and quantitative methods together. We designed the questionnaire, we did the interview, we also do the literature analysis. And the results reveals that the AI technology may enhance the efficiency and may also improve the language quality. It may also provide the new avenues for research. However, it do has the problems. So for one thing, the ethical concerns, and another thing may be the barrier expectation and mitigation. And the third thing is the skill development and adaptation. While study, right, we may provide the possible solutions for the effective integration. So one, we may make ethical guidance and policies. And two, we may do the human and AI collaboration. And three, we may do the educational initiatives. The integration of AI technologies largely increase efficiency in proofreading, editing, and literary review process. It saves researchers valuable time. Additionally, AI-powered tools may have improved language quality by providing suggestions to precise language choice and editing in the avoidance of common grammatical errors. The out-study research identifies efficiency enhancement, language quality improvement, and new avenues for research as the key benefits of AI integration in academia. So the possible suggestions for the future research, right? When we investigate the long-term effects of AI integration, we may also assess the ethical guidance and politics for AI use. We may also explore the bias detection and mitigation strategies. And the research summary, right? The study explored the impact of AI technology on the academic writing, and mixed methods we employed include questionnaire, interviews, and later analysis. This allows for comprehensive understanding of the specific impact of AI technology on academic writing. For the data collection, the data were collected through questionnaire, which provide quantitative insights into the perceptions and experience of researchers and writers regarding to AI technology in academic writing. And interviews were conducted to gather qualitative data, allowing for in-depth exploration of participants' perspectives and experiences. Literature analysis were employed to review existing studies and provide a broader context for understanding the impact of AI technology on academic writing. The collected data were processed and analyzed using both quantitative and qualitative methods. Quantitative data from questionnaires were analyzed using statistical techniques to identify patterns, trends. However, qualitative data from interviews were subject to semantic analysis to track key themes and insights. The findings from the literature analysis were synthesized to provide a comprehensive overview of the current state of the research in this area. We also realized the limitations for the study. Obviously, the sample size for the questionnaires and interviews is quite small. It may not fully present the diversity of researchers and writers in the academic area. Secondly, the generalization of the findings may be limited to the specific context and time period of the study. But to address these limitations, future research can consider larger and more diverse samples and conduct a more broader study to capture change over time. And also for the future study, right? Future research focus on developing more advanced AI tools that can better understand the human language. Ethical considerations must be integrated into the development and implementation of AI-powered writing assistant systems. AI algorithms can be further refined to detect and mitigate bias, ensuring fairness and independence in research. Ethical guidelines and policies can be established to get responsible AI use in academic writing. So much for my talk. Thank you. I'm waiting for questions.
Thank you, Professor Joe Wei, for your presentation. And we do have some questions from the audience. Okay, Natalia?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, I wanted to ask how your research results are reflected in your teaching practices.
In general, I teach the academic writing for post-graduation levels. But when they do the papers, right, I like to write some academic papers. The students do use the AI tools, which they think, in their opinion, they may improve their writing levels. However, there are many problems, right, we need to do because of the shortcomings of the AI technologies, right? So I learned a lot from this study, right? So we do enjoy the benefits brought by the AI technology. However, it did take us a lot of challenges. So we need to take some measures, right, to use it better, right? Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any other questions? I probably have just a question from me. What are the benefits in the use of artificial intelligence for teaching writing from your experience? So we know a lot about artificial intelligence and pros and cons, how it can be used and why we should not use it. But speaking from your experience, what are the benefits in the use of artificial intelligence for teaching writing?
Yes. The one thing is, in the past, right, we need to teach the students from zero, right? They know nothing about the academic writing, right? However, with the help of AI technology, right, they do help the learners to write something, right? They say, I want to write application letters, okay? Then the AI tools like ChatGPT, they may get a good answer, right? So if we use the tools properly, right, both students and teachers, they may benefit a lot from the technology.
And do you allow your students to use artificial intelligence when they generate their texts? Or it's strictly forbidden?
Yes, I did. I say you may use any kind of AI tools, include the ChatGPT, right? However, you need to double check. You need to do post editing, right? You cannot just brought the answer from ChatGPT, right? And say, okay, this is my paper. No. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Joe Wei, for your contribution and sharing your experience with all of us. And I hope, because I cannot see it, I hope that we have our next speakers. Do we? Do we have our next speakers? I cannot see.
I think I'm here.
Oh, yes. Great, Stu. So,
Hang on.
yeah, thank you for showing up. I am pleased to announce our next speakers from the your side. Yes, there should be two of you.
John, are you connecting?
John and Stu, a team of 2 enthusiastic professionals. And in their talk, they will explore the integration of artificial intelligence into ESL classrooms for the assessment and scoring of student academic papers. John is a senior English specialist who is working in a non-profit educational research agency headquartered in San Francisco, and Stuart Landers is currently an ESL and EAP instructor at Colorado State University. You're very, very, very welcome, Stu, and I hope John is somewhere looming. Is
Yes.
John?
I see John.
John is here with.
Can you see me?
Okay, great. Now we
There he
have
is.
2, as I said, two
Yeah.
enthusiastic professionals. Okay. Hello, John.
Hello, how are you today?
Nice to see you. Fine, thanks. Nice to see you again.
Yes.
So I guess we can start your talk.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
very good. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Thorpe, as you heard, and I work for a nonprofit educational research agency out of San Francisco called WestEd. I've been involved in assessment of language assessment in the U.S. And internationally for about almost 20 years. Before that, I taught in Japan. I was a college English teacher in Japan for about 15 years. So I do have a long history in teaching. After I taught in Japan, I came back to the U.S. I went to grad school, and it was at that point that I met Stuart, and we became fast friends, and we've been in contact ever since. Stuart and I have presented at a number of on occasions, often on assessment, because I use my work for assessment, but I sometimes teach part-time, but not full-time like Stuart does. So I use him as either for the data or for the ideas. So Stu, I'll go ahead and let you introduce yourself.
Okay, yeah, my name is Stuart Landers, and I am an instructor here at Colorado State University, and I teach ESL and English for Academic Purposes. I've been here for about, I think this was my 11th year here. Prior to that, I taught for about 7 years at Missouri State University in a very similar capacity. Prior to that, I was in grad school with this guy. And before that, I taught at a university in South Korea for about 7 years. So I think I'm in my 30th year of being an ESL, EFL professional. And again, John and I have been presenting on assessment and on curriculum and on action research. Geez, John, going back to what, about 2004, 2005?
Yeah, 2003.
A long time, yeah.
2004, something like that. Yeah.
So yeah, and so it again, like John said, it's sort of his ideas and it's my data. So
Yeah. So for this here, let me share my screen here. Let me know when you can see that. And
I can see it.
You can see that, good. Let me go to the. There you go, like this. Very good. Okay. So yeah, the name of our presentation, or the title, is AI and ESL Assessment: Unleashing the Potential of Artificial Intelligence for Efficient, Objective, and Enhanced Scoring and Feedback of Academic Writing. Now that title was actually provided by AI after I gave it basically the abstract of the talk and said, suggest a good title, played with it a little bit, made a little edit, couple of edits to it, but more or less, I've used AI then to generate the title of this. I just kind of thought that was rather fitting. One of the things that I do in assessment, because here in the U.S., for kindergarten to grade 12, when kids first enroll in school, there's a questionnaire that is given to the parents. And one of the questions is a language other than English spoken in the household? And if the answer is yes, then the student is assessed at that point, because for their English language ability, because they don't know if the student is fluent, if they've even, if only, for example, Spanish is spoken in the home. So they need to test to see whether the student needs extra support for their English language ability. So in the state of California, and I worked on their assessment for 4 or 5 years, there were about 1 million students in California alone that answered yes to that question on their assessment, or rather on their questionnaire. So one of the question types, and it becomes important, this is a rather high stakes test, determining whether the student needs to get the added support or whether they can go in the mainstream classroom. And then usually at the end of every school year, they're given a retest to see if their ability is high enough to test out, and then they no longer need the support. And one of the types of questions we ask, of course, would be writing. We have them write something. In the parlance of assessment, is we call that a constructed response item. Item just meaning a question. Constructed response meaning that the student generates the answer. It's not multiple choice. The psychometricians love the multiple choice because if they're done right, there's only one answer, and the other 3 are wrong. That's why they like it, and it's very reliable, so that the student either gets it right or they get it wrong. With constructed response, there's more of a gray area. So, you don't know whether, usually they're worth multiple points. So whether the student gets 1 point or 2 points or 3 points will depend on a number of factors. So,
and as an instructor, I would say that I vastly prefer using constructed response items because it gives me more opportunities to give formative feedback. The students are simply generating more language, and so they're demonstrating, both what they know and what they have mastery of and what they don't. So I could get a lot more use out of constructed response, especially again, if I want to use it to give them feedback and to teach.
Yeah, and when you have 1 million responses that you're reading, particularly in the old days when we did have hand scoring, as it's called, human raters had to read every one of those. We don't get down to that. We don't know the students, they're just a number. So it becomes, it is one of the differences really between the large scale and then much better, I think, as Stuart says, when you can read that, you get to see the progress that the students make. But in any case, any type of a prompt, rather when you have the students respond to something, you want it to be clear and concise to set up the task and convey what is expected of the student. Because what we don't want is a student to respond, or more students to respond in ways that we aren't expecting it. So we ask them to do something, they didn't really do what I wanted them to do. Now, was it that they didn't understand the instructions? Is the instructions above their ability level? Or was there something that was unclear or ambiguous by the way we worded it? This all becomes important later on, as we'll see, when we use AI to try to score these. Much like a human, is that, again, if the task isn't clear or the instructions aren't clear, they become hard to score. So a number of things to consider when we create a constructed response item. So for example, are you going to consider spelling if the student misspells words? If the intention of the item, of the task, is to measure a reading skill, which we often have, the student reads an article, we call a passage, and then they respond to it, then correct spelling is probably not part of the construct of reading. So if we just ask them a general comprehension question about the reading passage, we don't care if they misspell the word. That's not what we're getting at. So it shouldn't matter. On the other hand, if the intention of the item is to assess writing and conventions, then maybe you might want to consider if spelling is important or not of the scoring. If spelling does count, then you want to let the student know that, so that they don't fret over the spelling when it turns out, they were afraid they misspelled a word, and it turned out it didn't matter because you didn't count spelling towards their score. Will the student be expected to use examples from the text? Again, this would be a prompt that is in response to a reading passage. Maybe they read a short story, and you're asking them, what is the theme? or describe the character, something like that. If the item assesses reading, it is useful to ask students to cite evidence from the passage or from the text, or to at least state where the information can be found. Paragraph 1, paragraph 2, like that. Again, this requirement should only be mentioned, should be mentioned in the prompt or in the directions. So again, they know what's expected of them. How many points will the response count towards the student's score? If the student only needs to write 1 or 2 sentences, for example, stating what the main idea of the passage is, then that item would be worth fewer points than if the student is asked to write a multi-paragraph response. Because what you want to be able to do is make the points match the task. So if you had it worth 5 points and they only had to write 1 or 2 sentences, then it's really hard to determine what is a 5-point score, what is a 4-point score, 3, 2, and 1. If it's only 1 or 2 sentences, probably 2 points, 3, most 3 points, would you be able to put the students on that into those different categories? Okay, for longer paragraph or essay type responses, what we call extended response items, teachers sometimes include a series of questions in a prompt for the student to address their response. Now, although it is intended to be helpful, we have found that it may actually limit the response that a prompt elicits. So, for example, the students may simply respond to the questions separately, rather than producing a single integrated, well-developed response. So if they said, what is this character like? How does he help move the plot along? The student then might possibly, instead of writing one essay or one answer, would answer it too. The character is very helpful to the other characters, period, and then answer the second question. So in that case, the student didn't really understand the prompt and interpreted it as meaning there are 2 questions here I'm supposed to answer and not just one. So it's not really, you didn't get the results that you wanted from the student, but perhaps it was because the student really didn't understand what the task was because it wasn't clear.
And so this is something, this is a pitfall or a pit that I've fallen into many times, and I've learned that if on the one hand, I do want to give them guiding questions, but I have to be very careful to, have them read, have one student read the directions aloud, write a complete paragraph. And then I, orally will check with them. What are you going to write? A paragraph. Are you going to write individual answers? No. So again, this is something you have to be very careful about, or you'll get a list of sentences.
Yeah, and also because they're second language learners or even third language learners, they'll use whatever language resources they have to answer, to try their best, and maybe they're not capable of writing the full paragraph. They can only write in a couple of sentences. So to make it clear, to them what is expected. So this is a strategy you could use. We call it read, think, and write. For extended constructed response items that use multiple relatively complex text, for example, you're having them read something and then respond to it, consider using the read, think, write approach. So a prompt that uses this approach will briefly characterize what the student has read, focus the student's thinking on a particular aspect of the reading, and then charge a student with a writing task. So you have read 3 passages about the development of solar energy. Think about each author's point of view, about the costs and benefits of solar energy. Write an essay that analyzes how each author conveys his or her point of view. Use details from each passage to support your response. So there you have it broken down, but really the core is that last bullet point there of what they have to do, but it leads them up to what the task is and how to focus it. Now, you can if you're not having them read something and they're writing it from their own personal experience, you can modify that. So you could just say, if it seems self-evident, you could, the read portion can be eliminated. If the think and write portions convey redundant information, you can take one out.
I think you've frozen up there, John. Still with us? I think this is what's called technical difficulties. Is our moderator there?
So I'm instead of the moderator for the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe you can continue.
Yeah, I'll try to continue. John has the PowerPoint, but his next, yeah, let me talk until he gets back in. Well, do we have any questions at this point about constructed response items?
I
Which
actually
is-
have a question. Maybe John was going to talk about it later. Is artificial intelligence used to generate prompts for constructed response items?
Yes, yes, and he does have some examples of that. You can use it to construct prompts. What we've mainly done here is we used prompts that I created and rubrics that I created and scored, and then had the AI, 2 different AI programs, use my rubric to score the same samples from the students, and we're comparing the results with an interest in, hey, Stu, how can you use this in the classroom? How good is this? And so hopefully, John gets back on here, we will talk about that. Now I could talk a little bit about his next point, which is using rubrics. And so, of course, as we all know, if you're going to give some kind of an assessment using constructed response, having them write an essay or paragraph, you need to have a very clear rubric. That breaks down all the point values. And so I think we got John back.
Yeah, I apologize for that. We're having bad weather where I live. I think it causing a brief interruption in my internet. But I'm back.
Right.
Great.
Hold the floor for me, Stuart.
Take it away, John.
All right. I apologize for that. Not the first time that's happened. Okay. All right, I'm going to go back here. I was on this slide anyway. Okay, so you got the prompt all set up. Now we need to worry about the scoring rubrics. I'm just going to use this view. It's just a little easier for me to see that, if you don't mind. Okay, now the scoring rubrics are essential for any type of constructed response item, especially those that measure speaking or writing skills, or where the response can be creative or unique. How many points will the constructed response be worth? If it is very short, as I said, a word or two, it is difficult to justify awarding more than 1 or 2 points. If the task is for students to produce a sentence or two, then it might only be worth 2 or 3 points, right? So it goes, make the rubric match the task. So we need to have an idea of what a response matching each score point would look like. So the minimum and maximum scores are usually pretty easy to determine. This is really good, and this one isn't. It's easy. The responses that are on the border between points can be problematic. So why is this one worth 5 points, but this one 4? What is it about the 4 point that doesn't quite make it a 5? But what is it about the 4 point score that makes it a 4 and not a 3? So the best way to ensure consistent scoring of a wide range of responses is to have a clear and detailed rubric. And if you need to, what we call a scoring guide. So again, this would be for a higher stake if it's a final exam, if it's an entrance exam into your program, and you want to know you're going to place students and they're going to be there for the full year or the semester. You kind of want to make sure that your scoring is consistent. So if you have more than one rater, you're doing this as a faculty, that you want to ensure that the reason that the student got 5 points and not 4 points was because they had Stuart read their response and not Janie, right? So that the difference is really based on the student score. So in this case, Stuart and Janie are on the same page and that they're calibrated. They're scoring them in the same way. So another consideration is what kind of rubric to use. The most typical rubric for the large-scale stuff that we use is a holistic rubric where students are given a single score for their complete response. I think if you can, it's not the best type of rubric to use. We have a lot of issues with these because what if you have a bunch of bullet points and this is a 5? The student doesn't reach all of those bullet points, but most of them. Do they get the 5 or do you bring them down a point? Whereas if it's a 4-point and they reach all of those or most of those, but there's something else that they include, is that worth 5 or is it worth 4? So it becomes, they can become difficult. The simpler the rubric, sometimes the more difficult they can be to use in some situations. The simplest rubric, we call it dichotomous. It's either right or wrong. Often those are like simple vocabulary type questions. What is this item? What is this? It's an apple. So, it's either correct or incorrect. Okay, now the multiple criteria rubric provides individual scores for different traits. For example, they can get 1 point for grammar, 1 point for spelling, 1 point for punctuation. Multiple criteria rubrics are especially helpful, I think, for teachers to see where their students are having difficulty. So, for example, this is a scoring rubric here. Let me make this one larger.
And this is the type of rubric that I prefer because it gives me a lot more opportunities to give formative feedback to the students.
Yeah.
And I can show them, here's where you're strong, here's where you need improvement, and so on.
Yeah. So this is just an example of one that was used in classrooms. Now this was, so for writing an argumentative essay, for example, these are the different points, and then the student would get a score up to 4 points for each of for content and the presentation, and 2 points for their conventions in this case. Okay. So that's the other thing. If the test or the item, the essay question will be reused with another class, or you're going to use it next year, it's a good idea to create a scoring guide, which is basically you have we call anchor papers. That this is a perfect example of a 5-point. This is a 4-point, 3, 2, 1. So you can go back and if you're thinking about it, say, gee, is this a 2 or a 3? Let me see what I did last year on that, for example. And then you can compare that paper to the ones you have. It makes the scoring a little more consistent, or we say reliable in that regards.
And for example, for those of you who are familiar with the IELTS exam, when the IELTS is writing tasks are rated by human raters, they are trained on a set of anchor papers and also have to be recertified. That is, they have to rate a set of papers within the right band scores every 2 years. So again, these are very important, especially when you have multiple raters or are giving multiple exams.
Yeah, so creating and using a scoring guide will allow for more reliable and consistent scoring, likely make the process faster, because now you can always compare, well, this is just like this other one that I did. I gave that one a 3, so I'll give this one a 3. So that helps out there. Okay, so now we get into, so that, basically that's my soapbox on getting the prompt right. So whether you're scoring it by yourself, whether you're going to use AI, or whether you're going to use both. Having that prompt and getting the responses that you hope to get is important. Now, we started using artificial intelligence. It wasn't called that at the time, but a machine scoring is what was referred to. Going back to 2009, I worked for McGraw-Hill Education, and they wanted to get into the Chinese market because there's a lot of students in China. They thought this was a way they could market a product for speaking. And they contracted with a company in Silicon Valley, and I had meetings with them. I barely understood what they were talking about because these were really real tech people. But basically it was the student would orally respond to a prompt or a question, and it would provide a score. I found their system back then to be highly unreliable. I went to China on a couple occasions and tested it out. I knew all the questions.
And once again, I think we've temporarily lost John to the weather. John is currently in Las Vegas. That's where he lives. He works remotely. And so probably have to give him a couple of seconds. Do we have any questions at this point?
Yeah.
Please.
So I wanted to ask you, how much do you align your scoring system with your colleagues as well? So to keep the consistency of scoring not only within your class, but also within the school and within like language teachers.
Okay, I had difficulty hearing that. Could our moderator paraphrase that for me?
You can switch on your mic.
Is it better like that? Oh, yes.
Is it better this?
There we go.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So how much do you align your scoring system not only within your class, but also within your colleagues? So the consistency is throughout the school and not only throughout your class.
Okay, yeah, very good question. If we are using, and okay, for what I do, if we have more than one section, so if we have grammar 1, section A, section B, section C, 3 classes, same curriculum, same student learning outcomes to be met, and same standardized or same exam. Everybody's giving the same exam. Then we norm or we calibrate. And so we sit down and using what John just described as a scoring guide, make sure that everybody understands, the language of the rubric, that we agree on, things like full control of relevant grammar versus, what does partial control mean? Or, what does, poor ability to organize mean? We agree on that, and we usually norm to samples. So we'll have something that we've all agreed, or some other team has agreed is, a 4, and then we will all, rate it independently and discuss why it's a 4 and not a 5 or not a 3. And we also do this, especially when we're doing placement, because placement's a very, critical decision. I mean, it could mean the difference between a student having to spend 1 semester or 3 semesters in our program. So in that case, we make sure that all of the raters are normed and are using the rubric in a uniform way. Does that help? Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your question. Are you back, John?
Yeah, I'm back. I
Okay.
apologize for that. It's technology, isn't it wonderful? But anyhow, so we started using that, and I'm going to keep my camera off, and maybe that'll reduce my my bandwidth here, and I won't crash for now. But the problem was when I went to China and tried it out, I would give the same responses to the questions, and I got different scores. I got a 93 on one and an 88, and the difference was I used a different microphone. We found that the more expensive the microphone, the lower the score, because it was picking up ambient sound in the background, and that was being interpreted as being a part of the response. So really, it was not a very reliable software, and McGraw-Hill paid $1 million for it back then. So it was a real bomb. We've used it in scoring also for writing, but again, it has to be calibrated. So we get a bunch of papers, the humans score it, and then they run it in the machine, and they make some changes to it. They don't tell us how they do that, the company we use. But nevertheless, then they calibrate it so that the machine is scoring it the same way the humans are. And we have found what we're doing here, what it did with Stuart, was kind of the same process of, okay, let's try something and compare our scores, and then let's go back and revise what we did and see if we get different scores until we can calibrate it so that the machine is scoring it the same way that the humans are. So anyhow, they've come, of course, a long way. AI. And AI entered the mainstream in last year, 2022, with the release of ChatGPT. Oh, there we go. Okay, sorry. which is AI technology capable of producing remarkably creative responses, very human-like, and sophisticated analyses through human-like dialogue. GPT, which stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer, models have been trained to understand natural language and code. So GPTs provide text outputs in response to inputs. So the inputs of GPTs are also referred to as prompts, not to be confused with the writing prompt, but basically that's it. So designing a prompt is essentially how you program a GPT, usually by providing instructions or some examples of how to successfully complete a task. So the better your prompt to the GPT, the better the results. AI is only as smart as you make it. The more details included in your query, in your prompt, the better the responses you will receive. So I kind of think of AI as a person that has amnesia, or as being a tabula rasa, right, the blank slate. You have to tell it what it knows and how to behave. So they can't read minds. If the outputs are too long that it's giving you, you can ask for brief replies. If the outputs are too simple, ask for expert level writing. If you dislike the format, demonstrate the format you'd like to see. Not unlike, you have a teacher's assistant or something and they're not doing the task you asked them to do the way you wanted it done, you have to go back, no, this is how I want it done. Okay, the less the GPT has to guess at what you want, the more likely you'll get the results you want. So a tip that I found out about and I've used is to ask the model to adopt a persona. So you tell it, you are a college English teacher, like that. So the AI can be used as an assistant, like you would as a second rater. It can analyze and critique and suggest revisions for classroom assignments, a lesson plan, or rubrics. I actually had it provide feedback on how to improve rubrics. I've done that. It can also be used as a second reviewer, as I said, for student work, as we did in our experiment here. Provide feedbacks on way the student can produce and submit better work. So for our task that we did is I had asked Stuart to provide me a typical classroom writing assignment that he has his students complete. And I use two AIs. I use they're all free. I only want to use free ones. I think Something International is teachers programs, they often don't have a lot of money to spend. So I use ChatGPT and I also use Google's Bard, probably less well known. And I gave them this prompt. This was prompt 1. Act as an expert educator who is able to read information, analyze text, and give supportive feedback based on a rubric I will give you. So the college-age English as a second language students were given the following assignment. Please write a paragraph that answers the following question. And then I used, Stuart, I'll let you set that up here if you want to talk about it.
Okay, so this is based on an activity framework that we call an application activity. And what it does is it follows a series of lessons and a series of activities focusing on different grammatical structures. And it gives the students an opportunity to really show how well they can use the language. It's not just, it's beyond filling in blanks in sentences or beyond even writing sentence answers to questions. So as you can see, what were your daily routines in your home country before you came to the United States? So, and I explicitly say, I am looking for you to use past simple verbs and adverbs of frequency, okay? But I'm also piggybacking on what's going on in the writing class, which I'm not teaching, but which I have taught, which is at level 1. Sorry, this is a level 1 sort of high beginner task. The writing class is focusing on how to write a paragraph. So make sure you have a topic sentence, at least 8 supporting sentences, and a concluding sentence. And don't forget an effective title. So I'm assuming that that the other teachers taught this. I check the students' knowledge of what is a topic sentence, what is a supporting sentence, etc. But what I'm really after is, can they use the grammar in the more of a real world application? So, and
And he
again, this is
spells out what you're expecting, right? You
yes,
told them what they wanted, how many sentences it had to be, so
yes,
it spells out the prompt, the task.
yeah. And they frequently say, "How many sentences should I write?" And so, I try to say as many as you need, but they're a lot more comfortable with being given a specific number. And I use this kind of a framework about 5 or 6 times per semester. I just change the context, the task, and I change the grammar. But it's always, show me what you can do in writing. Show me what you can do with this grammar that we've been studying in a paragraph in writing.
Yeah. So then the prompt continued, when you are ready, I will give you the rubric. I will then begin to give you the student work to evaluate, and you will provide specific, constructive, and meaningful feedback in a first-person supportive voice. If the score given is less than 25 points, this was Stewart's rubric that we used here, provide a brief paragraph on specific steps the student can do to improve the work and earn full credit based on the rubric. So then the AI responded back to me, certainly, please provide the rubric, and I'll be ready to evaluate the student work. So I gave him the rubric, which, again, students, I mentioned this, that now Stu's only doing this himself. He understands his rubric. He knows the differences between the point ranges. Again, if
I'm the only rater using this, so there's no norming, and it's also low stakes. This is it's like a quiz grade.
Yeah. So he gave the categories because it's a grammar class, and grammar, the content, and the mechanics. I would say that again, if you're going to really use this with AI, that it's good if you will, where there's point ranges like 2 to 4 points, specify what is the difference between a 2, a 3, and a 4. Stewart knows, but the AI doesn't. So if you provide that, you'll get better responses in return. But nevertheless, it was low stakes. This is what we had to work with. This is real world. So I then provided the responses to the AI, and it scored each one, and it provided feedback. Like this. This is an example. It said, this is a good start, but there are areas for improvement. The organization could be strengthened by adding a concluding sentence, and the grammar could be refined for better clarity and precision. The mechanics are generally sound with only minor errors. So I gave the same prompt to Google Bard to see how would that score it. And for student response number 2, which was the weakest response of the 5 that we gave it, ChatGPT gave this. What's that, Stuart?
Yeah, to clarify, we gave this, just to clarify, the samples came from a high beginner grammar class, level 1 grammar. And this was done, probably in the last third of the semester. It was done about 3 weeks ago with my students. And then the students came from Gulf countries, from Southeast Asia, and actually one from South Asia, India.
Yeah, so for one of the responses, this is what Google Bard said. This paragraph requires substantial improvement. The content lacks detail and organization, and there are significant grammar and mechanics issues. To enhance the work, the students should focus on providing more specific details about their daily routine and addressing grammatical errors for better clarity and accuracy. So you can see different scoring, different AIs will give you different responses. The tone of this one seems a little harsher, I think, than the first one. Okay, so for student 2, I'm sorry, that was ChatGPT. Same student response. This is what Google Bard provided, and it was a bullet pointed list rather than a block of prose. Suggestions for improvement: proofread the paragraph carefully to correct the grammar, spelling, and punctuation errors. Add more specific examples and details. Overall, the paragraph is well written and informative. With a few minor changes, it could be even better. Well, it was the weakest of the five. I think they're being a little kind there, but. Okay, so this is how the scores came out. Let me go back to, there we go. So you can see here, for the 5 responses, the first one compared to Bard and then Stu, what Stu scored. So the first one, ChatGPT gave it 16 points, Bard gave it 21, Stewart gave it 24. So you can see here that there was some disagreements on these. However, what we'll see here in the next table, I put the ones in green is where they agreed. Like I said earlier, the lowest score and the highest are usually the easiest ones to spot. It's the ones in between that can be a problem. So all 3, Stu, Bard, and ChatGPT scored student 4 as the highest and student 2 as the lowest. Where they differed was in the ones in between. And Bard and Stewart both gave student 1 the second highest score, whereas ChatGPT was the 4th. So there really weren't very reliable scoring here, given this prompt.
But from a teacher, if I get this data, this reinforces what I already know from dealing with these students for 8 weeks, that student number 4 is definitely the strongest and student number 2 is definitely the weakest. So there it's agreeing with me, and I find that useful.
So then what I did is I went back and I said, I'm going to revise the prompt that I give it to the AI. So instead of saying you're an expert educator, I changed that. You are a college English as a second language teacher who is able to read information, analyze text, and give supportive feedback. This is the description of the course and of the adult students enrolled in the class. I then took the course description that Stewart provided, and we used the AI, or rather the Common European Framework, of where these students are. In the course description, it says that they were at level A2 to start, and they would end the course at B1. So I gave AI a description based on the Common European Framework. This is an A2 student. This is what they can do. I then gave them same with B1. This is what a B1 student is able to do. I gave them the course goals. I put that in the prompt. Students will improve their ability to accurately produce grammar structures. I gave them the course objectives. The learning
outcomes. Again, these are straight from my curriculum. Yeah. This is what I am given, or I actually helped co-write a couple of years ago, these. And so these are the guidelines that Grammar 1 teachers must follow and must be very familiar with when they teach this class. So this is real.
Yep, they even gave the grammar structures because it was very detailed course description. It went on. Then I gave them as I did in task 1, or rather prompt 1, the writing task, and I gave them the rubrics. Okay, so as might be expected, because I gave the AI more information than I did the first time, more detailed information, provided different feedback for prompt 2, I call it prompt 2, to the same student responses. So you can compare the two. This is prompt 1, this was for student 1, which was one of the higher scoring responses. This is a good start, but there are areas for improvement. Remember, I wrote that. The organization could be strengthened by adding concluding sentence, grammar. Prompt 2, a little different feedback. This is well-constructed paragraph with a clear topic sentence supporting details, concluding sentence. The grammar is generally strong with only minor adjustments. So it gave a different feedback, again, based on a different prompt. So now, let me go back to that. I have this idea that it's a slideshow viewer is causing that to crash also. So you can compare. So where the first times with prompt 1, ChatGPT gave it 16. Second time around gave it 20. Now Bard went from 21 to 15, so it went the other way. The biggest difference was in response 2, where, but again, it was the lowest scoring response. So even though ChatGPT either gave it 6 or 7 points and Stewart gave it 13, it was still the lowest of the 5. And so you can see here that I have a question mark with Bard. It seemed when I gave it that second prompt, it overloaded it, and just like a person had too much information. And it failed to score the other 2. I just get error messages. So I don't know if it was just a temporary issue with Bard or if it was just too much for it to handle. So I think that ChatGPT is better in this case with this type of with that much detail that I provided it. That I think maybe Bard wasn't suitable for that. Okay, so now, in this case, when you look at it, yeah, I mean, it did give student 3 and 5 the same score, but if I then rank them, you can see here that they aligned with Stewart. Student 4 was 1, which we had before, but now student 1 goes up to the second. Student 5 and 3 were the same, but if I put them in that order, I could tweak it a little more and probably come up with identical scores. But it did. Now they're in calibration. So now that prompt showed that this would be useful. Stewart wanted to use this prompt moving forward with his classes as AI helping to really reduce his workload a little bit or just give him a second opinion, so to speak, on scoring these writing prompts. So Stuart, how was the feedback, and what would you do with it as moving forward?
I thought this was very interesting, especially the differences between the 2 AIs that you used and the way they, approached the writing samples and the things they focused on and didn't focus on. I personally would use this to sort of norm myself, so to speak, to say, Stu, let's take an outside look at how you're using this rubric that you have written. So because it gives me areas to, things I haven't thought about. Maybe I should be focusing more on the mechanics and less on, the organization of the content. Or, maybe I don't really have a consistent idea in my head. I think I do of what good control of grammar means. What does that mean, good control? So, this would force me to explicitly reevaluate, what I'm doing and what the rubric I've created and how I'll use it. Now, I could also use this to rather easily generate 3 or 4 paragraphs of, well-written feedback to give the students. And so that would be very, that I would, of course, edit. And that could be a time-saving, both a time-saving thing for me and, a way to give students even more feedback in the form of longer written things, instead of, say, just giving them oral feedback or just giving them handwritten notes on their paragraph or their essay. So I'd say those are the 2 main ways that this would be useful.
Yeah, so our conclusions based on this were that the more detailed the information provided, the better the results from ChatGPT. Google Bard, on the other hand, encountered errors when more specific details were provided. In that regard, it behaved more like human. They said being overloaded with too much information, too much to process. I think also, again, if the rubric were revised, just if for no other reason, even if Stewart's clear what 2 points and 3 points are, in each of those categories, to let the engine know, if you put that in the prompt, this is, give them examples of what that is. It might calibrate even better than it did. So, but nevertheless, it was very consistent, and I think it could be useful then, as Stewart said, provide feedback. You got to read it through it, because I know some of it was a little bit quirky at times, but it gives you a start. You don't have to think of everything right from the beginning. And it might even come up with things, notice things that you didn't. So, very good. Does anyone have questions they would?
Oh, thank you, John. Thank you, Stu. We do have questions. We have several questions, and we're lucky to have time for the questions.
Okay, thank you very much. This was extremely interesting. The question is, so how would you instruct AI in terms of the content? Because actually, as we all know, a student can produce an ideal text in terms of grammar, in terms of punctuation, in terms of spelling, but not actually answer the question he or she was asked. So here comes my question about that.
Yeah, so I think this is a question about what, again, IELTS would call task completion. You know, did they do what you told them to do in terms of the content? You know, did they answer the question? And I don't know, John, how would you do that?
Yeah, well, I think what we could do then, if you had papers, was also to instruct AI that, you know, if it's off topic, because usually we've done this before, again, with students who are, you know, with their second language learners, they're comfortable writing about some things and not comfortable about others. They do well on familiar topics. So you had a prompt about, like this one, talk about your daily habits before you came to the United States. You have to write in the past tense. If the student is uncomfortable with that or doesn't feel like they have the skill to do that, they might say, well, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about something else. And if they wrote a really good response that was off topic, for our large-scale response test, we give that a 0 because it's off topic. So that's how
IELTS would give it a 0, whereas you know, to be honest with you, if I'm teaching grammar or if I'm tasked with, you know, ensuring that students can produce a clear, you know, well-constructed, logically constructed paragraph, their ideas are kind of, you know, secondary, you know, or so if a student, again, wants to go off topic and wants to talk about, instead of his routine, he wants to talk about his family's routine, or if you want, you know, something like that, that's fine with me because I'm still getting a grammar sample. I'm still getting a picture of his grammatical interlanguage that I could, you know, give feedback to.
Yeah, so I know that I'd mentioned earlier about working on AI for speaking. About 5 or 6 years ago, I worked with a company, still working with the nonprofit, but we worked with a company called Turn It In, which is known here for being a plagiarism checker. But they had acquired a company called Nightshade, which did AI scoring of writing. And we worked with them on prompts, creating prompts for them. Because at least at that time, what they told me at Nightshade was that if you can constrain the answers, it does a much better job of knowing how to score things. So if you told the student to write a story, just write creative writing, write a short story about 2 characters. You needed a little more information because one student might write a romance and another might write a science fiction story. And those are really a problem for the end because it doesn't know how to score those. It likes to have, this is a 5-point and it could be presented to it on topic.
So this goes back to, this goes back to tell the AI what it knows or teach the AI what it knows because otherwise it is a blank slate. How are we doing for time? Can we get in some more questions?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do have at least one more question,
Yes.
Amit.
Please.
Hello, so I want to know what word limit should we put it into the prompt to get a better response? Like you said, more detail is not good and less detail is also not good for the ChatGPT or a Google Bard. So what word limit do you prefer to give it so have a best response from the ChatGPT or Google Bard? And another question is, do you think uppercase and lowercase matters in different responses? Like, does it matters? Thank you.
Oh, you mean in the student response if they capitalize?
Yes, capitalize or lowercase it. Does it have some difference? That's my second question. Thank you.
Interesting
question. I'll let you answer that one.
I'm sorry?
I'll let you answer that one about capitalization.
Well, I mean, again, depending on the stakes and depending on your purposes for assessment, that the capitalization is valuable if it's aberrant, if they're not following a clear convention. So but at the same time, I think we would have to tell the AI to look for that or to rate that. Now I don't know. We would probably have to do an experiment where we would introduce some weird capitalization, or do everything in all caps, and see what happens. Because quite frankly, neither one of us really thought about how it would follow that. Now I would assume, John, that it is programmed with capitalization conventions.
Yeah, you could specify.
Just like with punctuation, yeah. You can specify.
If it's in the rubric, capitalization of, we call it beginning and ending punctuation marks are consistent and student uses those, that would be part of the rubric. Then if they didn't use that, but all of their other conventions were fine, they would still be deducted a point, for example.
And then back to sort of placing limits or parameters, too much detail versus not enough detail. We just have to experiment with it. Just as if you're writing a rubric, or you and a team are writing a rubric, it's very easy, especially if there's more than one or more than two people involved, to make it way too detailed. To have, the rubric, ending up being, 10 times as long as the writing samples that it's rating.
Yeah, because one of the issues with rubrics is they use a lot of qualitative language. The writing is good. So I understand that. Oh, okay, I know that. But my idea of what is good and Stuart's idea of what is good, or somebody else's, might be different. Or what's a major error and what's a minor error.
Or ideas are clearly stated.
Yeah, what does that mean?
What does clarity comprise? Yeah.
Yeah, if you're the only rater, and you have that in your mind, then that's fine. So also to get back to the original question, how much is too much? Again, I would think if I were giving it this prompt at the very beginning of the course, I might try the prompt to the AI by only giving it the student's beginning level. I don't need to know the exit level because they haven't gotten there yet. So I might want to simplify that. Or in this case, we're just using past tense. Whatever that writing prompt was, I don't need to tell it, it knows ordinal numbers, or the student knows these things. If that's not part of the response, maybe just to narrow it down to just that writing task. Again, I think we would get a little more specific and accurate feedback.
And also you said that it analyzes with quantitative analysis of this your AI. So do you think after full stops, when in a grammar we need to start with capital letters, so AI can identify a mistake if someone does it in a small letters after full stop?
Yes, if you ask me to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just one piece of context. These samples were handwritten by students during class time. And then we typed them out, because the AI can't deal with handwriting, to my knowledge, right, John?
No.
So we did transcribe them. And
with spelling error.
Exactly as possible, so we replicated, the errors that existed in it, just as context for you there.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm really grateful to your contribution, John and Stu. That was very interesting and useful, and you've given us much food for thought. Thank you for this. Okay, thank you. And I wish you a great day.
Well, thank you everybody for your questions, and thank you for this opportunity to present this, because this furthers my professional development.
Yes, sure.
Just by doing this. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you. And we have our last speaker today, Tatiana Glushko from Richard Wright Center for Writing, Rhetoric and Research at Jackson State University, United States of America. Tatiana coordinates the work of the center, tutors undergraduate and graduate students, and trains writing advisors. Her current research interests include students' rhetorical awareness, multilingual writing and the metacognitive approach to listening and tutor sessions. Tatiana, are you with us? Just I can see your presentation.
Yes,
and this is
I'm
my
here.
favorite topic because in writing, punctuation, I guess, is the only tool that can produce music. So punctuation is the music of written text. Let's listen to this music.
Thank you for this beautiful introduction. Since I cannot see the audience, I'm not sure what you can see. So you
We can
should
see
be
your
able to see my
presentation.
slides.
Yes.
Do you see my presenter's notes?
No. We just,
Just
full
the
screen.
slides.
Yes, just the
Okay.
slides. And we do not see you, which is a great pity. If possible, can you switch on your cam?
Oh, you don't see me?
Can we see Tatiana? Just I do want to see Tatiana.
How do I switch it? Because definitely my camera is on.
Yes, now it's okay. Now we can see you. Thank you,
Oh,
Tatiana.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so just a moment, let me adjust. Okay. All right, well, good evening, everyone. It's morning where I am. So I hope you've been enjoying the conference so far. I am Tatiana Glushko. I coordinate the Richard Wright Center for Writing, Rhetoric, and Research at Jackson State University. And I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present at this conference, even though I cannot join you in person this year. The topic of my today's presentation, Cultural and Rhetorical Dimensions of Punctuation in Academic Writing, was prompted by a comment from a reviewer that my colleagues and I received after we submitted an article for review to a journal in Russia. One of the comments that we received from a reviewer was that something was wrong with our punctuation. Our article was written in English using conventions of edited academic American English. And even though the reviewer did not specify what seemed wrong, it was clear that the way we use punctuation somehow violated the reader's expectations. It made me think, what could have caused that response? Was it cultural or disciplinary differences in the way we use punctuation in the article? Or was it our rhetorical choices that did not resonate with the reader? Therefore, in this presentation, I would like to talk more explicitly about how we use punctuation in academic writing and discuss, to the extent that a 20-minute presentation permits, some cultural and disciplinary differences in the use of punctuation writing, and spend a little bit more time on talking about rhetorical choices that we make when it comes to punctuation. And we'll finish off with some pedagogical implications for the use of punctuation in academic writing. First, I'd like to talk about some cultural and disciplinary differences that can guide our use of punctuation. Those are usually described in disciplinary style manuals, such as the APA, the American Psychological Association Style Manual, or the MLA, Modern Language Association Style Manual, and in writing handbooks written for general audiences. Cultural differences in punctuation can be found across world Englishes. For example, American style uses double quotes for initial quotations and then uses single quotes for quotations within the initial quotation. American style also places commas and periods inside the quotation marks, even if they're not in the original material. On the contrary, British style uses single quotes for initial quotations and then double quotes for quotations within the initial quotations. British style also places unquoted periods and commas outside the quotation marks. We can also observe differences in the use of punctuation in academic writing across disciplines. For example, not all publication styles in the US agree on the use of punctuation with quotations. Some disciplines that frequently use various non-word characters, such as chemistry and computer programming, deviate from the traditional practice in the US in favor of logical placement and use the British form that I mentioned earlier in their style guides. For example, the American Chemical Society style guide recommends the following. If punctuation is part of the quotation, then it should be within quotation marks. If the punctuation is not part of the quotation, the writer should not mislead the reader by implying that it is. Furthermore, there are typographical differences in the way punctuation is used across languages. In English, we use inverted commas for quotation marks. In Russian, we see two types of quotation marks which have cute names, kavычки, ёлочки, used for initial quotations, and kavычки, лапки, used for quotations within quotations, as you may see in the examples on the slide. Beyond the conventions recommended by style manuals, punctuation use is also guided by rhetorical choices made by authors. John Dawkins, in his article Teaching Punctuation as a Rhetorical Tool, argues that good writers punctuate according to their intended meaning, their intended emphasis. In other words, experienced writers, instead of relying solely on rules, begin to develop their own guiding principles, which allow them to make choices depending on the rhetorical situation in which they write. Dawkins proposes a principle of raising and lowering based on the place that a punctuation mark occupies in the hierarchy of punctuation. His hierarchy is based on the degree of separation between clauses and phrases, the degree of separation that each punctuation mark conveys. For example, a period, question mark, or an exclamation point indicate the highest degree of separation between two independent clauses or between a clause and a phrase or a word, whereas a comma shows a minimum degree of separation. And of course, no punctuation shows no degree of separation. Here you can see an example of how this principle of raising and lowering works in a sentence. Gerald promised to write the paper when he had the time. Example 2 gains more emphasis for the attachment when he had the time. And then the higher up in the hierarchy we go, when we use the em dash in the third sentence and then a period in the fourth sentence, the greater the separation and the greater emphasis for the added materials. The likelihood of Gerald actually writing that paper diminishes, and the irony, or I would say the sarcasm of the tone increases as the punctuation mark gets stronger. The point that Dawkins makes is that good writers use punctuation not just to satisfy grammatical rules, but to create rhetorical effects. Example 4, as a matter of fact, creates a sentence fragment, which violates a basic handbook rule that is often, that we find often in style manuals. Dawkins' system explains how even when we violate a rule, we can still write effectively. I should note, however, that Fiction or creative nonfiction writers or writers in the humanities are much more likely to punctuate in the manner Dawkins describes than writers of business, correspondence, or scientific papers. In a collection of essays on grammar and punctuation, Lawrence Weinstein, a co-founder of the Harvard University Writing Center, discusses the rhetorical capabilities of punctuation marks such as commas, semicolons, and colons. Grammar is a thing made up of rules that we sometimes need to violate in order to produce the actual effects we have in mind. He goes on as far as to call writing that uses commas strictly according to the rules comatose writing. Weinstein also cites another author, Lewis Thomas, who is endeared to semicolons and speaks of rhetorical nuances of a semicolon as follows. It is almost always a greater pleasure to come across a semicolon than a period. With the semicolon, there you get a pleasant little feeling of expectancy. There is more to come. Read on. It will get clearer. So now, how does this principle that Dawkins proposes applies in academic writing? For example, in this excerpt from the book Counter Stories from the Writing Center that won the Best Book Award at the International Writing Center Association this year, we see their authors, wonderful Faison and Frankie Condon, apply this principle of raising in this passage. Writing is a social act, one that is culturally situated and produced, one that changes with the needs of society, one that is regulated most often by those who benefit the most from the needs of society. We see that the authors have used this principle of raising to place a greater emphasis on phrases that we would normally attach to the independent clause and separate by a comma. One that changes with the needs of society, one that is regulated. If we were guided by grammatical rules alone, we would consider this example a violation of a grammatical rule and a fragment, but it works here. The use of a period in this case gives more power and assertiveness to the utterance and definitely draws more attention. We can also see how punctuation is used for rhetorical effect in academic titles that consist of two parts, as you can see on this slide. John Bean, in his book Engaging Ideas, The Professor's Guide to Integrating Writing, Critical Thinking, and Active Learning in the Classroom, provides the following two examples of how a colon is used in academic titles. Academic titles are frequently split into two parts separated by a colon. The most common approach is to present key words from the issue to the left of the colon and key words from the thesis to the right, as in the first example, money and growth, an alternative approach. Another common pattern is to start with an interest-arousing mystery phrase that does not become clear until the reader reads the article. Following the colon, the writer usually summarizes the article's key issue or thesis. Fine cloth, cut carefully. Cooperative learning in British Columbia. The use of a colon may promise more information to come in the form of an explanation or clarification, as in the first example, and it may also support the suspense created by the mystery phrase in the second example. Intentional use of punctuation, as we see, can enhance our writing. However, it is rarely discussed explicitly in the classroom. What are some of the ways that we can bring punctuation to our attention when we teach academic writing? One of the approaches we can use, called reading like a writer, is to pay attention to how punctuation works in academic texts in the target language. If we read like writers with attention to how a text is written and designed, we can become aware how punctuation is employed to achieve different visual and rhetorical effects. Another approach that may be useful is looking at a text's typography. John Trimber, for example, emphasizes the visuality of writing and talks about writing as a visual code, and understanding this visual code of writing is important for developing our literacy. He urges his readers to think about how the look of the page communicates meaning by treating text as a visual element that can be combined with images and other nonverbal forms to produce a unit of discourse. And he recommends paying attention to things like spacing, punctuation, frames, and borders when we read. Finally, we can use oral approach, reading aloud and hearing how the text flows, listening to the tone of an author's voice, and observing how punctuation helps express an author's tone. We have to be aware, though, that the typographical and oral approaches may not be immediately useful to blind or non-hearing students, and we would need to enable assistive technologies like screen readers for students to be able to benefit from these approaches. How do these approaches work in practice? For example, we can examine a text visually to see what stands out. In this excerpt from the same book on counter stories that I mentioned earlier, we see 11 instances of authors using the em dash. Why? What do these dashes help to accomplish? We can read the page with attention to these punctuation marks to see what rhetorical purpose they serve and ask ourselves how the text would change visually and rhetorically if the authors used different punctuation. Beyond studying the rules of usage recommended in handbooks and style manuals, we can enhance our understanding and use of punctuation if we pay attention to the cultural and disciplinary differences in the use of punctuation, and if we become explicitly conscious of the choices available to us through various reading strategies. By applying reading like a writer approach and typographical and oral approaches, we can enhance our understanding of rhetorical dimensions of punctuation and help students become familiar with rhetorical choices available to them. And thus we can invite them to practice those choices more intentionally in their own writing. Thank you for your attention. I know we have a few minutes for questions, and if you have any comments or if you would like to see resources that I used for this presentation, please do not hesitate to email me. Here is my email address. I'll be happy to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do we have questions? Probably not a question. Punctuation is, I can say, my cup of tea. I love punctuation because it does make text sound in a different way depending on what punctuation marks you use. And in one of the books, unfortunately I don't remember where exactly I read that, but the whole book was devoted to semicolon. So thick book, just about semicolon. And in that book, the authors claim that semicolon is an indication of high level of education. So if you do not use semicolon, I do not mean vertical lists with semicolons. No, I mean in the text itself, in the body of the text. And if you use semicolon, then it means that you are definitely an educated person, which is great. When you know this, okay, nuances of the usage of different punctuation marks, probably we should reconsider our attitude to punctuation, because sometimes punctuation is ignored, okay, saying, okay, punctuation. In the English language, so they never punctuate, or if they do punctuate, they do not do it in a meaningful way, as say in the Russian language, which is not true. Any other things that you want to say? I'm okay, asking the audience that we have.
I believe punctuation is a feeling also, emotions. When you use punctuation, you express more emotions.
Exactly. Yeah, punctuation can destroy relationship. By the way, I have so many cases when just an exclamation mark, okay, ruined relationship, because depending on cultural differences, in some cultures, exclamation mark might mean screaming, okay, or some urgent thing. But in the Russian language, we can have as many exclamation marks as just we wish. Sometimes I have 3, 4, 5, because just in this way I show my emotions. I say I'm overexcited, just I'm happy or whatever. But say my colleagues in the USA, they say, oh, no. The moment you have your exclamation mark, it means it is urgent. I need to put aside whatever I am doing and immediately rush to accomplish this task, for example. So these are the things that we need to know, and we need to teach students. And thank you for sharing your experience and drawing our attention to punctuation, which is very often neglected. Any other comments? Tatiana, thank you. That's great that we can finally see each other. I remember we last met 4 or 5 years ago in person, before COVID. Yeah, and I do hope that one day we'll meet again. I mean, in person, because we have so many things to speak about and share. Yeah, as I said, the best is yet to come, and I am optimistic. I have positive thinking, and thank you for your contribution. And I thank all speakers and attendees for making the first day of the conference a success in all possible respects. And the speakers were incredible, and the topics were thought-provoking. The day was hard but rewarding, in my opinion, and we all worked together, which is great. I think we all deserve a rest. Tatiana, I guess where you are, it's just the beginning of your working day, so I wish you a great working day.
Yeah, it's a nice way to start your working day by being virtually transported to Moscow. So thank you for this opportunity.
Yes,
it was a pleasure.
Thank you again. I invite you all, those who are here, those who are far from us. It's a pity that you are not with us, but those who are here, I do invite you for our networking gathering. And after that gathering, there will be a concert, brass concert. It's going to be exciting, refilling, energizing, energetic, whatever. That's what they promised, okay? So networking, gathering, and then concert. And I do hope to see you all tomorrow, because we have a pool of great speakers, okay? So thank you.